Welcome to the Hawks Nest stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I do thank you for watching today as we have got finally the beginning of this effing season. We are here. We're ready to begin. It's not the official start, okay? We got a couple weeks off from that, but you can just taste it. You can just feel it. We're getting Coach Carroll returning back to Lumen Field, Geno Smith returning back to Lumen Field, and your first true taste of actual football. And I'm looking forward to it tonight. We're not going to necessarily get a lot of probably starters for your Seattle Seahawks playing this evening, but that's okay because this was one hell of a seemingly draft class that the Seahawks were able to pull in, and there are quite a few guys tonight that we're going to be paying a very close attention to into seeing how they're doing, where their progress is at. The more impact you can get from the rookies and the youngsters, the better. Key reserves, position battles, we'll be looking at all of that tonight and more here as we're going to go play by play through this game. Do a little bit of post-game with you guys as well, but throughout, I do thank you for watching. I hope everybody's having a great night this evening, and I hope you guys are as jacked for football as I bloody well am. Been waiting on this one. For a bit. So starting us off here, got to acknowledge this one right out the gate. Megan, my lady from Danenda, Gawk Roger in the house, and she's coming strong to begin us right off here at the gate with $100 donation. Megan, you are amazing as ever. But you always have been that way here at this channel from day one on that. The main mod in the house, I really do thank you for that big old $100 donation drop. I hope you're having a great one tonight and doing better on the mend as well. As Back to the Future is almost, you can talk about taste it there too, huh? Almost can taste the future. See what I did there, Megan? Football will be back, 12s, she says. It all is well, my world, even though I am now on crutches for 4 weeks due to a badly sprained right knee. I'm wearing my Pete throwback with pride, and I'm thrilled that there was nothing but love for him in the stadium. Well, that's good to hear that those are the early returns I hadn't heard yet or seen yet, Megan, what people were saying about what was going down with that. But the fact that he came back and people said, no, give him the applause. He deserves that. I think Geno deserves that. Geno came into an impossible situation here behind Russell Wilson. And in Coach Carroll, he has taken us to the heights of heights. He deserves nothing but respect and being honored at every single step. So good to hear that the Lumen Field crowd was classy and that they did just that. I'm not surprised in the least with my 12s. They don't tend to be kind of that manner. That's other fan bases, Megan. You know what I mean? That's other people who do that type of stuff. Not us here. We always keep it classy. We're like San Diego in the sucker. You know what I'm saying? It's a West Coast thing, I guess. Maybe you could say it's just that. But I thank you so very much for the $100 donation. Very, very kind of you, Megan. You're awesome. That's always awesome together. Thank you again for being a member of the channel, too, as well. Everyone's having a great night. Got the preseason stuff rolling out here. We're just about to start up. Let me get my thing on the right deal here. Guess they're starting a little minute late here or something, huh? Just a little bit, maybe? Just a little bit. Hope everyone's having a great night out there and doing really well. Feed me, good to see you. Megan, thank you for that big $100 drop. And the sport last a couple nights ago over on the round table. Great time getting back with those guys. Monsoon, how you doing? Adrian X, 002. Love the name. Good to see you in the house. Carmen, let's have a go. Sean Lee, Robert, my brother in the house, my blood. What's up, blood? Addis the Gamer, Diego, No Limit. Hey. Lou, how you doing? Daniel Barry, Brian Myers, I know you're going to be here. Randy Thomas, hello. Michael Myers, Brandon, you should stream some Mariners games. I'd for sure watch. Another dude does them and is a Hawks hater. Oh, geez. Yeah, I can definitely do that. I did a separate channel baseball wise, but as we've gotten down the home stretch, I bare minimum committing to if they get in the playoffs, I will absolutely stream all of their playoff games. But as we get down the stretch, yeah, maybe I'll try it out and see if you guys are digging a Mariners play-by-play type thing, because baseball is the original love for me, man. You know, I know baseball pretty well. Nathaniel, how you doing? Good to see you, Gemini. It's good to see you too, Space. What's up, Space? D-Roy, what's up, 12 fam? What's up, 12s? What's up, fam? Good to see you. Good to see you in the house. Aiden, Shadowbot, Michael, hello, hello. Football's back. It feels good. Feels so good. Unless you're Anthony Richardson's pinky, in which case you're in some pain right now. Actually, that's one definitely you're probably getting some meds for. Poor guy. Ravens edge comes off the edge for some damn reason. The tackle decides he's not going to block him. Like, to hell with that. No, I'm not going to do that. Blast there. Anthony Richardson. Finger goes like this. Like this. Oh. Well, it says it's 7 o'clock when they start, but this must be the thing where they're not going to start it until the other game is begun or finished or something. These preseason games can be oddly ones where like the end of the games end up taking like another hour and a half, just because there's a bunch of people trying to get in on off the field, weird flags. It's everybody's preseason trying to figure it out. Officials are trying to figure it out. War Chief Jonah, thank you for coming back into Hawks Nest Pro Bowl. I really thank you for doing that. And all members of the channel will be doing Thursday night football here as we get closer and closer and outside of preseason. So that'll be some of the regular season benefits if you're a patron or a member of the channel. Is we'll be doing Thursday night only streams for patrons of the channel. We're also got you the PFF scores for the Seattle Seahawks on both sides of the ball Monday morning. We're going to be doing little shows on Monday as well with that, but you'll be the first one to get some eyeballs on that Monday morning as it comes through. And we'll be doing the call-in show here very soon. So you definitely want to look into potentially becoming a member of the channel. I'm trying to expand those benefits ever more this year. Thank you for jumping on in, More Chief. I thank you for that. Mega says, any news on my boy Charles Crosby? They've got him one of the sizable kind of calves out there. Calves. He's got a calf on his hand. Might need to put a calf on his hand. He's got such a big arm. We don't have one that size, Charles. Get the calf. It's going to be, it's hardly on there like you'd, I guess, expect after surgery. And, it's all reports are that he is supposed to get back, but he is out on the field working and staying in shape. And so he's not completely immobilized. I mean, that's nice. The one upshot of having a finger thing, Megan, is that you can still go out there and do all of your lower body training, which in a lot of ways at times at this time of year can sometimes be the most important part of the training aspect to get those legs prepared. Not that you don't want to still be able to lift and do all the other stuff, but you can sometimes kind of work around it a little bit with some of the exercises that can be done with the upper body. Lower body, when you're out of commission, you just have to kind of sit on your butt and just gain weight. So at least that's the good news there, is he should be ready somewhere between the Green Bay Packers game and the start of the year by all accounts. And, they can always, even if he's just close, tape it up and put a little mini cast on it, come game day. War Chief, thank you for a $2 donation in addition to becoming a member of the channel. That's very, very, very kind of you. I really appreciate that. Says, let's go Hawks. I'm so ready for this season. Oh man, I'm with you. I'm absolutely with you on this. I've been the last month, man, is the brutal time. I'll tell you what, it is the one where it's the hardest. And we do have the kickoff going in here. Return by the Raiders to start this game off. A nice return up the football field, up to about the 38-yard line there where he will be taken down, and the Raiders will take over. All right. Got that thing all straightened away. Squared away. Looks like Gino's going to be out and starting here for the Raiders to begin things out. Thank you again, War Chief, for the $2 don't know. I am with you on being ready, by the way. Seahawks bringing a player up around the box here to start things off. Gino's going to run with it and throw it right as he's getting close to the line of scrimmage, completed the pass for a first down. Got it to his slot there. Gino did a good job of extending the play. Seahawks rolled the coverage post snap there. Had a cover 2, went more cover 1. Well, after the big return and a short completion, they are already on the Seattle Seahawks side of the football field. 1st and 10, hand off here to Genty. He will be tackled there by Tyreek Smith after a short gain of about 3 or 4 yards. Like a little bit of an inside zone kind of game there. Back to shotgun. 4 wide here, 3 wide, 1 tight end. Geno dropping back to throw. He's going to try to layer this in on a back shoulder throw and cannot quite be reeled in there by the wide receiver. Well thrown ball, well placed on the back shoulder there. It's one where you really want to see your receiver catch that one from a quarterback's perspective. Nice throw by Geno. And Mawari coming on a late blitz there to supply some pressure on the play. Brings us to 3rd down and 7. This is the place you'll want to be in Mike Macdonald's defense. Stack box look. They're going to go with a little bubble screen, dropped, incomplete. Nice job by the defense here. Key little stop there is you keep them out of field goal range there on that one. And that's where you're in the most dangerous territory with a Mike Macdonald defense, where he's going to even replicate this in preseason, being that you get into 3rd and 7, you get into 3rd and 8, you get into 3rd and 9, those kind of situations, he feels like he can really run a lot of games up front with you, and it just creates absolute chaos and wreaks havoc on offensive lines and pass protections. Here's now the punt by the Raiders. High driving punt. Will be fair caught there by Torrey Horton. And Seattle will set up. A little bit past the 10, 11-yard line. War Chief, last month of this offseason was the longest, man, I'll tell you what. And so it is so very welcome now to be able to get back into this, get rocked in, my favorite time of year. And I know you guys are loaded and ready here, man. I know you are. Thanks for the dono. Sanchez coming in with a $10 donation. Why do they switch games here? I don't want to see this game. Let's show you the third string quarterback. Bring him back against the Ravens. Sanchez has coming in with now, I got to preface this with, this has been a 3-year running thing for Sanchez. He did this when Locke was here the first time. He was here when last year Locke was not here. So the one thing you got to say about Sanchez is my man remains consistent. With this big fat $10 donation, and I thank you for that. He says, put in Locke. Hey, 3 years, folks. 3 years. And when this man rides us to a Super Bowl title this year, Sanchez, you're going to be the guy at the front of the list that's going to get the credit on that one. That's a deep ride right there. You know? It's a deep ride. Why are we switching back over? Get me back over to the game, please. Man, this Colts-Ravens game refuses to end. There's just every time I watch the game, it's just one incomplete pass after another. I'm surprised they've scored any points. But thank you, Sanchez, for the $10 donation. He says it's here. Let's effing go. Appreciate another $2 dono. Come on. Come on. We're here. We're here. Can you see it?
Target neutralized.
That's right. That's what the defense did on that last drive, Sanchez. Neutralized. Okay, why is it taking me away from the game I was watching? Let me watch the game, man. Go. Trying to watch the game. Okay. Well, you got your wish. Drew Lock is out to start this out. They heard your call. They heeded your call. The time is now, Mark. Shotgun look to start things out here for Drew Lock. Quick in-cutting pass to Torrey Holden. Horton. He makes the catch, falls forward there for a couple extra yards. Nice little gain on first down. Sanchez again, man, thank you for the $12 dono, brother. You were awesome. A long-time supporter and contributor to this channel, and I really do appreciate it. Quick little passing look there for the Seahawks there on first down. Second down and 3. We get a little 21 personnel here. I formation look. Oots takes on the man in the hole. Holani bounces it outside. He's got a nice little play. He's still up on his feet. He's down the sideline for a first down. Linebacker filled the hole, left the outside shoulder gap by driving into that hole so thoroughly, and they did not have the edge there set, did the Raiders. Nice job there by Saubert of pinning that edge, and then Holani with the good vision there to bounce that thing outside. Bobo out in front, blocking as well. Big run play to start the year off for your Seattle Seahawks. Back into the I formation here again now. Raiders coming up with a heavy front. Play action pass. Locke drops back. He's got all day. Bake a cake, my man. Finally throws it away. Incomplete there. Trying to target Robbie Oots in coverage. Jermaine Pratt, recently acquired Raiders outside linebacker, was able to make the play. Like the call there on the play action. You feel like you're really going to get the Raiders to bite. They've got 6 guys up at the line of scrimmage starting that play off. Like, ooh, this might work here. This might work here. Clint will come back with a 2nd and 10. Shotgun look, 3 wide. Hololani in the backfield. 2 safety deep look here for the Raiders. Hololani gets a little delayed draw. He's going to use some vision to go back and forth, and find himself about 6.5 yard gain there on the play. Hololani just kind of winding behind his blockers there. Did a very good job to get past the first guy with a very nice dead leg there. That's Devin White. He was able to just slide right past Devin White with a good dead leg. 3rd down and 2. Raiders showing a lot of guys up around the line of scrimmage. Double A gap pressure. Seahawks still come back with a run. Hololani drives his head on in there. First down, Seahawks. Hololani wasn't messing around. He was trying to use that nice vision he's shown on a couple of the other runs here in this drive. He just put that head down and said, we need 2. I'm going to get 4. Even if I've got to create it through the back of my effing center. Sundell out at center, by the way. Zabel left guard. Bradford over right guard. Lucas and Cross looking so good over at tackle. I formation look, play action pass. We got a little bit of pressure. Goes out, finds Oots, his tight end there. Oots gets spun around on a hit late down the play, but not after gaining a nice little chunk play down the field again. Like a 13, 14 yard gain there. Play action, man, so deadly. Even there when the Raiders seem to have kind of an avalanche coming on the blitz. Good job by Locke to know where his security outlet was going to be, and he found him. Which is a big boy out there. Seahawks down to the 30-yard line into Raiders territory. Locke from under center, dropping back to pass. He's going to flick it up high and away, just kind of throwing that one away. Maybe a little bit of a miscommunication there. No, he taps his chest. That was on me. Looking to target Torrey Horton down the sideline there. Horton had maybe some separation there, but Locke just kind of might have just didn't like what he saw there with the coverage coming over the top. I think safety was probably closing. 2nd down and 10. Nice opening drive here for your Seattle Seahawks. Crosby out on the football field. He has been. Shotgun, little bubble screen here, flick out to White. White can't bring it in from Drew Locke. 3rd and 10. Locke put that thing out a little bit more in front of him than maybe you would like with White there on the play. At the same point in time, that's one where you look at the receiver and you say, you got to catch that, buddy. You should reel that one in. I know it's not easy, but reel it in. Reel that thing on in. 3rd down and 10. Let's see what he calls here. I think you're going to think the Raiders come with just a 4-man front here, knowing Pete. If I'm Clint, they do. Drew's dropping back to throw. He's going to try to go get it, and he throws an interception. Now, Drew just tries to fit a ball there on an out route. It's being sat on there by the corner. Again, trying to kind of target Torrey Horton. Got to just probably throw that ball away. Live to see another day. Take the points. 3rd and 10. Low completion percentage rate on that. And the ball's out late. Needs to probably put in a position where his receivers got a chance for it or nobody. Instead, he just kind of lets it just sort of hangs a little bit in the air on him there, and it's picked off. Ryan B., welcome to the Hawks Nest Pro Bowl. Thank you for that, Ryan. You are awesome for that, and I really do appreciate it. Very kind of you. MJ Seahawk, thank you for the $10 donation. Thank you as well, man. Says, let's go Hawks. We win in the ship. I think he meant the chip. I'm going to go with the chip. We win the chip. It said ship, but it can be the ship or the chip. We're winning them both. How about that, MJ Seahawk? Thank you as well for being a member. And I love it, man. There'd be no greater story, no greater surprise in the NFL than the Seattle Seahawks coming out there and taking the chip this year. That would be awesome. But thank you, man. I appreciate the $10 donation. It's good to see you in the house too, man. We're winning that ship. Chip. Joshua Carlisle, thanks for the $5 donation. Super excited to rock with you for every game this season. My preferred Hawks creator. Thanks for all you do. Also, go Hawks. Well, go Hawks, guys. Thank you so much. Very kind of you guys, and very, very kind of you too, just on the donation front. But appreciate you rocking with me as well, man. We're going to be doing it like we ever did it before here, especially on game day. We're going to go hard on these days, especially for sure. And I'm really looking forward to it. I think that we've been really patient here, and we've all been kind of holding on a little bit here to watch a team that can be not only worth rooting for, the team's always worth rooting for, but to be able to see a team that's actually really now ascending and is not just kind of chipping away and one step forward, one step back, 2 steps forward, 1 step back, 1 step forward, this kind of thing. But instead, you're just feeling a bit of a progress going on. I think this year's going to feel like that for Hawk fans in a major way. And I'm looking forward to it, Joshua. But thank you, man. Appreciate you. Good to see you in the house too, brother. Even more Seahawks, thank you for the $2 donation. Says Bradford and Lucas look good so far. Yeah, there were some holes being created up there. Protection was solid. Even on the throw there with Drew Lock, it wasn't due to poor pass protection. He just made a purely bad decision there. But those guys look good on that drive. Whole line looked pretty good, quite frankly. Still a solid opening drive. I liked it. It's good to see you, Femi. Barry, thank you for the 48 months. 48 months as a Hawks Nest member, man. Oh my goodness, working into 5 years here. Got the Raiders here at about the 9-yard line, deep into their own territory. 3 wide receiver look for them. Aiden O'Connell will come into the game in shotgun. Play action to Genty. He'll now throw it out quickly. Closing on the route is Job, and he drops Jack Besh here quickly after the catch for a very short gain. Barry, thank you for almost 5 years of Hawks Nest membership. That is awesome, long-time support. Also, just great to see you as an old name, old face in the chat, coming back in every time, and it just always puts a smile on my face. It says 4 years, and we've seen enough of Locke. 2nd and 5. Seahawks come up with a 4-man front here. Raiders 3 wide, countering it inside to Genty. Genty spins through the first tackler, bounces around, can't find any daylight there. Mike Morris is creating a nice hard edge there. He was there to clean it on up. Didn't see who got the initial penetration there on the play. Was that Drake Thomas? Yeah, you blitzed Drake Thomas. He got there quickly, couldn't reel Genty in. He's a tough reel. But Mike Morris is a big man. He says, I got this. Loss of 2 or 3 yards on the play there for Genty. 3rd down and 9, 8:53 to go here in the first quarter. Aiden O'Connell back in shotgun. Seahawks again now got a 3rd and long. Again, you're going to see those games. You're seeing those games here. 6 men up around the line of scrimmage. Who's coming? Who's going? You don't know. But we got a flag here on the play. Ball is going to be completed to the tight end. I think that's Mayer. He's going to rumble forward for a first down. Let's check and see what the flag is, though. And this is one of those unkind of known quotients, I believe. Don't you wave it off. Don't you do it. There we go. Yeah. Well, this is one of those unknown quotients that you can't really always track that I like to point to, where when you have a defense that can commit to these stack boxes and run it with regularity, and it makes everybody on the offense nervous. It makes everybody on the offense start to get jumpy. It makes everybody on the offensive line be a little bit unsure in what they're seeing. And penalties get created from that. So you get a whole first down that's created there, but it gets wiped off the board because you had the 6-man on the pass pro. You'd already created some pressure on the prior drive. The Raiders are aware of it. This is what that does. Now they get into such far third and long, you can just come with the 4-man front like Macdonald is here now. And Dirty is. And McConnell's dropping back to throw. He's going for the first down, and he's got it. Oh, my goodness. Somebody blew a coverage back there. Job and off coverage there. Did he just not pick up anybody? Well, it's a little where Thornton, the receiver there, is able to create separation by basically running into the corner and then bouncing off of him. Is it offensive PI or I don't know, but that's what happened on the play there to create it. It's going right back to Thornton again here. Ball's going to be overthrown. Bring up second down. I think we might have seen a little bit enough of block, but don't tell Sanchez that. Cameron, also a longtime member here on the channel. We got a flag here. That was a late flag. They got illegal contact here on Job. Is that Job they're going to get? I don't have the volume on. I can't have that on while I'm doing the same time, and it is indeed on Job. Got his hand into the face mask. It's a good call. Very good call. So the Raiders up to the 28-yard line, still in their own territory here. Mowari in the slot, threatening a blitz. He is going to blitz. He comes backside and brings down Genty. Nice play there by Mowari. Disguised that very well. Didn't come too early. Came right around about the time of the snap, and then he had a free run at it. Hopefully he's okay there. Grimacing a little bit. We got offsides on the Raiders on the play. Looks like the Seahawks are going to decline it. Mowari continues to grimace there a little bit after the play. Man, he's fast. Pass protection's breaking down. O'Connell throws it off his back shoulder to nowhere land. That's kind of close to intentional grounding. He was technically still in the pocket there. Mike Morris supplying some pressure there off the edge. Took a little bit of time to get in there, but he got there eventually there. Actually, no, Tyreek Smith created the initial pressure, and then Mike Morris was able to clean it up. Tyreek with a little bit of like Superman leap there. I didn't see any receivers in the vicinity on that one. Cameron, thank you again for that 35 months, by the way. We got 3rd and 10 and another flag here. What is this for? Okay, so they are going to get him for intentional grounding. Oh, there we go. My eyes don't lie. My eyes don't lie to me. I saw him intentional ground it, and he intentional grounded it the way I saw. Third down and 20. After the intentional grounding, loss of down. All the way back here to the 17-yard line. Little handoff inside here. They're just going to try to get a couple yards back and win the field position war game here up to the 28-yard line. Punt unit will come back on here for the Raiders. So defense does a nice job. Both opening drives here. Is Mike calling defensive plays this year? That's an interesting question, Cameron, because Mike kind of referenced something very specific about this a couple of days ago during a presser. And he talked about the fact that there's a little bit of mixing and matching between the two of them and how they're doing it. And I don't know if he's doing it for this reason. And we haven't talked a lot about this part of it. We got the punt here by the Raiders. Long driving punt here. Horton will receive it. He makes a nice cut. Gets around two guys. Nice spin move. There we go, Torrey. I see you. I see you, Torrey.
Dog.
Torrey makes a couple guys miss. Get a little 6-7 yard return. Little nifty return at that. But they're mixing and maxing it, according to him, Cameron. And I think the upshot of this potentially could be that you have your tendencies as a play caller that you just cannot get away from. They're inherent to you. If you have a smart enough film watcher, they can pick up your tendencies. But if you're spinning back and forth a little bit between two different guys calling the game, even if those two guys are very well, for the most part, aligned in how they're seeing the game that needs to be called, two different guys are always going to do something different. Kind of does break tendencies a little bit. Makes it a little more problematic on trying to view that film and decipher, what they're going to always do when. And I don't know if that's why they're doing it with this or it's just the transition process, Cameron, over to dirty eventually, but kind of an interesting thing that he referenced a little bit ago that I thought was kind of cool. Bit of both. MJ Seahawk with another $12.12 donation. I see what you did there, man. I see what you did there. I got to get the Seahawks chant for that one. MJ, thank you for that donation and your double dip today at that. I appreciate you for that. He says, let's go 12s. New year. Best young roster in the NFL. I'm going to add that for you, MJ. Best young roster in the NFL. And great coaching. Who's got it better, man? Who's got it better? The stage is set. The lights have been turned on. We've got the smoke machine operator cooking into gear. The actors are painting their faces. The audience is shuffling in. Let it begin. Let's go, man. Let's go. Thanks for the donation, brother, and all your support. Nolan with a $5 as well. Nolan, thank you too for the double dip, brother. Says, as a former airballer, Drew, you got to call short to give your receiver a chance to work back. Yeah, it's not that that's a hard throw to excuse. When he goes back and watches that one on tape, that's going to be one that's going to be bad on a couple of different levels. And it's also a little bit of the thing that you do with Drew, have as your worry with him. Every quarterback's got his stuff that you're going to worry about him when things go wrong. Can he minimize the things that will be inherently going wrong in his game at certain times? And with Drew, kind of that interception where you're going, buddy, no, don't. This is a bad one. Don't do that here. But maybe he'll show on the drive on this other side the good that you get with that too. And it wasn't a bad drive constructed by him up until that point. Just that was a tough throw. We got a little run here on first down inside Holani, nowhere to go. We do have a flag on the play. So you got to, on that thing, you're in field goal range. You have 3rd and 10, low completion. There's a low percentage of getting that completed here in the NFL in that way. Find a check down or throw it out of bounds. Let your field goal kicker try to go make the kick on that. We got holding on the Raiders. Okay. Maybe that's one of the defensive linemen holding on to an offensive lineman, not letting him move. It's usually when that call comes into place. That's an automatic first down. 6:15 to go here in the first quarter. They're not going to show a replay, but that's the only time you get a holding call on the defensive lineman. Ball up at the 30-yard line in Seahawks territory. 2 tight end look here for them. Handoff back inside Holani. He dips around the first tackler. Manages to find a couple yards. Nice job of getting around that. Jamal Adams out there at linebacker for the Raiders, by the way. Holani's done a good job tonight on a few of these runs with some penetration right at the backfield or into the backfield, getting away from that first tackler, and then being able to go out and go find himself a couple yards on the ground. He's looked good today. 2nd down and 7. Coach Carroll working the officials. Again, the 2 tight end look here. Drew comes back to his second read here, moving from one far side of the field back to Bobo on the other side. Hits him right in the chest there. Good velocity on that throw, and it's a first down. Nice job by Drew on the read there. Going back, get the feet back over. He gets the feet turned with the shoulders in tandem there when he comes back to the second read to make sure that when you're throwing that ball, you can still deliver with velocity, but you can also still get it with accuracy. 1st down and 10. Seahawks are going to stay with that 2 tight end look here. Play action pass. Drew, he's got all the time in the world here. Just run it, Drew. Just run it, buddy. He's going to improvisation. Oof. I don't know if he got that one completed. Tried to get to Torrey Horton again late there. He's trying to work Horton. All right, the 3rd target to him. Ball just a little bit too late with Horton coming back across the field on a secondary route. Again, decision making there with Drew. You know, I like you trying to go get the big play. I like you doing that. This is an offense where you're moving chains now versus last year. If you're rolling to that left side, that's a tough throw moving to your left as right-handed quarterback. Just tuck that thing and go take your 5, 6, 7 yards. Call it a day. Back under center. 3 wide receiver look now here for Seattle. Hand off here to Damian Martinez. He stretches the line, then cuts it back up inside just a little bit there for a nice gain, though we do have another flag. Thank you again, Nolan, for the 5er, man. I want to see Drew in this preseason when he is in here with the decision-making. That's as much as anything with him that you just got to call him off the bench. That's got to be on point as much as ever before. Again, holding on the Raiders. Okay, show us the, and Pete's incredulous right now. What? That gum's about to fall out of his mouth. And it's again on Lalulu. Lalulu's fingers getting sticky in there on those Seahawks offensive linemen. I've never seen that in my life. Pete's apoplectic. Automatic first down for the Seahawks. Wow, and no replay. Okay. Under center look here. Pressure. Drew gets flushed out of the pocket here. Just go take the 3, Drew. There we go. Takes the 3. Nicely done there. Quick pressure coming off the edge. That was Jamal. Might have been blitzing there. So weird with the defensive lineman holding on to the offensive lineman like that, and they don't show even the replay. Twice on one drive. 2nd down and 8. 3:44 to go here in the first quarter. Seahawks onto the Raider side of the football field at the 45-yard line. 2 tight end look here for them with a fullback. Olani runs it up inside there for a nice gain of 4 or 5 yards. Jamal Adams around the ball carrier. Jamal looking active here. Maybe it's just the camera's catching him a lot, but he's around things. Yeah, he took on Bradford there at the second level, bounced off him, found the ball carrier. Good play by Adams. Maybe our guy's going to find a home here at linebacker. 3rd down and 6. Raiders showing a heavy pressure front here on the Seahawks. Like a cover 0 look. Drew, got to get rid of it. Does. Finds his man over the football field, Arroyo. First down. Elijah Arroyo with the first catch of what will hopefully be a very long career. And Locke didn't find him right out the gate. Had to go again back to him on a second read there. But a very nice throw by Locke, keeping it away from the defender, giving Arroyo a chance to go get those with those big long arms and make that catch. 1st and 10 for the Seattle Seahawks. A little more 2 tight end sets on this drive. First drive featured a little bit more shotgun. Heavy front here from the Raiders. Hand off to Holani. He slips and falls and rolls and tries to get back to the line of scrimmage and is unable to do so. He's going to lose about a half yard. Tried to make a pretty sharp cut there, and he just couldn't keep his feet. It happens. Robs, thank you for the $7 donation. I appreciate you for that, Robs. A long time man on this channel. Great to be back. And man, Kubiak already cooking with the run schemes versus Max Crosby. And seeing Carroll's hands on his knees chewing gum makes me happy. Does me too. Quick drop here by Drew Lock out of under center there. Nice catch there. That's Saubert. Saubert made a nice grab there. Lock showing you on a couple of these throws the velocity he can work with when he wants to unleash that hose. He can turn on full blast and give you the fire hose. And he did there. What a catch by Saubert. Because let me tell you something, folks. That thing's cooking. And he's put it out away from him, so he's giving him an opportunity to catch because he's throwing it away from the defender's leverage there. There's not a lot of separation, and Saubert's just kind of sat down. Saubert able to just pick it with the end of the tips of his fingers and reel it in to make the catch. Hell of a catch there. Giving the Hawks a chance here on 3rd and 1. Goal line kind of formation here from the Seahawks. Hololani will bounce it outside. He's clear. He's in the field. He's in the opening. He's getting down to the sideline. Ooh, I think we've got a boom right at the goal line. Boy, you could feel it in the running gait of George Hololani after he got the ball. It looked like he was going to get close when he bounced it to the outside between him and the defender. It was going to be one-on-one, but he shot past that defender with ease and was just down the sideline in a heartbeat. Raider, that's got to be a touchdown. That's a touchdown, baby. Let's review that one, Mike. Probably won't because it's preseason. If that's a regular season game, I think you got to review that, though. He got in there. He got in there. What a play. He smoked that ball through right past the edge of the pylon there as he's going through and was able to bust that thing in. What a run by Hololani. And it's the 22 angle showed why he had such confidence with him. When he got that ball and that safety's closing down on him to the edge and he's bouncing out, it looks like one-on-one and he's going to have to make some kind of move. He just went after Burner City and he was good. Keeps his feet in bounce, goes Superman, gets the ball extended right past the pylon. Whoop, 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 whoop. That's a touchdown, baby. That's a touchdown. Let's go. Rob's, it is great to see Carroll again back to where he wants to be. Always said this is a man that, you're gonna have to rip that whistle off of his neck to get him to stop, and that's not a bad thing, I don't think. And it's cool to see him go to a franchise in the Raiders that can use just this kind of shot in the arm right now. Just this kind of guy to come in and give him this kind of, this energy. And it's just my work. Just my work. But Kubiak is already cooking with the run game. You just saw that there. That's Hololani's second big run here right out the gate. You're seeing him mix and match. You're seeing the under center commitment here and what that does to defenses and how they have to honor that. And you're seeing with Oots a lot of the fullback stuff in here now and how that can help with the guy in the hole. That can help with some penetration in the hole. That can help with a linebacker getting a little bit too triggery pulling when trying to go and shoot a gap when he shouldn't. And you can make him pay the price, especially if a running back now that if that linebacker does that, he can bounce that thing to the outside. We've seen on both of the two runs with Hololani, he's bounced it to the outside, feeling that inside defense collapse too much and not respect that edge. So Hololani looking fantastic here out the gate with some really nice runs, some good run blocking here by the Seattle Seahawks. But like you say, Robs, Kubiak is already cooking. He's already cooking. MJ Seahawk, thank you for 30 months, working your way to 3 years as a Hawks Nest member. If you were a member here for a little while, you're a member here for a very long period of time, and I thank you for that. He says 30. Thank you for all of your work. The time flies, my man. The time it does fly. And I'm really, really, really honored to be able to still do this after, 6 years jumping into doing this with you guys, and that you all are still kind enough to watch me. And with all of the support and all of that, it's still much ever as fun as ever a ride doing this. And I'm really looking forward to this year. It's going to be a hell of a season, MJ Seahawk. And I think we can finally get a little reward here. We've gone through some good, decent years, but just, now we're going to see the lights coming. See lights coming. But thank you for the 30 months, 3 years, 3 years. Wait till we be saying decades here pretty soon. Give Hololani his touchdown. Give that man his touchdown. Ken Walker dancing. He knows what's up. He knows what's up. He's doing, that's my dog. That's my dog. 10-play drive. And indeed, we are going to get a touchdown. Let's go. Touchdown, Seahawks. It is confirmed. George Holani is a monster. And a very nice fit, it would seem, to this offense. 39 seconds to go in the first quarter, and your Seattle Seahawks take a 7-0 lead on a nice run there by Holani. Just bounce that thing outside. Can only wonder about a guy like Kenneth Walker and his ability to bounce outside on those kind of runs too. If you can create the same kind of conditions of getting the defense sucked in like that, truly that far down, with his explosiveness, with his speed. But right now it's the George hour. 7 carries, 61 yards, and a touchdown here, and we haven't even gotten through a quarter. More like George Brown, am I right? More like George Brown. Sanchez says, I miss the penchant for yellow flags with the Pete team. Thank you for the $5, Sanchez. Well, it's definitely a lot of flags so far with him. Yeah, it's that is a little bit of something I think you do tend to get with the Pete teams. I'll say at the Raiders too. It's organizationally one of those ones like us that through the years, almost a 10-year period, has been the most penalized team in the NFL. So there's a lot of work there for Pete to get that thing turned around too. The kick's going to go through into the end zone here where they will take over at the 35-yard line. So interesting strat there. I don't know if you're telling Myers to pump that thing back in there, but not trying to pooch it as much. The first kick went up to the 38 for the Seahawks. So maybe an attempt here to just say, yeah, we'll just call it a day at the 35-yard line. We'll just call it there. I never remember being such an issue with Sanchez with Pete's team with the defensive line holdings. I don't remember us doing that as much. Michael Bennett would do that from time to time when he sensed some shenanigans. Shotgun read option give here, which is quickly collapsed there. Is that Bohanna? I think that's Bohanna there making the play. Backfield, big defensive lineman. Yeah, Seahawks got Bohanna and Peely going right now, and both those two guys have had a strong camp. Tracked that outside zone there, and he just got right to it. Good job. Quinton. 2nd and 10. Shotgun look here. O'Connell back in shotgun again, 3 wide. Seahawks coming with a 4-man front. Yeah, looks like maybe the Raiders called the timeout here. They just didn't like what they were seeing. Hard to say on that. What was throwing off the quarterback there? You just had a 4-man front. You weren't showing any, press coverage. Thank you, though, Sanchez, again, man, for the donos. Well, we got the flag count on here with Pete here early on here. Let's see. Oh, yeah, they got 4. So we're rolling. Definitely rolling. Brandon Taylor, thanks for the $5 donation as well, Brandon. Mike Morris has been a beast in camp, and he's wrecking in this game. Good to see. Also, our O-line looks great. Oh, and oots, go Hawks. I'm telling you, by the time we get to game 1 of this season, Brandon, I'm going to get a house music, uncopyrighted piece of house music that I can use, and every time I watch Oots do something cool, it's going to be oots, 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 oots. I'm stealing that from somebody in the chat who brought this idea up. That's going to be my go-to for Oots every time, Brandon. Every time. Oots, 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 oots. But Oots looking good. Made the catch out there. He's big. You can just see he's got the fullback body, and a fullback body is one where it's like just naturally wide. They feel like they're just built, like iron, and not even just like muscled out and all, yoked as much as just thoroughly, solidly built. He's got that to him. Let's go Hawks, man. Thank you, Brandon. I appreciate the donation. And Mike Morris, he's looking active throughout camp. I can attest to that with my own eyes and haven't seen it, Brandon. He's looking active in this game. He is a guy that Mike Macdonald's pointed to and said, hey, yeah, we're open for him to do good things. Now's the right time with him. He's not just coming off the injury that he was kind of coming off the prior year, and you maybe hadn't had a chance to go all the way through with your full program in an off season to get that, all the way prepared and ready, and that he's got himself in the best shape of his life to take advantage of this opportunity. And if you feel like he's in that spot to do that, that just means less pressure on you to have to fill the Uchenna Nwosu situation up a little bit in the interim as you're waiting for him to get healthy, fully healthy. Thank you, Brandon. Appreciate the donation. Strike. Thank you for the $2.50 donation. Very kind of you. When do we start calling Emanwari the Terminator? We could go with the Terminator. I was in my video title this morning. I went with He-Man Warrior, or just it's pronounced He-Man Warrior. But I think you go with a variety of them on this. We got a 2nd and 10 here now. Seahawks creep their safety up into the box post-snap, expecting a short throw. O'Connell's going to try to make him pay up over the top of the late throw. Josh Jobe is there to pick it off. Josh Jobe running back up the field with the ball, and he's got some space to work with, back up all the way up to the 49-yard line. First, the scheme takes away the short route, which is where the Raiders want to go with the ball. The safety climbing up into the box from the cover 2 shell positioning, getting up into the box, leaving you with the single high. Then you get O'Connell frantically going in the back of his mind, I've got to go to try to attack that single high coverage now. I've got something open on the back end. He ends up going to a throw way too late at that point, and Josh Jobe is just sitting there ready to pick off the ball. And good on Jobe. He had a drive, just last drive there, he got picked on twice. There is a little bit of separation there early on, but the throw is so late. O'Connell does not have the Drew Lock hose. He's got more of a, you ever seen like one of those little tiny, little black garden hoses that you use? Like I'm talking the little tiny ones that like turn on at intervals to water your like real small flowers. O'Connell's got one of those hoses. The ones that have got the little, like somebody literally took a knife and just cut little holes into it to create like a ghetto sprinkler. It's kind of like that. Basically the same thing. I can go with Terminator. Terminator work strike. We're definitely going to potentially have to work on potentially work on some kind of nickname for this kid, though. It's based on what you were seeing in camp, what I saw in camp, what people have talked about, and Corbin's talked about. I mean, just so many people are hyped up on this kid, and I think rightfully so. You don't see guys arrive on the scene like this, playing this well, just out the jump. Locke dropping back to throw here off of play action. He's going to roll out. This play's got nowhere to go, and he does the right thing and throws it away on first down. We've crept our way just into the start of the second quarter here. Seahawks up 7-0, 14:40 to go here exactly in the second quarter. Locke has moved the Seahawks on a couple of very nice drives. He's got one interception that's not good, but aside from that, he's been pretty good with the decision-making, showing an ability to go through multiple reads in this game, which has been impressive. Steady. 2nd down and 10. 3 wide look here. Handoff inside to Damian Martinez. He tries to cut past the first man, is unable to do so, and is drugged down right around the line of scrimmage there. Giving Tyree Wilson the credit there, that edge out of Texas Tech that the Raiders drafted in the first round a couple years ago, just after Devin Witherspoon. 3rd down and 10 for Locke. Raiders showing a 5-man front here. They keep it to 4. Locke's got time. You got time. He whips it around, finds Horton. First down. We may have an offensive pass interference here as there's a flag, so let's see. Raider players saying it's got to be Horton pushed off on him. Locke definitely trying to work Horton here early. Let's see what the call is. On the defense. All right. Horton getting the catch. Let's go. Looked like it was a comeback route. And those times, you're getting to the top of the stem of the route from the receiver's positioning. You get close to the cornerback, and sometimes there's a little bit of that contact there from the receiver, but not from Horton there. Ran a clean route. First down. Hawks up to the 45-yard line, still in their own territory. I formation look. Locke drops right back to throw. Throws it right back over to Horton. Locke might have got that out just a little bit fast, or Horton ran that route just a little bit long. He was not quite ready for that ball to come in. I'm guessing that's got to be run a little bit shorter from Horton, if I had to guess. But again, Locke working it to the kid. Empty look here for the Seahawks. 4 wide. Bad snap. Locke tries to pick it up. Fumbles it around a little bit. Finally, the offensive lineman is able to reel it in there and gather it up. Ugly play there. And that was Sundle. I don't know if that was even a bad snap, was it? Not. It's a little bit to the right of Locke, but Johnny Slowhands there could definitely have gotten his hands out to catch it. It wasn't completely up over his head. 3rd down and 29 for the Seattle Seahawks here. And we're going to go with a little draw here to Martinez. He gets tripped in the backfield by Jamal Adams, and that drive goes nowhere. Nowhere fast. Had a nice little start there with Horton, but those 3 plays were all kind of like, not doing good there. Strike, you are first up with the nickname patch here. We'll start going through this because we did this with Devin Witherspoon. We didn't exactly land on a nickname yet for him, but we need to do this for Nick too, so let's go with nicknames. I'm adding the Terminator to the list. Michael Dixon with the punt here. He gets it off. And fair catch at the 25-yard line. MJ Seahawk, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, CSU alumni here. Horton rules. Horton does rule. You're not going to see a quarterback like this in Locke working a guy like this unless he has been mighty impressed by the kid in practice and what he's done, and that he has shown out, which Horton has. We know he has. And I'm so hyped for this kid. I really do feel like it's only a matter of time before he just continues to progress his way up this depth chart. Not saying he overtakes Marquez Valdez-Scantling day one, but by the end of the year, MJ, by the end of the year, it wouldn't surprise me with him. He's got a lot of talent, this kid, and he was really for just one of the most slept-on prospects in the draft, bar none, for where he was taken. There are guys that dip. There's guys that are fall. That there's some reasons that whether you agree with them or not, they're understandable reasons. With Horton and with his production at college, and with the fact that the injury wasn't some crazy, his knee is spaghetti kind of situation, then why should he fall that far as he did? But we get to take advantage. Yeah. McBride will only succeed if he wins a spot on the Hawks. Not sure on that last part, McBride part. But I'm with you. I'm sure I'm with you on it. Thank you for the donation. And shout out to the Colorado State alumni out there. You got a guy rocking it right now. I don't have a lot in the league. Yeah. And this guy might be actually somewhat impactful, what he brings. Vimy Moore Seahawks, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, least Pete's team's always flagging, never changes. Yeah, it's one of those long-time stats that was always bothersome for me, and it is in a lot of ways, I don't think it's actually, to a degree, really just a pure negative thing to Pete. It's more of just kind of part and parcel what you get with the Coach Carroll, and more of the player friendly. And I want him to run fast and free, and I want him to, go crazy in that way. As you get a little bit more of. You get a little bit more of those. I'm not worried about the details. I just want you to go fast. And sometimes maybe stuff happens bad going fast, but you're just always going fast, and good things will usually happen. Seahawks defense comes back out in the field. They've been very impressive to start this game. I think you've had 3 straight outs here for the Raiders without any points. The threat that they had early on in the first drive was on the back of really a big return. Shotgun look for O'Connell. He's going to try to throw this and find a man wide open in the middle of the football field all the way up to the 48-yard line in Seahawks territory. Big play down the field. Wide open there. The longtime tight of this league, Ian Thomas. I think it's a former Stanford guy. Inside handoff here. Nice little gain for about 4 or 5 yards. But Tyreek Smith gets the tackle there. But Femi, you're right. The flag things that were a part of the way this rolled. So Marshawn Lynch down there taking pictures. 2nd and 5. O'Connell, shotgun, 3 wide. Seahawks got a 4-man front up front. Playing it pretty straight up here. O'Connell lets it rip. Again, wide open up the seam. I think Tayakata might have jumped up on that route there coming downhill, and he might have created that opening. Yeah. He squats down on the route. That's, I guess, where he's supposed to be, but then you had no safety help over the top. So that's either Jarek Reeds blows that on the backside by not creeping back over there to the seam, or Okada wasn't supposed to crawl down there that short on the play. So one of the two guys there messed that up. Shotgun look here for O'Connell. Threatening down at the 11-yard line of the Seattle Seahawks. Nice spin move there by Tyreek Smith. O'Connell dancing around. He's just going to throw it away. He does a lot of the throwing it away in the pocket crap. He's not throwing it to anybody over there. Why isn't that a intentional grounding? This guy does not want to get hit. I'll tell you what, O'Connell is. He's got the spaz out, I'm going to throw it ball. I think I'm going to get sacked thing down pat. Second down and 10. 10-11 to go here in the second quarter. Ball at the 11-yard line in Seahawks territory. Hand off inside here out of the read option look. Nice job there. On the tackle, Bell. Anthony Bell came up and made a nice hit in the hole there to stop him initially, and then it was cleaned up by Peely afterwards. Went a whole lot of nowhere here. Seahawks have a chance to hold him to a field goal attempt. Four-man front from the Seahawks. Shotgun look with 3 wide receivers to the far side of the field for O'Connell. We got a false start there by the Raiders. Doesn't go called for some weird reason. And that'll be incomplete. Errant throw there. Drake Thomas, I think, in coverage. Is that O'Connell? O'Connell in coverage, sorry. Incomplete. 3rd down and long. Raiders got away with a false start on that play. Pretty blatant one at that. My man was practically moonwalking into the pocket prior to the snap. Nice coverage there, O'Connell. Field goal attempt for Daniel Carlson, 34 of 40 last year. He pumps it up through the uprights, 7-3 Seahawks. Mungles, thank you for 6 months as a Hawks Nest member. He joins in on the chorus out there saying, Robbie Oots is the GOAT. Oots, 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 Oots. Let's go. Let's go, Oots. HHG, thank you for 23 months, almost 2 years as a Hawks Nest member. Says Monday is the big day. Officially 30. A new decade. Yeah, it's 30 isn't the bad one. 40 it gets real. 40 starts to get real. You still got the 30 where you're 10 yards. You got that 10 years. I'm still kind of a kid. I'm still kind of I'm a young man, but I'm still got to. Then it's by that 4-0 it gets real. So you got still 10 years there of some fun time to play with. You know, before your grandpa, before your boomer. You know, you got 10 years left on that. Enjoy it. Enjoy that time. Happy birthday, HHG. I hope you're doing well out there, brother. Jordan, thank you for the $5 donation as well. He says, look how much a consistent run game helps the offensive line. Great point. One that I haven't mentioned up until this point, but one that should have been mentioned up until this point. A lot of the reason that you're seeing the play action here working with Locke early on, and that's really neutralizing the Raiders on these drives for the most part with the pass rush, is because they're respecting the run. And it makes a defense have to be a bit of a step slow on reacting to that and being Johnny on the spot. First, like last year, when they could pin theirs back, when they could go full throttle off the jump, rushing the passer right off the start. And it's a very small thing, but football is such a matter of just an eye blink of time is a long time in the middle of a play that you provide your offensive line that eye blink, and they can look so much more better. And this is why this line is going to look much better this year, just based off the kind of scheme you're going to run, the commitment you have to the run. It will absolutely be the case. But well spotted on your part, Jordan. I couldn't agree more. Megan, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, He-Man Warrior? Doesn't everyone say it like that, or is it just me? I'm glad I'm not the only one. I was going, you look at it if you kind of pronounce it a certain way. I did a thumbnail today on my Clips channel, Megan, with I took He-Man and I put Nick and Mawari's face on He-Man and then put He-Man Warrior in the title, pronounced He-Man Warrior in the title. Kickoff here by the Raiders. It's going to go into the end zone. Yeah, just down that. If somebody kicks in the end zone, I'm taking 35-yard line every time. Thank you very much. He says, laughing out loud, but Terminator works too. I can go with either one. I just think He-Man Warrior's got a bit of a ring to it, doesn't it? It's got a little bit of a unusual flavor to it. So many Terminator's been used by a few different people, I feel like, a little bit. Like even Will Anderson's known as the Terminator. That's his nickname a little bit. But I can be talked into either too. All right, we got a two tight end look here for the Seattle Seahawks to start this off. Under center's Locke. He's going to throw it out on a little bubble screen out there to Tyreek Young. He just can't get it out there to him. Did Drew kind of might have sidearmed one he didn't need to sidearm there. He's trying to get the ball out so fast. Just kind of short-armed it a little bit, it felt like, and how that ball came out. 2nd down and 10. Come on, Drew. Drops back to pass. Ball's going to be knocked down at the line of scrimmage. Yeah, getting a little sloppy here for the Seahawks over the last couple of plays. Third down and 10. This is where you don't want to be in this offense. Three wide. Seahawks try to set up a screen. Holani dips around the first tackler, and he's out in space, and he's moving well. Nice big gain down the field by Holani. And it's been a very common theme tonight that when he gets the ball and he's got a defender bearing down on him quickly just upon getting the ball, be it through the catch or after the handoff, he's got a little move, a little dead leg, a little hesitation, a little hezzy, and he's able to just dip right around that defender, make that key broken tackle to free himself, and get down the field and go make the play. The Raiders weren't bringing a blitz there. You just beat him on a 4-man front with a pure, nice, well-executed screen, but a great job there by Holani. He's been the star of this first half. Back under center here is Drew Lock, play action pass. He's looking down the field. He's got a man open, and he's loose. Tyreek Young down the field all the way to the 13-yard line. Wide open off the play action. Back to the point that was just raised a few moments ago by our kind guy that was donating in the chat here. Where did I lose you out here? Jordan. As Jordan mentioned just a second ago, there is a shining example there of how that play action under center stuff can just really freeze that defense just a little bit with their pass rush. And then Drew Lock looks like he's got all day. Ball at the 14-yard line. Lock back under center. I formation look here. Damian Martinez dips around the first tackler in the backfield, driving hard. He's a strong man, and he's going to get himself carved out 4 yards on this play on a tough run. 7:40 to go here in the second quarter. Seahawks up 7-3, looking to stamp in their second touchdown of the half. Kubiak's got 2 pens on either side of his head. That's where you know he's in maximum mastermind mode. That brain is working overdrive right now. He's got Neuralink on one side. Another handoff inside to Martinez. Nowhere to really go there. The linebacker meets him right in the hole and rides him to the ground there after about a gain of a yard or so. Third down and 6. Shotgun look for the Seahawks. 3 wide. Martinez goes in motion to make it 4 wide out. Empty look here. Locke dropping back to throw. Gets rid of it quickly. Nice catch. Nice run. In the end zone. Touchdown. Seahawks. Torrey Horton made the catch. And while he was making the catch, he spun nicely right on into the end zone. Because when he got done on the spin, he turned around and he was looking at the crowd and he was in the end zone. Nice catch, nice turn, nice throw by Locke, showing you again some of the arm strength there to fit that into a tight window. And a really nice ball placement on his part. Horton just makes the catch, backs up, spins around, and he's right on in the end zone there. Pretty little play by Horton, as he shows you why he's been one of the stars of training camp with a couple of catches early on today, but highly targeted here by Drew Lock in this first half to the tune of 6 targets here in this first half. We got a blocked extra point here by the Raiders, which will feebly blunder its way into the back of the end zone after a couple of rolls. No good. But your Seattle Seahawks take a nice strong lead here, 13-3. Let's go. 13-3. Yeah. Faye Lima, thank you for subscribing to the channel. I appreciate you for doing that, Faye. If you guys could for me, please do join Faye and sub on up today if you're not already. We're trying to get up over 20,000 subscribers this year. We're really knocking on the door. I feel like we're close. You can help us get over that line today, right now, here in now, by just hitting that subscribe button. It's all free, doesn't cost you anything, and I promise no clickbait videos. We won't fill up your feed. Wouldn't do that to you. But please do hit that like button if you get a chance. I really do appreciate it. R. Sanchez, thank you for another $5 donation as well, brother. Appreciate you for that. Jamal sitting on his $72 million, being the king of the second teamers. He's out there rolling around. He's got 3 tackles in this game so far, and he's being active and he's running. And you think back to a little bit of his hesitancy and being willing to play linebacker, and that many of us wondered if maybe that's at least a last gasp type of situation to go with on him in order to resurrect his career. And I think that maybe it just took the year to make his bones with that. But now he's gone to a situation where there's a real opportunity for him to go out there and play in this position and maybe find some success and utilize that kind of kinetic energy he can kind of play with from the linebacker position, just because it's really not going to be work with him as a safety. And it's those days are kind of over with, and the game's kind of changed in a lot of ways from when he was drafted for now what's required from those safeties. And it's kind of the brutal part. It's like, being a big man in the NBA at the time when everything started to twist towards, and you were like a post player and you were around the basket, and now suddenly the game's changed into this place where it's all about big men needing to shoot around the arc and dribble and all that. And you're going, man, the game just suddenly passed me by here. Wow, what just happened? So he's made the transition. You got to give him a tip of the cap for doing this. He's got the money. He's not doing it for money reasons. You're doing it for love of the game reasons at this point. That's for sure. And Jamal's out there running around. I like the fire he's playing with, at least. But we'll see if he gets up to starting here with them. That'll be the interesting part. Not like the linebackers are sitting on a big pile of really quality linebackers at this point. I mean, Devin White, he whiffed bad earlier in this game. Jermaine Pratt's good, but I guess that's the thing, is Jamal would have to play Mike at that point, wouldn't he? Yeah, he's sitting on the bench. Sanchez, he's sitting on the bench at that point. Kickoff will be driven back again, going back in the end zone. The Raiders are going to try to return this. Interesting decision. And Seahawks are going to take him down there. That's why. Yeah. If it drops you back in the end zone, Jay Harbaugh, please listen to me on this. Just have them down it. Take the ball at the 35-yard line. If a team is going to give you that opportunity, don't look the gift horse in the mouth. Just down in the end zone. You just saw the Raider there, 3 yards deep. I'm going to try to return it. I'm sure they're just trying to work on stuff for the Raiders. That's why they are returning it there. But if we get to regular season, you pooch it. And if they don't pooch it, you make them have them at the 35 every time. All right. Seahawks back out on the football field here. O'Connell and company back on the football field, again out in shotgun. They've been out there a lot here so far. Nice job with initial pressure off the edge, and then Bell cleans it up on the tackle on a quick completion. The pressure forced a quick throw, and Bell, who's had a very good camp for your Seattle Seahawks, trying to grab himself that extra safety position, comes up and makes a nice tackle. D'Anthony Bell's the name. 6 minutes and 4 seconds to go in the second quarter. Seahawks up 13-3. The ball on the 22-yard line in Raiders territory. 3 wide receiver look for the Raiders. Again in shotgun. Chip Kelly not mixing it up a lot here with that. Again, a 4-man from the Seahawks. They bring a little bit of a late blitz with Drake Thomas into the hole. It's well seen there by Drake Thomas. He went right into the hole where the run play was going. But Peely is the man who makes the play there. Peely's had a couple of nice tackles here in the run game in this half. A nose tackle you got your eye on with Peely that you really do hope can have this kind of camp, can play this well. Very energetic kid. But you just really would love to see it because not only do you want him to make that roster, but to take on a little bit more of that role of the nose tackle position, at least on a rotational snap basis. Why? So we can free up Byron Murphy. Double A gap mug pressure look here for the Seahawks on 3rd and 8. Shotgun from O'Connell and company. Actually, a double A gap with a guy between the double A gap pressure sitting over the top of the nose. And we might have a false start here. Tyreek Smith was shot out of a cannon on that play, and he felt like he had a sack in the making as he's jumping up and down. I think the Raiders might have. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. Oh, the Raiders called a timeout. That's their second timeout of the half. Play clock was no doubt probably winding down. Sports Talk with Jose Rodriguez. Thank you for 5 months as a Hawks Nest member and another one of our main mods on in the house. Hope you're doing well. So I'm getting myself an Oots jersey. Should probably know how to spell the name. Well, it's an unusual spelled name, though. You know, when you get the unusual spelled names, it takes me, Jose, at least, a good amount of, I got to see it like 20, 40 times before I'm going to have that click into my brain, especially my old ass brain. 3rd down and 8. Seahawks got 5-man dancing up around the line of scrimmage here. Throw in a little fire zone. They fall out of it, bring 2 from the high side. Pressure gets there. Picked off. Nehemiah Pritchett's got an interception. Woo! The flavor and spice is coming out of the Mike Macdonald defense. We do have a flag on the play, but it does look like maybe it is after the interception. That flavor and spice, second year, it's dialed up, ratcheted up, Spinal Tap 11 last year, training wheels no more. You start out with 5 men dancing up around the line of scrimmage. You peel off the linebacker, turning it into a 4-man front post snap. You then bring a safety and another corner up from the high side on a blitz post snap from a different hole position post snap. One of those guys gets in there free, forcing the throw to come out of the hand of O'Connell a little bit fast, forcing the interception, a bad interception at that. See what the flag is here on sportsmanlike conduct on the Seattle Seahawks. It's on Pritchett. Trying to figure out what the penalty's for. Maybe he took off his helmet or something. Oh, they're giving the interception. He's got the pick. So it ain't wiping off. Must have been post-play on that. But I'm guessing he must have flipped off taken his helmet off or something. But really cool for that kid, second-year kid out of Auburn, who you really are hoping are going to develop this year for you. And round out that depth in the cornerback room. He's got the talent. He's got the coverage skills. You can see he's got some ball skills there. Derek Hall. All right, Seahawks will take over here at the 41-yard line after the second interception on O'Connell. Drew Lock dropping back to throw. He'll throw it out here into the flat. He's got Damian Martinez. Martinez evades the first tackler, spins around on the second one, and is able to just stretch that play out nicely for it looks like about a 7 or 8 yard gain. Seahawks defense has been nails this first half. Interceptions, stops, a little bit of creativity mixed on in. Kubiak's got an opportunity here to grind this clock down through the second half point. Go get yourself some points. Come back into the second half of the ball. Lock back under center. Too wide. Hand off here to Martinez. He's going to be wrangled there right around the line of scrimmage, right near the first down, but he's going to be a little bit short here. And just like I was saying there with Kubiak here, this is where you want the offensive play caller to be aware of this in this situation. We have this opportunity here. You get a second and short. Come back to the run play. Maybe earlier you might have taken a shot on second down going, well, third down, we can just run it. Yeah, let's try to go keep this clock running. We got the Raiders with one timeout here. And looks like maybe the Hawks are going to take their own little timeout here, maybe potentially. That's the idea. You always want this a little bit not at the forefront of your play caller's mind, but at least a little bit in the back of your play caller's mind and what they're doing and why they're doing it. But Jose, you don't need to spell the name right. He can have as many Z's as he wants in that name, my man. As many as he wants. And they're not quite counting a timeout on the Hawks, but there had to have been a timeout somehow. The officials are just kind of standing around here a little bit. Simogen, thank you for the $20 donation. Simogen, very, very kind of you. I appreciate that. It says, this isn't a preseason game. They are playing like a week 1 through 3 season game. This is interesting. And both sides are going all out. Some great intensity in this game. I'll give you that. It doesn't feel necessarily like, I'm with you too. It doesn't necessarily feel preseason-y in the way that this is played. You don't feel like it's just, you're running just vanilla here so far. I like the way you put that, Simogen. And I think certainly from the Seahawks perspective, you have felt a physicality in camp and a willingness to, stay grinding on this running game and to stay with it. And that's what they've done. It's be an interesting place right here, 3rd and 1. This has been a little bit of an issue in recent years here. They're just going to go with the quarterback keeper, and Locke will take it for a first down. Little brotherly shove move there, and Locke does it well. Grabs himself about 3 yards on the play. Clock continues to wind down at 3:37. But Simogen, thank you for the $20 donation. And he says this isn't a preseason game. He says this is like week 1 through 3. Both sides going all out. No doubting right now. I think you can see this defense, the intensity is there. This offense, the intensity is there. Seahawks come right back out now here. 1st and 10. Ball at the 31-yard line. 3 tight end look for them. 13 personnel. Play action pass. Lock rolling out. Wanted to get to Emawari. It isn't there. Comes back to Emawari here late. A nice little catch there for 4 or 5 yards. Defender just kind of fell off Emawari after initially having him tightly covered there on the sideline. Lock patiently waited for it to clear out and then found him. Clock will continue to roll. Do what you want. But I love it, Simogen, going all out. You want to be prepared for week 1. You have so many teams out there that run these cupcake camps, Simogen, and that they're trying to protect their players, and they're worried about injuries at every turn. And in doing that, they create this kind of soft, pillowy softness to their team that just doesn't leave them prepared for the regular season for the intensity that's required. 2 wide receiver look here. Handoff. Going to Martinez. Nice little cut, and then he kind of rolls up there. We've got a flag on the play. Martinez looked like he was just about to put the ignition switch down on that one and just kind of fell and rolled there right at that spot. It's going to be a flag holding on the play, so this will bring up 2nd down. Looks like Jalen Sundell got clipped there for the hold. Jalen like, what'd I do? What? I didn't do nothing. Fortunately, here it looks like the Hawks are going to have to call a play. They got the play call like right on that. Yeah, I just call it timeout. Timeout. Oh, they let us get away with it. Wow. They kind of let us get away with it because the play clock for us was ticking faster than it was ticking closer to the 0 than the 2-minute warning was. Hit the play clock before the 2-minute warning clock hit, but the officials kind of let us get away with it. That was weird. Nice job here by Kubiak and company, though, of bleeding this clock in this second half. Part of what you do offensively here is you control the clock, as you protect your defense. Defense is playing so well. 2 interceptions here. Hey, how about we just take a possession away? How about we don't give them another possession at the end of half? How about that? Simogen, you are the man. I appreciate you that $20 donation. You guys, I can't even catch up on my donos here. I'm trying, I swear. So if you've done a dono, I'm going to catch up on it here. We'll get it at half for sure. But you guys have been so amazing and kind today as ever on these donos. I can't even catch up to the other side of it. But thank you for the $20 donation, and very well said on your part. You guys are, as always, eagle eye catching and watching what's going on here, and at times catching the details that I'm not even seeing on this that are absolutely there. Kyle from South Park. Good to see you in the house. Thank you for the $5 donation. Which number are you retiring? Only one. 54, 25, 24, 29, 31, 89. Ooh, 89 is a good ad. Kyle, that's a real good ad. I like that ad. I do. Or number 3. Well, for me on this, it's actually going to be a very easy, this is going to be an easy one for me to select, Kyle. On the surface of it, would be difficult to go through those to come to the right one, but for me, it's very, very simple. And it's going to be Bobby Wagner for me. Because in Bobby Wagner's case, this is a guy that, if he had it his way, he'd be retiring a Seattle Seahawk. He's not in Seattle right now, not because he's not willing to take a couple ducats less to be in Seattle, or that he performed badly at any point in time when he was here. He's a guy who is going to be a Hall of Famer. He's a guy who probably should have played, almost, pretty much his whole career should have been here for the most part. And of all those guys, he is going to be the highest guy at his position all time in where he is rated. You take safeties, you take cornerbacks, you take a wide receiver. There's no player on that list who is going to be rated higher for his individual position historically within the NFL than Bobby Wagner. I think there's a strong argument to be made right now that Bobby Wagner is the 3rd all-time best inside linebacker in the sport. Maybe higher, maybe a spot lower, but right in that area. Right in that area. So I go Bobby pretty easily on this one, Kyle. I think with all of those other ones, there's just separate reasons why you wouldn't retire the number, but you would put them in the Ring of Honor. All of them go in the Ring of Honor, no doubt there. But all of them have a reason why you wouldn't go beyond that. 2nd and 16, shotgun look here for Locke. He gets away for a second here. Woo! Oh! Locke does a really good job of getting himself climbing to the top of the pocket, buying a little bit of extra time there, and then able to fit the ball into his wide receiver, White. But White, for the second time this half, just not able to quite reel in the ball. White not having the best half here to begin things. You took a hard hit there, but you got to reel that in, kid. Locke did a good job there putting that ball in the right spot. It's tough. That's a hard hit. You can see Cody getting up there going, oh. So it wasn't like he was just lightly tapped. 3rd and 16. Take the completion. There you go. Nicely done, Drew. Back to that situation we saw earlier this half, and I don't know if that's just a call they'll throw down to the check down there. Hopefully it was by Kubiak just saying, take the check. But you're 3rd and forever. You're not likely to get the first down. Make this a little easier for Myers to try to punch this in for a field goal now at this point from Locke's perspective of things. Smartly done. The Raiders are going to use their last time out here of the half. I like that on their part. Great question there, Kyle. Great question. I'll put them all in the Ring of Honor. I'll do that. But for the ones that you actually retire the numbers, those are the ones you got to do few and far between. Those are for the ones that are, to me, like Bobby, all time at their position. War Chief Jonah, thank you for the $5 donation. It says Nick's nickname is the King Chess Piece. I like it. That's my vote. The King Chess Piece. We'll put it in there. I'll add to the board. It doesn't have a phonetic ring to it, but it does. It carries meaning. So I get the deeper meaning there on that one. Meyer set up here for a field goal right down the middle of the two hashes here where he's aligned. Kick's going to go up and drift left, and he sneaks it right in past the left upright there for a made field goal. Seahawks go up 16-3 here in the second quarter. This is a nice little healthy kick there. He had to get that from a bit far out. Those kickers usually like it over there in that left hash versus right down the middle. The power of the stash on Drew Lock is working wonders. Seahawks got themselves a nice healthy lead this half. We'll see if the Raiders can carve something out with a minute 42. And wait, I thought they called their last timeout. Why'd they suddenly have 2 timeouts when they had... Okay, they've given the Raiders an extra timeout for some reason. I don't know what's happened. They should be down to none and they have 2. I don't know what's going on here. All right, the King Chess Piece. I'm putting it on the board. We're eventually going to have to run a poll on this, but the King Chess Piece. Okay, I'm with the War Chief. I can be signed up on that one, my man. Thank you for the donation. Appreciate you. Shona Breckenridge, thank you for subscribing to the channel and heeding the call. I appreciate you for doing that as well, helping us grow here bit by bit, getting closer to that 20,000 mark. We're just locking right in. Raiders learned their mistake last time. They're going to now down the ball in the end zone on this kick and take over the 35-yard line. So Seahawks not doing any real pooch kicking in the kickoff game. They're just sending it deep here. See if that's going to be the strategy that holds up once we get to the regular season as well. Steel Cage, thanks for the $2 donation. I don't think Clint's going to be here long. Yeah, I get what you mean with that. I get what you mean with that. So sometimes you say that phrase, Steel, and it's like, yeah, can't get it out fast enough. But this guy is, I think, going to be that kind of play caller to where, his ascent to becoming a head coach of any of the guys we've had here recently, from Waldron's to anybody. Tyreek Smith with a great get off there. Nice throw by O'Connell. He finds his man who's drigging down to the ground here. We do have a flag on the play, though. And this might come back where that's how what happened to Tyreek Smith, where Tyreek looked like he beat that tackle's behind. All right, we'll see if that's on. And then maybe that's the only way that tackle was able to recover. Tyreek with some really nice get off. One of the package pieces, by the way, of Russell Wilson trade, interesting enough, returning back for a second tour of duty here. And I don't know if they're showing Marshawn Lynch right now, so I don't know if it's that, but I want to say that's probably what happened there on that play. A lot of flags here for the Raiders in this first half. That's for sure. .134 to go in this second quarter. Ball at the 25-yard line. O'Connell dropping back to throw. He's got a player in his face. And nice play out there in coverage. Was that Nehemiah Pritchett again? Yes, it was. O'Connell just tried to throw a trust ball out there on a 9 route, and Pritchett was all over it. Nice job by Pritchett, too. Starts out in press coverage there. Nice feed off the line of scrimmage. Gets a little bit of a press there to stay close. Comes through the man with the technique. See, he's driving up, arm through with the technique there, not going into the man, but coming up through. If the ball's coming down, you're just coming right up through the arm, through sort of the chest of the receiver up here, but you're not actually making the, PI contact. 2nd and 20 now. Throw over the middle, wide open, big hole in the Seahawks defense there. That's going to be close to a first down. Clock's going to continue to roll, and it will be a first down there for Ishmael. No, just short. 3rd and 1 now. Raiders dropping back to throw. They're going to let it loose here on a quick little throw and catch. That will be a first down there. Little rub route. Where O'Connell's got to be pretty comfortable in this case, where he's played a lot of football in this league and a lot of 2-minute drills. Going up against these backups, these Seahawks, all sucking a little bit of wind here. First game of the season. Even if you're in football shape, it's tough to in this football shape at this time. Carroll is already working them officials. He's on it. But Steel Cage, back to your donation on the $2 dono for Clint. I think you see this guy have the success that I'm expecting he's going to have. He will become one of those next hot commodities out there in the coaching market in the NFL. It's the downside of this is that you get a good one and they're going to get taken. And that's where you come back to, does your head coach have a very intelligent process for hiring offensive coordinators? Or did he just happen to luck out on a particular hire? And I think that Macdonald's learned a lot from the Grubb situation, and he pivoted correctly to Clint. And if it was that Clint was to move on, he'd pivot to the next one correctly as well. But hopefully we can have Clint here for a while, and hopefully if it does mean that he does go on to become a head coach, it's on the back of us having a Super Bowl run. Yeah, that part would be cool, Steel Cage. But yeah, it's been a very well-called game here this opening half. I'm very impressed. I love what I'm seeing. And I'm jacked for what this is going to look like in the regular season. I know it's the Raiders. I know it's the opening game of the season, but you can already just feel, to me, just so much more of a settling down almost with this under center stuff, and not just everything living in shotgun. Everything just feels a little more settled. And the Raiders are going to get the benefit here of the clock getting stopped. Dropping back to throws, O'Connell. It's like the hot corner there wanted to have a PI called. Ends up going incomplete on the play on a little bit of a drifted throw there from O'Connell. O'Connell's got a lot of the Jimmy Garoppolo in him, where he just sometimes feels like he just does not want to be hit. And so his throwing motion just has him sometimes really just, things get drifty a little bit with him, where he just isn't really committing to throw it. It's like he's kind of like bracing himself. Nice pass rush here by the Hawks. Tyreek Smith bearing down as he has a couple of times in this half, creating pressure. He was there again on that play. Man's been a bit of a monster coming off that edge of this half. Really good job there, because the tackle actually got a great jump set that time to take that first step quickness he's been bringing to play. And he sort of countered with a little instep to get the tackle drifting back with his weight inside, so then he could hit him with the bull rush. Nice job there. We're just sensing what the tackle's doing across from him for a kid that's now getting to be a couple years in this league here. And boy, he's getting a good opportunity this half. 3rd down and 10, 47 seconds to go in the second quarter. O'Connell directing traffic. Seahawks showing a blitz. Morris coming. Here they are. Oh, they completed for a first down. Nice job by O'Connell. He stood tall there. He had to hang there for a second for that stop route to hit, and knew where he could go with the football. 30 seconds to go here in the second quarter. O'Connell again guiding traffic. A lot of time clicking off the clock here with 2 timeouts here for the Raiders. Handoff inside. And they just must have made their peace in this whole situation. They're going to go with the field goal, but I don't know if I like this management of the clock by the Raiders here. Kind of a strange situation here. You take a timeout now, you got 1 left with 21 seconds. I mean, all you're doing right now is chipping away to try to just get into the edge of the field goal range at this point. Kind of interesting. They did play Genty, Paulie. Yep. He got a couple carries. He didn't do anything fantastical. 2nd down and 7. Connell in shotgun, 3 wide. Seahawks, a lot of players up around the line of scrimmage right now. Not even really threatening a blitz, just single high look on the backside with the safeties. Everybody kind of drifting around the line of scrimmage here. They're going to bring a blitz. O'Connell feels it. Can't quite get the throw in the right place there, though. Incomplete. Williams again barking over at the referee saying, come on, man. Give me an offensive PI. This guy's doing way too much. 3rd down, 18 seconds remaining to go in the second quarter here. Seahawks up 16-3. Raiders right on the outside edge of field goal range. Probably could use another 5 yards to feel like they got it there, especially on that side of the field. Timeout by the Seahawks here, the first one of the half for them. Megan, thank you for the $2 donation. So I wasn't sure about Horton at first. I am now. He's looking good, Megan. He's looking good. I'm glad that they're featuring him like this because this is an extension of what people have been seeing with him in training camp too. And that's where I say these guys that ascend into the regular season, this doesn't just begin as a process of game one, they suddenly pop. It's that they've been balling out OTAs, that they've been balling out in mini camps, that they're balling out in training camp, they're balling out in preseason games, and then you see them also balling out in the regular season games. It's one leads to the other that leads to the other. And Horton is going through that process right now. He is. And it should get people jacked. This guy, we might have just found one of our starting wide receivers in the future here and what he can bring to the table. 18 seconds to go, 3rd and 7. Trips formation to the short side of the field for the Raiders. Seahawks got 5-6 men up around the line of scrimmage. Mike Morris standing up as a spinner roll. He creates a little bit of pressure there. They complete the ball out on the edge, but it's a very short completion at that. Maybe like 3 or 4 yards there to the tight end. And the Raiders are going to try to get a field goal out here as they don't have any timeouts. It's just that they're not updating the graphic on the bottom, I'm guessing. And the field goal attempt is up. Missed field goal there by the Raiders. Graphics people, somebody's going to get fired. Graphics people still are showing 2 timeouts for the Raiders. There was obviously not any timeouts there for them. And Raiders had to haphazardly try to run the field goal unit onto the field goal right at the end of half. So very, very strong half for your Seattle Seahawks coming away here at 16-3. The defense looking very, very stout. A lot for us to unpack here at halftime alone here just to discuss. Let me try to catch up on a couple of these donos. You guys have been amazing, and I'm super behind, so I'm sorry about that, but I will get caught up. The HHG, thank you for the $5. Man, we're already looking better. And these are the 2s playing. Can't wait to see what happens with the 1s. Great point. This is not the number 1s out there. These are not your prime stock running right now. They sometimes say a great measurement of a very good team is how that team's 2s can play against another team's 2s, or another team's 3s can play against that team's 3s. And if you're dominating that, if those guys are basically winning that by and large, it's good. It's a good omen for what that team can be in from a just totality standpoint when it gets to the season, because you are going to call upon the depth, especially in this day and age with so many of the extra games, with the Thursday night games and all of that. But they're looking really good across the line right now, HHG. The offensive line blocked really well in that half. You didn't have as much success with Martinez as you were able to have with Hololani, but you still end up with Locke having a couple of just kind of dead runs too. 16 carries, 75 yards. 4.7 yard per carry average when it's all said and done. Again, a lot of that's coming on Hololani, and 2 of those were the big runs for him. But it had an impact. You could feel the impact it was having on the defense and what it was putting them in as far as having to honor that running game in this on the play action stuff. And it's going to work really well as we move into the season. This offense is legitimate. This offense is the real deal. I was begging for one offensive coordinator this offseason to be brought to your Seattle Seahawks. Just one guy. I got asked by all my people in the chat, who do you want? Give us a name. Give us a list. Give us a couple of guys. I said, I got one guy for you. And I didn't do that because this is just some guy that, you weirdly kind of fall fascinated with. And it's because he was by and large the best candidate, the perfect candidate, the right candidate for this stadium, the conditions you play in, the right offensive coordinator to pair with Mike Macdonald so that both of what they do on either side of the ball melds well together. It all comes together well, and he brings that. You're feeling that even in this game, I think, even with Drew Lock and what he's been doing, and what a great half. What a great start just out the beginning of this preseason here in this NFL season. It doesn't mean anything, but it is a good vibe kind of situation to look at and go, okay, here we go. I'm seeing the dream here a little bit. You know what I mean? And hey, what do we get in the second half? We're going to get a lot of Milrow. We're going to get ourselves a lot of Milrow. Strap yourself in, folks. It's going to get wet. Peter Hoffmeister, thank you for subscribing to the channel, Peter. I appreciate you for doing that, heeding that call. Thank you for that very much. Michael Hyde, thanks for the $5 donation. Says, yeah, damn, Horton just cooked them up. Anyways, I like how Coobs has called the offense so far. Seems very balanced run and pass. Go Hawks. Go Hawks. Well put on your part. How often did you feel like in that first half? I mean, this is at least how I felt about it. We'll see if you guys were on the same page. How often did you feel in that first half when Drew Lock was walking up the line of scrimmage, especially under center, that you could tell whether or not it was going to be a run or a pass? That you will, oh, this is definitely a run. Oh, this is definitely a pass. To me, with his play calling in that half, there was a lot of kind of, I'm not quite sure of what I'm getting play in and play out. Part of what helps that play action stuff and all of that and the honoring of the run and all that, but also that we just don't quite know what's coming post snap and it all looks the same. First drive, you start out with a lot of shotgun stuff. Second drive, then you come back with the 2 tight end stuff. But both of those 2 drives, all the way throughout those drives, it's all looking the same. And then you're calling different turns off of the same kind of looks on both of those 2 drives. But very nice. Very nice. And Horton, how about Torrey Horton? We're talking about Emma Wari becoming maybe a star. Frank finally having Gray Zabel with the best left guard we've had here since Hutchinson. All these good players. Jalen Milrow, maybe the quarterback of the future, maybe the best of the bunch, will turn out to be Torrey Mother Effin Horton. Wouldn't that be wild? But thank you, Michael. I appreciate you, man. And what a cool thing that will be if Horton can develop in that way. He's got the goods. Kyle from South Park, thank you for the $2 donation. The starters look massive on the sideline. You've gone to the Baltimore way, to your point on this, Kyle. And the Baltimore way is you have teams that want to lean to be smaller, faster, quicker, athletic. You want to have an identity of what you want to be. And Baltimore is bully ball. It has been bully ball in Baltimore for many a year. That's how they operate. And that is what Mike Macdonald is bringing with him to this team. The physicality, the size, the length. These are the type of, especially defensively speaking, this is the type of team you're going to try to create here. You can even feel it, I would say, Kyle, from the kid that I was watching on the sidelines. I was right down there at the scrimmage. I'm one row up from the Seahawks sideline, so I can be really close to this guy, get a feel for the size of him. Riley Mills is a big boy. That's another one that's just another guy that's just, like from the Mike Morris school of just big. Just look at him and just go, he's just big. He's just a massive, massive man. But that's the type of team you're building. It's going to be one that's going to be of a bigger variety in this way. Not you won't have places that you'll have speed, and that there's going to be positions you're going to value that. But when it comes to inside, when it comes to front seven, when it comes to your edges, you're going to look for the big, and you're going to look for the bad. Jordan, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, I've seen enough. Let's go, Jordan. Let's go, Jordan. Appreciate you, man. Thanks for all the donations. Megan, thank you for the double dip $2 donations. She says, 11B? Hell no. We are. Hear us roar. I think we are 13. We are 12. That's what you were trying to write in there. It cut out your little deal there. She says, 11B? Hell no. We are 12. Hear us roar. I can hear you. Well, wait, hold on. Let me see if I can hear it. Can you hear it, folks? Can you hear the roar? I can hear the roar. I can hear the roar. Maggie says, we are 12. So excited I can't spell. I get it. After that, I have a lot to be excited about, Megan. We go up to a 12 here. Why don't you have 10? Just be 12. And then when it goes to 10, it goes to 12. This one goes to 12. This one goes to 12. Feeding More Seahawks, thank you for the $2 donation. Don't know if you've noticed it, But Arroyo has some nice blocking. I've admittedly not been able to concentrate on that as much. I probably should. I'll be trying to watch for that, maybe on the rewatch, kind of keep my eyes on that with Arroyo. Feed me and see what I can pull away from what he's doing in the game on that. But wouldn't surprise me. Maybe he's a little bit of a helpful part on some of those runs you were springing, especially in that second drive where you did a lot of the two tight ends out there and what you were doing. But it's also got the ball well in that first half. Got Arroyo with 2 targets, 2 catches, 14 yards. Not used a ton, but did well with what you asked him to kind of do. Michael Austin, thank you for celebrating 8 months as a Hawks Nest member. I really appreciate you for that. What's up, Brando? Love the content, and let's go Hawks. Let's go Hawks, brother. Let's go. Good to see you back in the fray on in here, and thank you for that long-time support. I really appreciate the kind words. It's really great to get back in the season and get a lot of familiar faces coming back in the house. You've been out for summer, you've been out vacationing, but you know it's about time to lock in. You got the eye paint on, you're taping up the fingers. You're doing it right. I love it. Love it. Simogen, thank you for another double dip, another $20 donation from Simogen. My goodness. Thank you. Very, very kind of you, Simogen. Very kind of you. Thank you so much, man. And again, y'all, I can't get even caught up in my donations. You guys are so kind with so many of them. I really, really thank you for that. Just thank you. I recently got into football due to my TSGT being into it and created the fantasy league for my squadron last year. I'm running the league now and get crapped on for running almost all Seahawks. Well, maybe this is the year, Simogen, that they're going to actually reward you for going all Hawks. And look, this is an inevitability, brother. If you are going to someone that's new in the fold on this with football, as you have a team and as you get into fantasy, any true fan of a team in their heart inevitably goes down a dark path that they cannot avoid. They don't want to do it. They know it's not the right thing to do. They know that they should remove their biases and look at it as 32 NFL teams and the best players from the individual teams, but this is the human nature of being a fan of that one team. And that is that you're going to go Homer style when it comes to drafting fantasy day. You're going to end up with 3 or 4 Seattle Seahawks on your roster. And it's one I wish I could say there's a way to get around it, but it happens to all of us. I think last year I got it down to 2 or 3, and that was good for me. It's always that pull, You're going, this guy, this round here, I know it's happening this time. Come on. No, I know what's happening for this guy here now. So I feel that pull, Simogen, on that. I totally feel how that pull goes. It happens to me, and I'll tell you what happens I'm telling you, every Hawk person in this chat right now is going, yeah, I'm always going to grab a couple. I got Kenneth Walker again, 3rd straight year. I never learn. It's kind of one of those things. But I get it. It's the human nature of this and being that fan of that team, and that you just like, no, this year's the year, and I'm going to take advantage of that. Because what's more better than having your team go out and win the division and go on a championship run? Having your team go out and win the division and go on a championship run while you also win your fantasy league on the back of having those same said players that went on the championship run onto your fantasy roster. I mean, if that's not Shangri-La, if that is not a total eclipse of the sun of fantasy leagues, I don't know what is. But good luck fighting that nature. It's one that Simogen is like fighting sleep after going without rest for 3 days. You just can't help yourself. You're going to put your hand in that cookie jar. And you're probably going to get slapped for it. But boy, if it works out, it's a beautiful thing. If it goes right, then you look brilliant. But I'm glad you're getting into football in this way. It's a wonderful sport. It's my favorite sport. There's so much about it that's so very interesting and so much depth to get into. And every year it just expands a little bit more in what it is and what it, how much more depth you can get into to understand it that much better. I'm constantly learning. There's never a point where you figured it all out. And that's what's great about it. First, I think some other sports, there's things where you can kind of get to the end of it and we're like, okay, I kind of know everything that's going on here a little bit. And this one, it's not that same way. But good luck to you this year. Be the winner in that squadron. And lean out of that homer as much as you can. Just allow yourself one Hawk pick and then just bail off that. You went, okay, I got my one. I'm you got to like self self-discipline on this one, Simogen, where you just force yourself, you go, no, I get one this year. That's all I get. Any round I can pick, it could be the first round, it could be the 7th, 8th, 10th round. I get one Seattle Seahawks this year. I'm limited to that. Or just go all in on the homer. That's the other way you can go with it too, man. But thank you, Simogen. I appreciate, man, the big time donations and the double dip at that, brother. Best of luck to you in fantasy this year. I'm going to try again this year myself. I've not been able to break through the last few years, though. I've been good. Much like our Seahawks, I haven't been great. Benson DeWalt, thank you for the $2 donation. Benson, good to see you in the house too, brother. A Mariners and Seahawks win will make my day. How about the Mariners today, getting it into extra innings, making us nervous? Yeah, you already started out the series nicely with Chicago, but able to get there and go, man, this is a team you want to just be beaten up on a little bit. You want to just keep stacking the wins with this lineup reinvention that you got into place. Able to carve out that win, able to just get yourself to that win through the extra innings, put another dub up on the board, and hopefully our Mariners can go out there and make some playoff noise this year. And the Seahawks doing the same thing, like you say, Benson. It would be a most wonderful thing. We don't have a lot of sports anymore in this town necessarily with the what we do. We got the hockey back now, but it would be nice to get a couple in the same year, wouldn't it, Benson? It really would. Well said. Come on, Hawks, let's get this dub. And we're just about to kick off the second half here. Nolan, thank you for the $2 donation. It says classic Pete clock management. Yeah, that was a kind of one of those Pete moments there that I did have issues with Pete at times with the clock management, especially at the end with him, and sometimes how he was utilizing these drives and what you were doing around the clock. And there was a lot of kind of just messing around and wasting time by the Raiders on that final drive. And some of the play calling was also just a little bit odd to me and what we saw from him on that too. But that is a little bit of something I did feel like we got with Pete a little bit at the end too, a little bit. This kickoff will land at the 3 and be taken up from there. And ridden down at about the 22, 23 yard line. It's not, who is that there? Is that Martinez? Martinez there. He's been okay. That's Martinez on that. But well said, Nolan. That's something that is a little bit of something you get with Pete that can be a bit frustrating sometimes. Kyle, thanks for the $2 donation. Mike Mack looks so much more comfortable this year. He really does. And it makes sense, doesn't it? Just the fact that you have a guy that's just a first-time head coach, and then that's enough. But then being a first-time head coach in the NFL, that's enough. Read option look here for Jalen Milroe. He'll give it inside here to the running back. We'll take it forward there. Right, Jerkadia right there for a nice 12-yard gain up the middle. He was able to hold the edge crashing down there was Milroe, and because the edge had to hold, that left the opening on the back door there for the running back to come right through. You see the power of that read option with a quarterback that can be dangerous off the edge, right off the jump here with Jalen Milroe. But not just the youngest head coach, not just the first-time head coach, but the youngest first-time head coach in the NFL. I mean, all three of those things are enough to make any of us wet ourselves. Again, back in shotgun. Milroe dropping back. Run that sucker. Run that sucker. He is going to use his legs and gets a nice little 11-yard gain, elongating the run by just getting a little lateral at one point. We do have a flag on the play. Might have somebody down there blocking in a way they shouldn't have been blocking. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be holding on Seattle. There'll be a repeat of first down there. Milroe showing you those legs, though. He's got them legs. But Kyle, second year in, and you had all those factors in play I just spoke about, Kyle, and then you're also getting a guy coming back now who had success in that first year with all of that unknown. And that's got to embolden you in your confidence. That's got to make you feel better. Third shotgun look in a row here for Jalen. Drop back to throw. Raiders are going to bring a little 5-man fire zone blitz. He throws back underneath the Bobo for a short little gain. And a more comfortable guy, just a guy feels like he can just kind of do what he wants at that point, not restricted in the least, and he shouldn't. I hope he operates off that confidence because, he's earned the right to do so and be here. It's hard for coaches to have that much initial success like he did. I think you kind of got the goods if you're going to have that a little bit. I think he does. They'll give him 5 yards on that. Nice healthy spot by the officials. Thank you, officials. Shotgun again here. Handoff inside. And quickly swallowed up right around the line of scrimmage here as the running back. Nothing doing there, but maybe a yard or two. Megan, thank you for the $2 donation. Says that kick made Jason Myers look brilliant, laughing out loud. Boy, did it ever. That was a brutal kick. I don't know if Daniel Carlson needs like an extra 5 seconds normally to get himself set, but he doesn't do good with the rushing out there with the clock ticking down. Probably makes it hard on a kicker. 3rd and 14, Milroe dropping back to pass. He's looking. Lets this one go just a little bit late. Raider player almost gets his hands on it for a close, I'm going to call it a near miss interception there, but ball came out a little bit funky there from Milroe. Derek Young didn't exactly run the greatest stop route there. He took about 8 steps to finally come back on that comeback route. You'd like that to be a little bit snappier on your transition there with the wide receiver. You're really allowing the cornerback to see the telegraph kind of stop. You know, you're pushing up the field and they're coming back. And if you're doing too much there on the slowdown phase, you're going to telegraph the comeback. Punt here lands at the 25-yard line. A little bit of room to work with here for the Raider returner. He'll take it up to the 35-yard line where they'll go from there. Thank you, Megan. Appreciate all of your donos today on that. And yeah, Myers, definitely a better kicker than Carlson, I'd say. Detail-oriented Bobby, thank you for the $2 donation. Mike Macdonald is fired up and taking charge. You know, he's got to feel good about his defense playing as well as they played in that first half and being stout throughout. Even when the Raiders were down there knocking on the door around the end zone, that they were able to curtail that and keep them to a field goal. At the end of the half, keep them out of basically field goal range. Carlson's trying to kick this super long field goal, and down at that end of the field, trying to kick a field goal from that hash mark, by the way, it's just a little bit windier down there with the open end. That's a tougher place to hit those kind of kicks. That's part of why it looks so bad down there. So McDonald's got to feel great about that defense for this being the first step, especially considering that this is not the starters, as someone mentioned below there, Bobby. These are your backups. These are your third string guys. And now, granted, the Raiders are kind of pairing that back with you to the other side, but it's still having those guys playing at that high level when they come in is a good sign towards your depth. And overall, how good you can be as a football team, I think. Robert Hale, thank you for the $5 donation, Robert. He says, very impressive start. Seahawks are back, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Excellent start to the season here. A good first step. This is the right kind of first step. Let's carry this through the rest of this game, but just what we want to see, Robert. Just what we want to see, my man. Thank you. Appreciate the donation. Outdoor for Life, thank you for the $2 donation. I've been impressed with the O-line. I have too. I don't think that we have given up a single sack here yet today, as I check. That is correct. So you have 24 dropbacks to pass in this game for your Seattle Seahawks. You have no sacks. You have one. Count them. On 24 dropbacks, one quarterback hit. You are right now averaging 4.8 yards per carry and running the football. So I think when you break it down on that, these are the things that we want to see some improvement from. Can we run the ball? Can we be more consistent in running the ball? Can we be a little bit better in pass protection? Early on, the answer has been yes and yes. Stimpy, thank you for 23 months, almost 2 years as a Hawks Nest member. I really appreciate that long-time support. He says Peely has made a few plays. Do you think he could help the nose tackle position enough where Murphy doesn't have to all the time? Yes, well spotted on your part. And he is definitely a pure nose tackle. He wouldn't be a 3-tech that's kind of playing over their nose if you got to force him into it. He is a nose tackle, pure and simple. He is a guy, as we talk about, how do those guys get to the place of actually making impact? Kind of read option, look at a shotgun here, hand up the middle for about 4 yards for the Raiders here. And that is the stacking up of days in the offseason, stacking up of days even going back to last year. I think we had Peely a little bit last year. But he's been good throughout training camp. To my eyes, he was there showing up both in the practices I saw, and I saw him showing up in the game too, the scrimmage game there at Lumen Field that I got to watch. So now he's even showing up back in the games. This gives you a little bit of an indicator to me of this guy maybe having some potential to slide into that nose tackle position. And we know that that's such a kind of desperate need as it stands right now, especially with Hankins being injured. Dropping back to pass, little 5-man pressure look, well-thrown ball there, tight coverage. Just a good catch by the wide receiver there. Good throw, good catch. Beats the tight coverage. Seahawks brought a little five-man blitz there and not able to get home. Raiders up to the 49-yard line quickly here. 3 wide receiver look. 4-man front from the Seahawks. Again, Seahawks bring that blitz there. 5th man coming in, bearing down. Quick throw, quick completion. They can pay the price there for that 5-man front over to Dorsett. Yeah, former Seahawk Philip Dorsett, by the way. Long-time NFL wide receiver Dorsett. It's like, I think that looks familiar. That guy looks, yeah. 1st and 10 for the Raiders. 10:57 to go here in the third quarter. Ball at the 37-yard line into Seahawks territory. Hawks will just stay with a 4-man look here. Play action pass. Morris creating some pressure. Raiders find some passing yards again into the seams. That's been where they've been able to kind of attack the Seahawks team at times when getting the big plays down the field, is not throwing kind of outside the numbers, but more attacking up the seams on the Seahawks defense today when they have found those completions. Pushing their way up into Seahawks territory here now. 1st and 10, handoff, up the middle. Nice little gain, 4 or 5 yards to the running back. But simply, yeah, I think that there's a chance Peely could come in there to be a guy that maybe gives you some ability to kick a little bit more of Murphy out into 3-tech. I think some of that key is going to come a little bit more down to Jaron Reed when it's all said and done. And some of this is dependent on how unhealthy Hankins is, how close he is to coming back. Because you get to game days and it'll be Hankins, I think, and Jaron Reed. But admittedly, I'm not certain on this yet. Because still, even in training camp, another easy completion there given up to the Raiders. Seahawks in off coverage. Raiders attack them with a slant route there from O'Connell, who still is in the game. And able to attack that off coverage there and hit the play. So I think ideally you'd have those two guys as your nose tackle, Stimpy, but it'd be nice to have Peely as that third guy there that you can call upon if there's an injury. In Hankins' case, he's so old, you're probably going to have to, you'll still at some point or another need Peely at that point during the year. Another quick completion here. Raiders starting to find some answers against the Seahawks defense, and they'll go in for a touchdown. A lot of just quick, fast drop backs and finding the player with the back foot from O'Connell on that drive. Not a lot of him looking through targets, trying to find things. So maybe some answers starting to be figured out by the Raiders here against the Seahawks defense. You are starting to go a little bit deeper into your reserves, and O'Connell is their number 2 quarterback. So they're going a little bit longer with him potentially here, I guess. But Drake Thomas, way too late to getting out into the flat to the running back there. Gives up the touchdown in space. Mel C, thank you for the $200 donation. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. I don't know what to say even. I don't even know what to say.
Headshot.
Melcy coming in with a $200 donation. $200 donation. Melcy, you are the best. Thank you for that big, monster, huge drop. That is so very kind of you. Thank you just as never is enough on those kind of big, huge donations. I really, really do appreciate it. You guys are what makes this channel go with this support. I haven't even been able through, I think, doing 2 hours of the stream, able to catch up on the donations. There have been so many of them, and Melcy comes in with this great big exclamation point on top of them all with a $200 drop. You are the best. Thank you for that, Melcy. I really appreciate you. Very, very kind of you as well. And you guys are just amazing here. Every year I do this, you just utterly amazing on your guys' support to the channel. I thank you so much, Melcy, for that. And says, appreciate your coverage. And your cat. Well, I thank you. I think $200. We got to give Pumpkin, because she's helping to draw out $200 donations. We better give her a little bit of love, shouldn't we? Got to give her a little bit of love here, huh? You're causing $200 donations. $200 for you. For you. Did you know that? What do you think about that? You're pretty happy about it? Well, I'm glad to hear that. You want me to let you go back to sleep? Okay. I'm just exhausted. She appreciates it. And Melcy, she's getting salmon as soon as the stream ends tonight, and that's on you. I'll say it's from Melcy. Melcy got you this one. She'll appreciate you. I'm sure she'll be starving by the end of the stream. Oh, that is awesome. Melcy, you're incredible on that note. Just unbelievable. $200 donation. Like I say, thank you is just, it's never enough on this for those kind of big donation drops, because I know that's a lot of money to come out of your pocket. So thank you so much for that. I do appreciate it. And Pumpkin appreciates it. And she thanks you for the salmon later. She really does appreciate that, don't you? So thank you for salmon. There we go. There we go. She got it there. You're the best, Melcy. Thank you so much. This ball will go through the back of the end zone here on the kickoff for the Seahawks. I guess it's part of the new rules that if it lands inside and then rolls back, that it's not, you don't get it at the 35-yard line, because they're celebrating like that. They did something good there. New rule change with this one. We're all learning this one at the same time. Why is he celebrating if he knocked out the 35-yard line? Carlson's weirdo. Oh, no, it's 20-yard line. So I guess if it lands in and it rolls into the end zone, then you only get the 20. All right. Milroe dropping back to pass. He'll complete it over the middle here to Russell for a gain of about 6 or 7 yards there. 8:52 to go here in the third quarter. Melcy, again, you're my hero on that donation. $200. Get out of here. Get out of here. Let's go. Let's go. I appreciate all of that support today. 2nd down and 3. They're going to give him a 7-yard completion there. Inside handoff. That's Jarcadia. I think Jarcadia, right? Disappeared into a crowd. He'll be close to a first down, but just short of it on the inside carry there. About a half-yard short or so. Peter Go Hawks, thank you for the $5 donation, Peter. I appreciate that. Very, very kind of you. I've never been more excited about the start of a season in my life. I would hate to be Mike Macdonald and have to cut down to a 53-man roster. Go Hawks. Thank you for that $5, Peter. I got some thoughts on that. Handoff inside to Jarcadia. Quick cut, and he's in the open field, and he's loose. Jarcadia rights down the sideline, and he's still on his feet, pumping them legs, rolling through another player, and then finally knocked out of bounds, but we've got a penalty flag. Wonderful run there by Jarcadia Wright. Shades of a little bit of a Holani earlier, starting inside, bouncing it outside. And again, going to be a hold on the Seattle Seahawks. So it looks like that will neutralize this play. Who'd they get? Brady Russell hit with the hold. It's a valid hold. Hands going outside the shoulder on both sides from Brady Russell. He locked it up right from the jump with hands on outside. Hands got to come inside. You can't hug. You got to go up in like this. And he came in and he hugged on the outside of both of those shoulder pads. So while you hate the call because it neutralizes this big run by Jarcadia Wright, that's right where the play is breaking free. That's right where the defender's not making the tackle to allow that play to go out like that. So it's a good call. And this takes this from a 3rd and short down to now a 3rd and 7 for your Seattle Seahawks. Raiders showing a blitz, double-A gap, mug pressure here. Hawks coming with 3 wide receiver look. See what Milroe does. False start by the Hawks. Going to make this even harder. Repeat, third down. Pretty much the whole line jumped on that one. Yikes. 3rd and 12. Again, we're going to get double A gap pressure here. 6 men on the line of scrimmage for the Raiders. Milroe dropping back to throw. He's going to try to run here, and he's going to get drugged down. Raiders were kind of ready for that. Tried to climb up the front of the pocket. 4th down. Yeah, Peter, I think Mike Macdonald's going to have some hard decisions to make on this roster, and made that much harder when you do have a guy like Milroe you want to use as kind of a weaponized piece during the year from the quarterback position on some selective snaps throughout the course of the game. But part of this is also that problem you had back in the day of the Legion of Boom, where when you had a championship roster, something that stood out was a lot of those guys that you were cutting from your roster were then picked up onto active rosters of other NFL teams. Spoke to the depth, spoke to the talent of your team, spoke to just how good your team was. I think you're going to see some similar things this year with the guys that are cut from this roster. I think they've done a good job of making this better and better, and that ball is going to keep on rolling here. Boy, what a punt there by Dixon. That thing just kept on rolling there by Dixon, and goes into the back of the end zone, so the Raiders will take over at the 20-yard line. Looked like there was some miscommunication by the two returners there by the Raiders. Unsure of who was going to grab what. But flips the field position, so you like that. But this is the good problem to have, and this is another one of those, I would say, markers for you having that good team, Peter, for you having that kind of team that's going to, everybody's wondering when they're going to be legitimate. This is one of those indicators when you see a team having to make these tough decisions, and those players go into teams that are going to be on active rosters, not practice squads, but active rosters. I think you're going to start to see that this year. It's taken some time to get back to this place, but we're starting to get to this stage of things, I think. Quinn, thank you for becoming a member of the channel. Quinn, welcome aboard. I believe you have been a member before as well, so thank you for that long-time support. I appreciate that. Megan with a $2 donation. Thank you for all of your donos today too, Megan. She says, Pumpkin, $200, Dad. Is that it? Oh, she's just sitting there thinking of how many salmon that buy. She's like, that's like 10 head of salmon, Dad. I could get with that. You could just give that to me. I mean, it's really mine. So why don't you just toss it my way? Just give me whole fillets. You didn't have to cook it, Dad. Just drop it right in front of me. I'll go to work. She's very impressed. Look at her. Look how impressed she is. She's so impressed. Thank you, Megan. Phoebe, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, at least I'm seeing some changes in Pete's scheme. Yeah, it looks like Chip Kelly offense to me in the first half, and through what we see in the second quarter with the passing attack and utilizing the running a lot out of shotgun, and that definitely matches up. We've got some more stack fronts, a little bit more blitzing here from Coach Carroll and Graham, their defensive coordinator here in this game than you may have typically seen from a Carroll defense. So that's encouraging to see. The big key point with Coach Carroll right now and finding success at this stop here with the Raiders is making some of those adjustments within both his offense and defense, kind of updating the schematics, modernizing his schematics a little bit, if you were. Thank you for that donation, and appreciate all of you guys for so many donations today. So much support in there. Melzy, you are amazing with that $200 donation drop. Bill Anderson says Raiders second string against the Hawks third. It does feel like they kept in O'Connell a little bit extra long, didn't they? It does feel just a little bit like that. Shadowbot says 77-yard punt is just what Dixon does. That's just how he lives life. There's a Hall of Fame punter trajectory. Dixon is upon it. Mike says, who's Waxter? He's a quarterback, undrafted rookie free agent cornerback we brought in. Is that still O'Connell? O'Connell's just going to play this whole game, huh? Okay. O'Connell out here looking to throw. He finds his man open on the sideline here for first down. Williams in coverage. Interesting here with the Raiders. I guess they feel like O'Connell, who's played a ton of NFL football, needs a lot of extra preseason to get prepared. Pete trying to win, says Sean. Thank you, Sean. That's kind of what I'm touching on here a little bit. Pete's trying to get the the dub here. First down and 10. Ball at the 32-yard line. Raiders territory. Handoff inside. Nice job of filling the hole by Drake Thomas. Can't quite wrap up. Running back spins off his tackle there for a couple extra yards. Palestine Liberty. We love Pumpkin. She loves you guys. Second down and 7. Another false start there by the Raiders that was not called. Officials have missed a couple of those today, where those guys are moving too fast off that line of scrimmage before that ball's been snapped. Third down and 1. 5 minutes to go here in the third quarter. Brotherly shove look here by the Raiders. I don't know if he got it. Looked like the Seahawks might have stopped O'Connell there on the brotherly shove. O'Connell took about 2 seconds post-snap to get those legs pumping. It looks short to me. He just kind of fell down, didn't he? That was unathletic looking. That's a fourth down right there. Running back tried to get up in his butt, but he just got kind of side cheek. He didn't get whole cup cheek. They're going to try it again, 4th and 1. Pete is definitely trying to win this thing. I don't think they got it. Oh, give me a break with that spot. Oh, come on. He gave him such a healthy spot. Mike's got to challenge this. It was such a good job by the linebacker coming around the side because he pulled him back from any more momentum going forward and falling forward. That is some BS. Challenge that. Come on, that was no way. Challenge it. No. Challenge that. No. Challenge it. Come on, Mike. I know it's preseason. Probably just doesn't feel like he's going to get an overturn of the call. Quick throw into the flat here goes incomplete. Yeah, that was an awful spot there on that spot. That official came in there like a whole yard further than where he was even close to. I don't know. I'm sure if that's regular season, Mike probably challenges it. He probably just doesn't care when it's preseason. He's like, whatever. Just on to the next thing. Second down and 10. McConnell's been living in much of shotgun throughout this game. He will stay there here on this play. Hand up inside, and that'll be a gain of a nice 4 or 5 yards there. Megan, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, course Dixon is good. He's an Aussie. Of course. K. Toady, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, the refs want a happy return for Pete. Maybe so. All right, double A gap pressure with an extra linebacker there. A lot of guys around the line of scrimmage here for the Seahawks. They drop out. O'Connell finds his man, and I think he's got another first down. Good job by O'Connell there off the blitz to find his security blanket. He definitely has a plan for where he wants to go with the ball post snap. Raiders creeping their way onto the Seahawks side of the football field after getting a touchdown on the last drive. O'Connell again here throws it to Nowheresville. Second and 10. Connell, 3 wide, shotgun, handoff inside. Running back will be driven down there on a 3 or 4 yard gain. Well, Connell's done a very good job here the last drive and a half of converting third downs and getting down in these sections where you got a third and makeable and finding a way to get the conversion on the back of it. Same situation here. Seattle has stayed a little more vanilla with some of the fronts versus what we saw earlier in this game in these kind of situations. A little bit of what we see here as well. You got 5 men up around the line of scrimmage here. Drake Thomas drifting in from the back as a 6. O'Connell seems to have a plan for what he thinks he's seeing here. Again, just attacking that off coverage of the Seahawks and hitting them with a short route in front of the off coverage. Cornerback's not reacting fast enough on the stuff here. First and 10. Handoff inside, swallowed up. Just swallowed up in there. Campbell. And let's make sure we get across here with the Seahawks defense, and somebody else is saying on this, we're the fourth string guys out here at this point. So I don't know what Carroll's rocking through the rest of the rotation on his offensive line here with his second string quarterback, but Seahawks are definitely down into their fourth string at this point, if not deeper. Second down and 12. Single high safety look from the Seahawks. Oh, boy. Penalty marker. All right, we got offensive pass interference maybe here. Hall is looking like he thinks there should have been a call there. That would explain why the receiver was so wide open on the play. My man was open by a mile. Looks like that will take us down into now the end of the third quarter on that note of things. So Raiders bringing this back a little bit, finding some footing here in this third quarter with a touchdown. Hawks offense getting a little sloppy and still maintaining a lead though. So see how this thing rolls. HHG with a $2 donut. Thank you for that, HHG. He says, the plot twist, these Raiders are first stringers. Could you only imagine? Coach just like keeping them out there that long. Like, I got to get this dub. We got to start this off on the right foot. Somehow, some way. Pete must not like his third quarterback. Young says Peace first year with Las Vegas, probably wants to see all his players in games so he can evaluate. Can't hate on it. No, I'm okay. It's every coach has got their own way of doing it, and certain coaches are in different places at different points in time in the progress of the team. To your point, about where they're at or where they're ready to go. And right now, Pete's in a proving ground point with his players where I need to have you guys prove to me what you got, and I can't see it unless I see it in live action in a lot of ways. O'Connell can't be stopped. Aaron says, we're really not going to get to watch Milroe play with all these penalties and the Raiders dink and dunk BS. No, it's not a great look of him in that third quarter, huh? Where you just felt like you barely got to see anything from him. And I thought we were going to see a lot of him featured in this. But if he's not going to get that much run in the second half, I think you got to give him a lot more on the game 3 and 4. I know you wanted to have Drew Lock out there and have him running and executing the offense, but Jalen needs these reps. He needs this time out there. I don't know if Drew Lock needs a half hour of a 2 quarters of a preseason game to improve himself from where he's been. I get the first game, but after this, I'd much rather see a little bit more of Milroe in these next 2 preseason games with the understanding he's not really going to be playing as a starting quarterback per se into the future and get these kind of reps again, truly, potentially until, next training camp or whatever. So. This game has certainly lost its sizzle. Raiders are kind of bleeding us a little bit slowly here, offensively speaking. 2nd and 22 after the PI on offense. Quick throw, and the ball is going to be dropped by the receiver. Williams has been competitive out there in coverage for the Seahawks. Guy who had a pick 6 down in training camp on one of the days that I watched. Receiver's going to come up a little bit gimpy after the play. Philip Dorsett. Unfortunately, kind of what you can get with Philip a little bit is he gets dinged up a bit. Nice play by Williams, by the way, there. Got his hand in there and didn't allow Dorsett to be able to make that catch. 3rd down and 22 for the Raiders. 4 wide. Seahawks bring a little 5-man pressure look here. Raiders will get it down to the 38-yard line within field goal range here on the bubble screen. That'll bring out Carlson. Nice deep kick here. Carlson lets loose. Looks good. Got the distance. Gets through. Raiders inch a little closer. 10 unanswered points. 16-3. See, Lord, I'd like to see some designed runs for Milroe. Me too. I know he can do the read option stuff. They're going to lean a lot of that, but a little bit more mixing into to see where he's at in some of the under center stuff and where the progress is there. Peter Go Hawks, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, sucks Milroe has to play with the bench warmers. Yeah, that's the tough part coming in that late, second or into the second quarter here in a preseason game is that you're kind of getting into the depth of that position as far as the other spots around you. And it doesn't mean just sometimes a little bit of poor play. It can mean a little bit of the sloppiness we saw with the false starts and whatnot like that. But I think Milroe will get a better chance than maybe tonight's going to show off for him in that way as we go to these other couple preseason games. I think they probably had a one-o drive, give Locke a little bit of run in this offense to get that feel, but Kevin says, how many unanswered points for the Raiders? 10. 10 unanswered points. Mumbles, thank you for 33 months as a Hawks Nest member. Says, man, the defense and offense looked good in the first half. They did. It's been trouble going here in the second half. It's been rough on both sides of the ball, gotten sloppy offensively. I think defensively they've got a little more vanilla in some of the play calling a little bit. But that first half was nice. That was nice. Yeah, let's play. I agree, Joss. Let's play this a little bit cleaner on this one. Let's get a clean. Let's clean up the penalties here. False starts. Come on, this is your opportunity. Don't get yourself taken off the field by just doing stupid stuff like that. Get yourself locked in with this. Not a lot of Milrow can do when you get into 2nd and 22 or whatever they were on that one, All right, here's the kick. Go back into the end zone. They'll down it there. Seahawks will take over the 35-yard line. Young B, are you going to check out the new Battlefield 6 when it drops? I am. I don't know if I'm going to be able to play the beta. I might try. I'm not pre-buying it if I've got to pre-buy to buy the beta, but I'm interested in playing, seeing if it could be a good game coming out. I'm open to it. I bought the last Battlefield and got whacked for it because it was like, we're going to do crossplay. And then the game came out and all the people bought it and all the different crowd. And then, no, we're not doing crossplay. It's like, they do that kind of bait and switch stuff and be like, no. Nope. All right, Jalen comes out under center, just what I want to see a little bit maybe here. 3 wide receiver look for the Hawks. Hand off inside. Nice little run there. Get after it. Yeah. Nice grindy inside zone run there. Good gain of 7 or 8 yards on the play. $13:47 to go in the fourth quarter. Seahawks up 16-3. Tyus is the running back for your Seahawks now, so you are firmly down to the back end of the roster on the running back position here in this game. Another handoff inside to him. Does a good job of stepping around the first tackler and manages to drive forward for a gain of 4 before he's taken down. First down, Seahawks. Imagine a lot of this fourth quarter from Kubiak and Macdonald's perspective, especially with the lead. Let's feature this run. Let's make this defensive front stop us. Raiders are going to cook up a lot of defensive linemen up there, again anticipating a run here. Safety drifts up into the box. That's just what they're going to get. A lot of bodies. Good job here by Tyus. He sidesteps one man and then does kind of a slow spin to get himself out around another guy to fall forward there for 5 or 6 yards. There was a lot of guys around in the box on that one with not a lot of territory to operate through. He kind of found a little bit of a sliver of daylight and was able to just kind of wriggle his way through it. This is where if you ran play action under center from Kubiak's standpoint here, you're gonna get the Raiders. They're bought so heavy into the run right now. And again, another run up the middle here. This will only gain about 2 or 3 yards as again the Raiders are just loading up for the run here. That would have been the perfect time for play action out of that for Coobs. Third down and 2. 3 wide for the Seahawks. Milrow, pitch play out wide here. He's got it for a first down. Nice job by Jarcadia Wright. Pitch play took a second to kind of reel the pitch play in, but then once he got the ball wrangled, he got them legs going fast and got to the spot quickly. And pounced through the hole and go get himself the first down. Seahawks, I think 4 straight runs in a row to begin this drive, and they are down to the 40-yard line of the Raiders. 3 wide again. Shotgun look for Milrow. Drops back to pass. Hits his tight end in space. Nice gain, falling forward for a gain of 14 yards there. Well done. Lang. We're getting the guys that even I struggle to remember even seeing these guys on the practice field. Let's go, Lang. Raider player is a little dinged up on the play. Mike Terrell, left tackle. Cable Dua, left guard. Menanges over there at center. 1st and 10 for the Seahawks. Play action pass for Milroe. He will roll out. Find his man back across the field there for a first down. Let's go. Nice throw by Milroe. Put some good oomph on that one, but also very well placed there, throwing on the run. Nice little throw there. And find his man Tyron Bowden. Those guys have been a connection in camp. Ball at the 11-yard line. Another pitch play here out to Arcadia Wright. He gets right past the first tackler. He's bearing down to the end zone, and he'll be knocked out of bounds. Knocking on the door. Arcadia smelled that touchdown. Shades of the earlier run with Holani. He's matched up one-on-one on that outside and easily defeats the tackler. Almost able to pound the rock in there. Down at about the 1.5 yard line here, 1st and 10. Keep that young man in there. Reward him for that tenacity on the run. Under center. Hand it off. Come on, big boy. Come on, big boy. Come on, big boy. Touchdown, Seahawks. He put his head down and drove his way on in there. We have a little fumble there where one of the other Seahawks ended up with his hands on it, but I think that was probably down by the time that happened. Arcadia Wright running well in this game. Had to cut that back. That was supposed to be going over into looked like the strong side, probably B gap, and he took it back to the weak side A gap for a touchdown. Seahawks able to answer back after the Raiders had put up 10 unanswered points in this half, reclaiming the strong lead here, especially after Myers pumps through the extra point. 23-13. Let's go, Seahawks. Nice drive. Nice drive, boys. Officials are talking about something. It's preseason for them, too. They're figuring stuff out. They're figuring it out, too. Nolan, thank you for the $5 donation, Nolan, and all your support today. I really appreciate it. He says, Arcadia Wright looks like Chris Carson shrunk in the wash. He runs hard, though. He does run hard, and he's having a really nice game. Both him and Holani have been the truth today. Holani, 7 carries, 61 yards with an 8.7 yard per carry run average, and he got a touchdown on the day. Arcadia Wright right behind him with 7 carries for 34 yards for a 4.9 yard per carry average. So you have your Seattle Seahawks in this game with 28 carries for 134 yards, a 4.8 average. Yeah, we're going to run the ball this year, folks. Yeah, we're going to stay committed to it, folks. Here's a game where you have the lead, and in these kind of games where you have a lead, you're going to lead with a running game. So you're going to run more times than you're going to pass. 28 carries in this game, 27 passing attempts. That's the way this new offense is going to roll. Get used to it. And this is a style and design of offense that works very well if you have a shutdown type of defense. They go together like peanut butter and jelly, like chocolate and vanilla. Swirl it up. But I like that, Nolan. Shrunk down Chris Carson. He's definitely, he's definitely hitting the weight room. I'll tell you that. He's not missing squat day, is Arcadia Wright. But he's been impressive. He's been impressive. Him and Holani both very, very, very good in what they've done today. Martinez had a little bit of a tougher day running the ball, it felt like. I don't know if he got as many holes to kind of work with, but I also don't know if he was able to kind of get around some of the early penetration that Holani showed himself to be able to do at times. Need to get more of a look at Martinez. He didn't look bad per se, but 6 carries, 10 yards, 1.7 yard per carry average. He did more of his better stuff out of the backfield, I would say. But I like that. Shrunk up Carson. Nice little jump cut there after the run, too, to be able to. The hole was clogged. Rather than just drive through the clogged hole, go find the open space. Nice drive executed by Jalen Milroe as well. Got a touchdown drive out of that there. Nine play drive, 65 yards. Milroe only had to make a couple throws in that drive, but he made the good throws when he had to. Nice control the clock kind of run. Control it. Feed me more Seahawks. Thank you for the $2 donation. All your sports today as well. I haven't seen Bobo. Does that mean he starts hurt? Bobo had 2 targets today, 2 catches for 15 yards. So he was out there. He laid a couple of blocks in the running game as well, Nolan, on some of those Holani blocks early on in the game. So he was one of your starters out there with Torrey Horton. I think just it was a matter of you were featuring so much of Horton in that first half that Bobo just wasn't getting those touches, and Locke was really wanting to go look for him. I mean, that seemed to be pretty obvious that he was like, I like this guy. I'm going to try to lean on this guy here when I roll through, and can't blame Locke for doing that with as good as Horton has looked in camp. But he was out there. He was out there, feed me. He was making some impact. Okay, so Raiders now finally go here to their third string quarterback, give a little read option keeper to their running back, and he busted out for a nice 20-25 yard run there. Nice quickness there by the running back. Dylan Labe. 9:15 to go with the fourth quarter. Seahawks up 23-13. Ball on the 41-yard line of the Seahawks quickly here after that big run. Play action pass. We'll throw off the back foot there. Jarek Reed was all over it. Nicely done by Jarek Reed. He closed on that route quickly. It's going to be a negative play there by Jarek. I think it was O'Connell that was supplying the pass rush there. Didn't buy into the play action at all. Clock continues to wind. Duh. It's not whining. It's winding. Shotgun look here. Hand off inside. Ooh, another nice run there. Another nice run. 14, 15-yard gain there by the Raiders. So both teams finding some footing here and running the football. Raiders in this game haven't been quite as committed to it as the Seattle Seahawks, but they've also been behind in this game. 20 carries for 89 yards in this one. Shotgun carry inside again here. Another 3 or 4 yard gain. That's not LJ Collier, by the way, at running back for the Raiders. Mumbles, thank you for the $5 donation, Mumbles. Dang, Seahawks got Clubber Lang. Raiders better hope no fight breaks out. Yeah, you don't mess with Clubber Lang. Why? Because he's going to bring the pain. What do you predict, Clubber? Pain. Better hope not. Better hope not, Mumbles. You're right about that. We start no fights out here. You keep it on the up and up. Thank you for the $5, man. Appreciate you, Mumbles. Good to see you in the house, brother. All right, Raiders to the 36-yard line. The Seahawks in shotgun again. We've got a flag on the play. Incomplete pass. Nice job out there in coverage. Nice job out there in coverage. Quinn, thank you for the $5 donation, Quinn. Appreciate you for that as well. It's going to be one of those preseasons where cuts are painful. I suppose that's a good problem to have. I still don't like it, though. You don't like giving up good players. You don't like giving up players that you know can play in this league and can help your team win football games. And it's going to be tough watching some of these guys slide out. There's going to be some cuts that are going to be probably controversial from some Seahawks fans' perspective because they're like, you can't let this guy go. This guy's been too good. He's not going to get to the practice squad. What are you doing? And then you don't see him get to the practice squad, and you're even more further frustrated at that point. And that's a sentiment I understand. It is one I do think there is the good side to it too as well, which is it's a representation of you building a roster that is actually very strong front to back. Pump, action, stop and go route, completely gets the corner brought in for a touchdown there. Corner got cooked. Hell of a call in this game. You haven't done any sort of pump and go kind of look. So every time the Raiders have thrown in the short action in this game, so much of where they've lived is the dink and the dunk. And so the quarterback throws you a pump fake on the dink, and then he hits you with a stop and go route, basically. It's kind of a slant and go. It's more of a sluggo. Hits you with the sluggo route. And the cornerback's buying into it on the Seahawks perspective of it there, so it's just wide open. Jarek Reed can't get back over the top. Touchdown. Well executed. Fast drive put together by the Raiders there. Quickly putting up a touchdown on the board with still a lot of time remaining in this football game. Quinn, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that. It's going to be one of those preseason. Oh, sorry. I just read that through that. So yeah, I think you're going to get to that spot, Quinn, but I think it's also going to be that you feel a little bit better about it in the fact that you know that your roster is getting to that place it needs to be. If you're going to be a contender, you got to have the depth. And if you have the depth, you don't build that overnight. And I think that the building towards this depth right now has been a couple-year process getting to where we're gotten here now and kind of starting with the turnover from 3 years ago with the Wilson trade, with a lot of the roster kind of moving around at that point. So I think you find yourself now, as I've called it, to the place where you get the fruits of that a little bit, Quinn, but it does mean you're going to end up having to let some pretty good football players go to make that happen. It's just sort of the price of doing business if you're going to be good. But thank you, Quinn. Appreciate the donation. Michael Bicknell, thank you for the $5 donation. 17 interception season for the Hawks defense. I'm taking the over. I would take the over on that as well. I see 5 out of 1, 5 out of Love. I see a couple from Emawari. I see a good 4 from Witherspoon. I mean, this just about takes us to that number alone, Michael. Say nothing of the randomized. You're going to get a couple of linebackers. You'll get a few picks in the year probably. You get a couple of other cornerbacks. You'll get a couple more picks. I'm taking the over on that all day as well. All day as well. Especially with some of the pressure-based stuff I'm expecting this year, Michael, which is I'm expecting more blitzes. You're 22nd, 23rd in the league last year in the blitz rate. I think you're going to get bare minimum middle of the road, if not even higher above that, especially with how Mike Macdonald can trust his outside corners in this defense, specifically in Witherspoon and in Woolen in playing man cover situations. So you're going to force stack fronts. You're going to force quarterbacks' clocks to get sped up. We saw this in this game already with a couple of the interceptions you were able to cause in this one. I think you're going to see more of that as well as we get into the season because Macdonald's more comfortable with feeling like he can really unveil the full depths of this playbook. He doesn't have to operate off of kind of keeping those training wheels on this thing, that he gets to go full bore. And the more he can go full bore, the more pressure-based stuff you're going to get, the more uncomfortable offenses are going to get, the more you're going to force the hand of offenses to make mistakes and do things that they don't want to do on the timeline you're trying to force them to do it. So I would take the same thing, Michael. I love that, man. I'm with it. Over 17 all day long. All day long on that front of it. Grant Potter, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Folks, if you could do me that favor and join Grant up if you're not already subscribed up, I would really, really appreciate it. It's free, doesn't cost you anything. It helps these channels out tremendously by you subbing up. It's a big deal. I'd really appreciate it. We're trying to get up over 20,000 this year. You can help us get there today. Muff punt here by the kick return of Martinez, and then he's going to get taken down at the 6-yard line. Bad look there from Martinez. Carlson's gotten the return game a couple times in this half. First time, they couldn't get the ball snagged before it rolled back in the end zone. I mean, you only got the 20-yard line. Here, Martinez can't pick up the pooch kick, and he has the ball roll between his legs. He's got to run back to go pick it up, and then by the time that he can rally back and get up the football field, Raiders are there on the coverage unit, and you've got the ball at the 6-yard line. So an auspicious start for the Seahawks on this drive, a very important one as they're trying to hold on in this football game. Jalen Milroe drops back to throw. He finds his tight end on a quick route in the middle of the football field for a gain of about 5 or 6 yards. Thank you, though, again, Grant, for joining up and subscribing up. Do please hit that like button, too, if you get a chance, folks. It does help out the channel, helps me show up on the old algorithm. I do appreciate it, too, as well. 2nd down and 4 for the Seahawks. 6:55 to go in this football game. Can they hold on? Can Milroe close this game out? He is under center here with a 3-wide receiver look. Raiders look like they were got a false start here. Jeez, Louise, the second string line of the Hawks has been a little rough on knowing the snap count. Again, you're the 4th string here. Felix Fualala is the guy that got dinged there on that one. So guys are not going to make the roster, not going to probably be making the even practice squad. But it hurts because this takes you into 2nd and 9 and back to the shadow of your own end zone. Milroe and shotgun here. Another freaking flag, dude. Oh, boy. Come on, guys. Somebody's not knowing what the hell they need to be doing here. Trying to make the team and you can't even get the snap count right? Or your alignment right? Come on now. Officials talking it over here. 17th penalty of this game. Definitely sloppy opening week of football. And a lot of discussion here. Now they're going over to Pete. Now we're bringing 3 officials over to talk about it. Okay, finally they get figured out that it's a false start. And they're going to take it back for a 2nd down. Here we go. .637, clock ticking and rolling here. Probably going to try a read option kind of thing here with Jalen. All the way back now here at about the 4-yard line. Just what you're going to get. Yep, he keeps it coming up. Jalen is fast. He is up the football field and he is cooking to the 30-yard line in the blink of an eye. And you can see the ball action that he has on that read option. A guy that's been running a lot of that back through. Oh, it's on the Raiders. There we go. Well, I don't know if it was the hands of the face there by the Raiders or what it was, but those are the kind of plays that you're going to be able to feel, yeah, they're going to go hands to the face there by the Raider. He got it up on a blocker. Those are the kind of plays Milroe will be coming in for this year. Those are the kind of plays where he can find effectiveness immediately without having to run a complete playbook or know all the playbook or have everything down pat. Those read option stuff, it's just he's so good with the ball action. He can keep that thing in the belly of the running back right up until the 11th hour, pull it away, and cause that defense to suck down into that running back while also then making it more deadly for the inside give to that running back because he can pull that action out at any time. Really was able to do so there. Nice play, big play in this game to try to win this thing. Milroe dropping back to throw here. Run it, boy. Run it. He does so. Let's go. Nice job, Jalen. Good decision making. Little chippiness down by the sideline after the run. That's the other thing I want with him is when he drops back, sometimes the quarterbacks will go, I don't want you to hit that switch too quickly. I don't want you running too fast. I don't want you to decide to go too quick. Do so with you can do so. With you, I'm okay with it. We get used to doing that. Because not many guys in this league are going to be able to run with you. Not many linebackers are going to be able to run with you. 3rd down and 1. Handoff inside. Jarcadia right, and I don't know if they got it. We'll see where the marker's at. No, that wasn't right. That was Tyus. We'll see where the mark's at. They're saying 4th down here. So what does Macdonald do? You want to trust your defense here? You want to try to trust your offense here? 4:33 to go in this football game. He's going to trust his offense. Okay, we don't get loud, guys. Shut up, crowd. 4th and 1. He's going to drop back to throw here. He's going to keep it. No, he's not. He's going to throw it haphazardly late for an incompletion. Tried to toss it there. Kind of a little bit too late. Probably should have just tried to run it and see if he could go get the 1st down. Incomplete. Raiders are going to take back over. 4:12 to go. Down by 3 in this football game. Jay Brew, thank you for the $10 donation, Jay. Very kind of you for that. I really do appreciate it. Says, here's to a great 2025 season. I'll be watching your live streams all year. Thanks for the consistent content. Well, thank you, Jay Bruh. I really appreciate you. We've got a great year of content planned up for you guys. It's going to be a little more varied than ever before. We're going to be doing more shows and streams than ever before. So Monday through Friday, we're going to be doing during the season daily shows about 12 o'clock, sometimes in the evening time. We've got Tuesday, the NFC West Roundtable. Thursday, we got the B&B show. We're going to be doing once a month what we're going to call the Seahawks Syndicate with our guy out there at Bryce with Hawk Zone, get Dan Viennes and Mookie with field goals, all of us collecting together once a month, end of the month, talk our Hawks. But a variety of different shows, and of course, Sunday, game day, we're going to be going crazy with it. So I'm glad to hear you'll be riding with me, Ja. I'm really looking forward to this year. I'm having a really fun time being able to do this channel with you guys, and I think we've got the right plan in place here for this year to do this right. Of course, too, folks, if you're not as well, you get subbed up over to my Clips channel. That's the channel where we do a lot of the clips from these live shows and get some stuff, a little bit shorter content over to you guys on that side of it if you're looking for it. But thank you, Ja. Thank you for the $10 donation. Looking for a great year as well, and we will be kicking that content out to you, no doubt about it. No doubt. Yeah, Shanur, I agree. I think Milrose should have just taken it there. Just go get the yard. All you got to do is just when you have 3rd and 1, just go. Your speed there. Just go take it. Don't try to fit a late throw in there into a tight window from an awkward angle. You know, where you're trying to put it on like his back shoulder because you're trying to throw it away from the defender's leverage there. No. Grandizer, Friday, you gaming, Brando? I won't be this Friday. I've got a deal I've got to take care of this weekend. But I will be back at it next Friday, and I will probably be on Sunday, maybe Sunday night or Monday night, back on the stream with that. So, but this Friday, I've got something I've got to be into on. Ballers is what happened to us wanting to be a team that pounds the rock. Well, they didn't necessarily on that play there, but you've got 32 carries in this game. You got 29 passes. So yeah, I definitely you've had a commitment to it in this game. That's for sure. 23-20. Handoff inside here by the Raiders. Seahawks are going to do a good job of overall swallowing it up, but it'll be a gain about 2 or 3. Good job by the running back to fall forward there. W3S, Hawk Blogger and Hawk's Nest. I'd be down to totally work with Brian on that. If something opens up on that, I'm definitely down to do it. He's kind of got his thing he likes to do over there with his people on it, but he does great work, and I'd be happy to work with him for sure. Definitely would love to do a stream with him. A little high snap, gathered in by the quarterback. Good job by Ivy there, collapsing down on the line of scrimmage to catch the running back before he could get up to speed. Ivy, a big defensive end, undrafted rookie free agent. Keep an eye on him. This guy that he'll be in play to really make the roster here. He's got so many stacked up edges on this group, but just an interesting player. Is kind of a long-term development edge here. Got a little bit more size than you typically get off that edge. He knows how to use his hands. He's a big boy. Probably goes a good 275 off the edge. 3rd down and 4 for the Raiders. Clock ticking just below 3 minutes to go in this football game. Ball at the 39-yard line. Raiders in shotgun. Handoff inside. He is going to be, good job again by the running back where it looked like he was stopped short. Ivy again there in on the play. Running back did a good job, though, of driving this ball down close to the first down marker and making this a little bit of an easier decision for Coach Carroll to just decide to go for it, which is what he's going to do here. So you've got 4th down and about, we'll call it about a half yard. Raiders are going to go in shotgun here. This looks like a run play all the way. And the quarterback will keep it on the read option keeper for a first down. Nicely done. 2 minutes and 18 seconds to go in this football game. There is no OT in the preseason. That is true. And that will take us to the 2-minute warning. Phoebe, thank you for the $2 donation. Excited to be back for my 3rd season with you, BR. Battle Royale. I'm excited too. Feed me. What was BR? Phoebe, you don't have to do a dono, but just type in the deal what you mean by BR. But thank you, man. Oh, Bleacher Report. I don't have anything lined up on Bleacher Report. I don't. They have not reached out on that side of it. They've been doing some different things on that end of things, I think a little bit differently. They're going at it a little bit from a different direction. But no Bleacher Reports so far. They may eventually, but not as of yet. Yeah, Milroe's a rookie on the decision not to run with that, which, you want him to run there. That's a teaching moment. But overall, 5 of 7, 47 yards for him, 3 carries, 38 yards, averaging 12.7 yards per attempt. Big part of that coming on the 27-yarder there. But, you saw good from Milroe today. Didn't throw a pick. Did have one little semi-close one. But for being his first game action out there, for playing with 3rd and 4th stringers and having a lot of sloppiness that he had to kind of work around in this game, I feel pretty good about what I've seen from Milroe in this game. I think for the first action from him that's pretty solid stuff. Robert Ponce, welcome to the Hawks Nest Ring of Honor. Thank you for doing that. And yeah, Femi, we'll probably we'll bend this right in into the post-game stream. Right, we won't stop tonight. We'll probably go right into the post-game. I don't know if we'll go super long in the post-game tonight, but we'll chop it up a little bit. We'll try to figure this stuff out. But Robert Ponce, welcome to Hawks Nest as a Hawks Nest Ring of Honor member. I really appreciate that. Be getting out the PFF scores to you guys, members on that side of it. Thursday night streams. We'll be doing call-in shows every few weeks as well during the season too. So please do keep an eye on your community post. If you happen to be a member of the channel, that's where we do post the membership benefits. Okay, 1st and 10 here. Ball on the 32-yard line in Seahawks territory. Hand up the middle here. And he will be corralled and put down. Good job there by the Seahawks. Thomas Singleton in there. J.R. Singleton, rookie undrafted free agent, was the main guy making the play in there. Active nose tackle. Little undersized, but very active. 1:33 to go in this football game. Raiders just trying to blow this clock out to get them down to probably a field goal attempt or a touchdown. Play action pass, drop him back to throw, and he's going to be sacked. O'Toole gets back there. Not Peter O'Toole. Another O'Toole operating off the edge. He is no tool. Just kind of throws the tackle off of him, gets locked up like two wrestlers in WWE and just kind of tosses him aside and goes and makes a beeline for the quarterback. Nothing fancy there, just pure raw power from O'Toole. And a nice timely sack at that. O'Toole, I think, is another undrafted rookie free agent out of Utah. 3rd down and 17 for the Raiders. Blitz from the Seahawks, little delayed. He's going to get his guy out in the flat. He'll make the completion and be knocked out of bounds. That works in Seahawks' favor, actually, here a little bit. You wouldn't like to give up the completion and give him that extra yards for an easier field goal attempt, but that does stop the clock for the Seahawks. So 1 minute and 16 seconds, 3 timeouts. You're going to get an opportunity for Milroe here to the other side of this with this field goal attempt for the Raiders. It's not over for Seattle yet, even if the Raiders are able to get this kick. Carlson does have a miss on the day, though this end of the stadium tends to be a little bit more, seems to easier to hit these kind of kicks. Got some distance, but not terribly far. Kick is up. Kick is right through the middle of the upright. 23-20. Tie game. Here we go. Well, Milroe gets some nice 2-minute opportunities here. Let's go make the most of it, kid. You got this. I like it. This is a good opportunity that you're giving him here. Good chance here to get a look at him in this situation, huh? Let's go. How about a Milroe walk-off? Is anybody else feeling that? Is that just me? A Milroe walk-off? I could go for that right now. Is it Miller time? No, it's Milroe walk-off time. That's what it is. Milroe walk-off. Crack a can of that for me, could you? Cracks me some of that. All right, let's first get through the kickoff here. Martinez has been a little bit of he's been a journey for us on the kickoffs. Not earning any jobs with that so far here. It looks like he's not back there on this one. It's going to be another little squib kick. Be taken up there and knocked down at the 22-yard line. All right, long football field for Milroe. Jason Myers has got a big leg. You're going to need about 45 yards here to go get yourself into field goal range. Seahawks with 364 total yards on the day, up to the Raiders 361. Here we go, Jalen. Don't forget to use your legs. You got the 3 timeouts. Plenty of time. 3 wide. Dropping back to throw. Milroe. Nice little levels concept. Hits Ricky White over the top for a 15-yard in-cutting route. Milroe coming quickly up to the line of scrimmage to get them set. 53 seconds to go on the clock. Quick snap here by Milroe. Dropping back to throw again. Feeling the pressure. Gets outside the tackle box and just kind of throws that one away. That one was just kind of didn't like what he saw there post-snap. Boy, nice throw in that in-cutting route. He put some zip on that thing on the prior play. They just showed the all-22 angle of it. 2nd and 10, 46 seconds to go here in the fourth quarter. Tie game, 23-23. Another quick snap here by Milroe. Dropping back to throw. Nice anticipatory throw. Just can't quite put in the right spot there for Tyron Bowden. Got a little bit too far out in front of him on that one. You got the time here, kid. Take your time. Take a breath. Shotgun look. Raiders showing a pressure package. They fall out of it. Milroe dropping back to throw. And he is going to get sacked. So a rough little drive there for the Hawks on that one. And you do give him 35 seconds now back to the team, along with that sack, driving it back into the range there. Just didn't see it clearly down the field. Boy, you had some real long routes. I know you had the third down there, but didn't give him any real options short. Dixon's going to try to flip this thing. Turned up from the 25 up to the 32-yard line. Raiders will take over there, showing that they have 2 timeouts left on the board here. I know the operator's a little drunk tonight, so he was off in the first half. I don't know how much I can trust him right here. But 2 timeouts, 25 seconds. You got some plays from the Raiders' perspective of it. No overtime here in preseason. Art Vandelay, thank you for joining Robert Ponce as a member of the channel. I really appreciate you doing that. Thank you for the support in that way. As I said, keep an eye on your community posts there, as I will be posting the membership benefits out over there to that side of it. But thank you to all members, all patrons of the channel. You are amazing in your support, and I thank you for that. As many members as we ever had right now, and that's still just going into the season, so that's always good to see. Shotgun look here for the Raiders. Dropping back to pass, of course. He's going to let this loose with a nice little route, and it will be a completion for about 7 or 8 yards, though he does land inside there. The Raiders are going to take quickly one of their timeouts. Okay, so that's how they're showing them with the timeouts, I guess. I don't know if the way that they're showing the timeouts for the Raiders is weird. It's like they were emptying them and then they make them white if they're, I don't know. Final timeout. Thank you, Joss. I can't hear the telecast, so I can only take off the what I can read between the lines. All right, ball on the 39-yard line in Raiders territory. 20 seconds to go. No more timeouts for the Raiders. Dropping back to throw here. Rolling out of the pocket. Trying to get back across. Finds his man. Wow. Open down the field is Jackson there for a first down. That's a big 15-yard completion, and he gets out of bounds. Dude, we got nobody over on that side. Call a timeout. Thank you. Y2K, thanks for the $5 donation, Y2K. Which players are winners for today? I wasn't able to watch much. I say Drew Lock with a good step up in the pocket. I think your winners today would be, first, offensively on that side of the ball. I think you got to give Drew Lock a nod. 147 yards and basically half. It's pretty impressive. Had the one interception. Had one other play where there was a little bit of a weirdness on the decision-making, but aside from that, he was very clean. George Hulani was awesome as a running back. That 61 yards was in a lot of ways created by him and made by him and what he did. You got to give him a nod. I think Jalen Milroe was solid in his first action. There's a lot of room for improvement, but you got to feel a little bit of what both he can offer with his passing ability and as a runner, which I think is cool. Torrey Horton definitely was the receiver that stood out with you with what he did, I think, here in this game. Robbie Utes was solid as well on the offensive side of the ball. Defensively, Jared Ivey, 6 tackles. Kid's been pretty good in this half in his little bit of play that he's been given. 13 seconds here. Clock's ticking away. Another completion on a little bit of a rub route by the Raiders. That will take them down into field goal range. Well done on their part there. Nehemiah Pritchett, interception in this game. I thought he played really well. Second-year kid coming back there. DeAnthony Bell was good as a tackler in this game. I thought Demarion Williams was solid in coverage. Tyreek Smith, really good as a pass rusher in this game, creating some pressure early on. 9 seconds to go. Raiders are going to still try to get a little bit closer here. They drop back to throw. Trying to hit that out route again. They're just going to kind of throw it away to the sideline there, knowing they don't have so much time. So a long field goal attempt will determine whether this game is going to end in a Raider win or a tie. Here we go. Carlson lines up for the kick. He's made 2. He's missed 1. This is going to be a nice lengthy one. 58 yards or so, something like that. Kicks up. It's blocked and short. So that will end that. Fun, entertaining game. Back and forth. Raiders mounted a nice comeback here in the second half to get themselves back in to tie it here. But at the end of the day, just too long of a kick there. You got to put it on a low trajectory. That always puts you in danger town as far as it being blocked. Good job by 56 to get up there and get his hands up. And he is able to block it through. So Pete not able to get a successful win here in his return. As you know, that was something he was trying to grab there in this game, especially playing his second string quarterback so deep into the third quarter as he did do. But there we go. Tie game. Still, I think a successful game for your Seahawks to start this out. You didn't play any starters in this game. There is no Sam Darnold. There is none of your 2 starting running backs. No Cooper Kupp, no JSN. None of your starting line really out there doing much in that way past like the opening series. So I'm not going to take a ton away from this when you're not playing those guys as far as that goes. And I think that your second stringers, your third stringers are better than theirs. Maybe your 4 stringers aren't quite as good in that place. But I think that's a good preseason game. That's a good opening preseason game, and that's a strong start to the season, in my opinion. We saw some good things in here that we can definitely build upon, and a lot to unpack. So let's get on into it. Y2K, though, those would be my winners in general terms. I think that defensively on that side of the ball, there's maybe not as many guys. Job got a pick in there too, so he was pretty good in there. Brandon Peely made some plays in the run game from the nose tackle position. So that was good, encouraging to see a development that we're hopeful of. I mentioned Tyreek Smith there, 4 tackles, had a pass defense and a quarterback hit. Connor O'Toole with 3 quarterback hits in this game. So there's some guys that are worth mentioning out there in this game on that side. But those would be probably the multitude I'd go through as far as giving them a tip at the cap. Some others, there's some good. There's some mixed bag too, I guess you could say on that, Y2K. K. Toady, thank you for the $5 donation, K. Toady, as well. You guys are very, very kind all the way through this channel. Just so much support. Melzy with a $200 donation. But many of you put multiple donos down throughout the course of this stream. I want to do a big applause to you guys out there on that one. Very big thank you to all of you guys. I'm tight right now. Money's tight right now. So anything you do on the support is recognized. And absolutely, it is appreciated. Okay, Toady says, thanks. I say thank you to you. Thank you for watching. You guys could be watching anywhere, anytime, any other place. You're here checking this out with me, riding with me, rocking with me. I really thank you for doing that. I really appreciate it. I love this. These are my favorite times of doing these streams is when we get a game days and we can do the play-by-play and just get into it. Get into it. Chris Olson, thank you for the $2 donation, Chris. He says, thanks for the show. My pleasure, Chris. We're going to be here all day. If you're ever looking for the spot to hang out during these streams, watching the live play-by-play, having people in the chat, watching along with you, this is the place you want to be. We'll be doing play-by-play on every Seattle Seahawks game, preseason, regular season game, playoff game, Super Bowl game. We include them all here in the way that we roll with that. So thank you for that, Chris. Appreciate you watching, man. And we will be here all year long. All year long. Megan with another donation as well. She's dropped many today, including a big old $100 drop herself early on to start us off. Megan, start us off right. Started this whole domino down line, Megan. You dropped that first domino today. She says, I'm heading out, B. Talk soon and go Hawks. Well, thank you, Megan. I really appreciate you and all you do. And we will see you soon over there on the other side, the flip side on the Seahawks Twitch channel of things. But thank you for the great discussion out here today and for the fun stream. A good time. Very good time with you guys today. Half Daddy mentions a good point. Jarcadia Wright looked better than Martinez. I think that you see between Martinez, Hololani, and Jarcadia Wright in this game, you have, not all the time whether there clear open holes there for the running back. And in Jarcadia Wright's case and in Hololani's case, I saw guys that could mitigate sometimes it not being cleanly blocked up and make something more for themselves. The thing that you're looking for with Martinez at times in this game is you're a power guy. Can you have a guy lock you up in a tackle and you're dragging him forward for a couple of extra yards? That's your MO. That's going to be your bread and butter. That's going to be who you are. You're not outrunning anybody the way you're built. So you've got to do it with your power. And I don't know if we felt as much for Martinez today in this particular game, that power that he's supposed to bring to the field. 6 carries, 10 yards in this football game. It's just his first experience. It's not to draw any ultimate determinations off Martinez in this one. But certainly Hololani looks like the better back from what we saw from him today. And Martinez has got some probably proving ground to make if he is going to be the guy to be that, as many of you guys have thought, and I think kind of rightfully so, that he's going to be that third back on this roster. That's what we thought this was going to roll to with McIntosh going down. But Hololani said, not so fast today. I got something to say about that. And if he keeps dialing up those kind of performances, he's going to make it very hard on the coaches to decide who they go to. Yeah, Damon Martinez looks just a little rough. Sentai, how you doing, Donnie? Addis, go Hawks, baby, go Hawks. Go M's too. Jordan says Martinez looked okay, but the O-line didn't give him any room to run, so not all his fault. Yeah, I'd agree with that. I don't think there was a lot of big holes there for him to get through, or a lot of even much cracks of daylight in there as well. Steelers is going to rewind the PVR and watch some more Zabel from the first half. Looked pretty good to me, to my eyes. That's definitely one of those lines where I oftentimes need that all 22 Bravos to really get a look at them to see what they were doing. But he's a guy I'm going to go out there and check out. And pass protection with the first couple of units of the offensive line held up really well. And you ran the ball really well. And the commitment was there throughout the game. 32 carries to only 32 passes. That's pure 50-50 football right there. 170 yards rushing in this game. 5.3 yard per carry average. What do you think you're getting with Kubiak? Commitment to the run, consistency in run, effectiveness in run, productivity in running the ball. You got all of that tonight. Grandizer, Hawk player, stock up, stuck down. Yeah, Hololani, Jarcadia Wright, Locke, Milroe. Milroe overall, to me, I think some people are going to dog him a little bit. I've already seen in the chat here tonight. I'm not going to be one of those guys. This is this kid's first performance as a rookie with a guy that we knew walking in was going to be a guy that we needed to let develop, and it's going to take some time to develop. So coming out and putting 6 of 10 for 61 yards up on the board, going out there and running 3 times for 38 yards on the ground, that's a good opening performance for that kid. So stock up there. Torrey Horton, stock up through the roof with him. He looked really good in this game as well. Robbie Oots was solid for you as both a blocking fullback in this game. He had only 1 catch, but that was a 17-yard catch, so shows he's got some hands in addition to that. And defensively speaking, Ivy, Demarion Williams, DeAnthony Bell, Nehemiah Pritchett, I'd give all those guys as arrows up. Mike Morris, Tyreek Smith, 2 guys that I'd give big-time arrows up in this game of how they rushed the passer and got after it on that defensive line. Arrow down, I think, a little bit. Damian Martinez, it's not ultimately the end-all be-all, like someone said above on this. Some of that's going to be a bit of the fact that Damian is some of this is just the fact that Damian is, first game, 6 carries, not a lot of holes. I don't think that there's necessarily something to be taken from that, and that this ultimately means, he's going to get overtaken by Jarcadia Wright, and he's going to get overtaken by Hololani. Just this was the initial foray into it from our eyes on it, and certainly at this point, it looks like at least Hololani's got a little bit of an edge on him in this way. But Hololani's also kind of a good low-key kind of fit here to this team, kind of surprisingly enough. It's not a bad little fit in that way. CD Woods, Thank you for the $10 donation, CD Woods. Appreciate you, man. It's good to see you in the house. Offensive line in the first half looked good. Zabel looked solid. I don't think Bradford looked as awful as I was expecting. And was that Crosby on Lucas? Indeed it was. Yeah, Crosby got some run in that first half. The Raiders' main defensive line got a lot of run in that first half. So that was a test for you, and the test that you held up to well. You ran the ball effectively. You pass protected effectively. Even when Drew Lock had an interception there, it wasn't off the back of bad pass protection. It was just Drew Lock trying to, fit a ball in that he shouldn't fit on 3rd and 10, just an ill-advised pass as much as anything else. But Zabel did look solid to me. And Bradford's a guy that doesn't need to round himself out into ultimately all of what you hoped he could be as a player when you drafted him 2 years ago, where he's this super raw lump of clay, but he's a 99th kind of percentile athlete or a 97 percentile kind of athlete. And you say, okay, well, if we can just tap into that athlete, man, what a player he could be. And maybe still what a player he could be. But I think is he incrementally getting better? Does he seem to be well fit to this system? Does the system put him less on the spotlight in the pass protection issues he has? Does it kind of mitigate some of what is the worst of his game while allowing some of what is the best of his game to be on brighter display? I think it does. He's going to have his occasional bad snaps. He's going to have his occasional whiffs. But he's also got some levels of dominance he can impart at times too with his size, with his length, with his athleticism. And I think that he doesn't have to come forward fully to that player we thought fully he could be when we drafted him. He's just got to come a good mark of the way here, a little bit better from where he's been, and give us some league average play from that position, especially being a guy that can be a people mover in the run game. And I thought he looked like that today, too, to my eyes. I thought he looked pretty good. But again, with the offensive line, it's always hard for me, CD Woods, because I got to, oftentimes doing the play-by-play, get back into the All-22 to really lock in on what those guys did, how they looked. And those will be guys I'll be definitely keeping a very close eye on. But yeah, Lucas out there getting tested with a little bit of Crosby. That's a good way to get your feet wet here to start a season off, huh, CD? Not too shabby. O-line looked good in the first half, though. You're doing both of those two things and creating holes in the run game, being efficient in the run game, and then not allowing any pass protection issues. We got through the first half with no sacks, I believe, and the Raiders only ended up with 1 sack and 2 quarterback hits on the whole day. That's on 32 dropbacks. So if I've got my quarterback dropping back 32 times, I get him sacked once, I get him hit twice. That's a very successful day for my offensive line. And so all around the good sides of what you hoped you were going to get from Kubiak here and what we're going to get from the run game, what we're going to see better from the pass protection, some more of the consistency of the drives, which we definitely got early on, especially when we weren't dealing with 4 stringers out there. As we got to 4 stringers, I think pretty early on into that, midway into that third quarter, you were getting to that kind of place of things. And that's where it started to get a little bit more into the realm of like, okay, this is looking a little bit like we're into the depths of our roster here right now at this moment. But good building block piece of a game here for the CD Woods for this offensive line to move off of and say, okay, here we've got our identity. This is who we're going to be. This is the formula we're going to use, and it can work, and we're going to stay committed to it. But very cool to see, too, how the pass protection can be aided by that strong running game, but the pass protection can be aided by the under center stuff, by the play action from under center stuff. Got a lot of that today, too. Mark Sanchez, thanks for the $5 donation, Mark. I appreciate you for that, brother. I'm glad that everyone got to see why Milroe needs to be the 3rd string quarterback and needs to sit for 2 years. Great abilities, but he just needs time. Yeah, it's a maturation process. It's a growing process. And in the NFL, because things happen like that, players can become instantaneously seemingly great right out of college, depending on the position, even quarterback, like we saw with Jaden Daniels last year. It creates a little bit of a rule of thumb in people's mind that this is something that can happen all the time and often in every which way, rather than the rule of thumb being these are young guys and they're coming in the league at 22 years old and they need time to learn how to be a pro and they need to learn how to, especially if they're playing a position like quarterback, really refine their skill set and master their craft. And that doesn't just happen with them on an OTA session for 3 months because they've been, working on their mechanics. That's something that just takes time, and it's going to take field experience, and it's going to take learning from vets. It's going to see action. It's going to be making mistakes and then knowing how to correct those mistakes. It's a process. But it comes down to, I think you're right about this, and that, this shows you in parcel a little bit with Jalen on needs that time to develop and learn, and that we're not trying to rush this guy out. We're going to let him have that opportunity to really understand. We're only going to put you out there when you're ready to go fully. We're not going to put you out there because we're just so excited about what you bring to the table, and we'll just take the good with the bad. We want to get you out there. We want to take the good with the good. That's going to be the hope for when we finally put you out there. And there was good today, but there was some stuff there too, where if he was starting in a regular game, you go, man, in a regular season game, I need you to go on a 3rd and 1. You're rounding that edge. I don't need you to throw back across your body, back to the middle of the field, trying to fit into a small little window. I need you to just use your legs and go get the first down. And that's stuff he's going to absolutely learn with time. That's decision-making that improves now versus 2 years from now. He's going to make that right decision every single time. Little stuff like that will get corrected bit by bit by bit through this process. But why the 12s need to be, in my opinion, really patient with Jalen. Really not on that itchy trigger finger to cast him off or to say, well, we know he's not going to, but to say, no, I got to give this guy that time, because that's what we knew we were signing up for when we drafted him. That's what just about every pundit and any expert would have told you on him being picked, not just myself. So it's a solid place to stay from, I think, Mark, and a place that I hope the 12s can hang on in there with. It's going to be tested often, I think. Some of the stuff he showed tonight, where when you're going to take him out in the field during the regular season, and then you're going to have him do the read option stuff for 6-7% of the plays throughout the course of the game offensively. He showed tonight he's going to be effective on those plays, that he's going to give a mighty nice curveball that he can throw defenses off Sam Darnold. That's really going to keep them on their back heels. That's going to be something they have to prepare for. And he can kind of get his feet wet with that a little bit. But you're right. Great abilities. Just need to give the guy the time. Give him the time. He's not ready right now. I think he has a potential of being ready down the road. But that's, to me, a big part of that readiness is going to be driven by whether or not you got him patient, whether you're able to maintain your patience and give him the time to truly develop the way he needs to. I love it. Love it, Mark. Absolutely love it. Chris Fisher, stat. Thank you for subscribing to the channel. I really, really appreciate that. Heeding that call, joining on up like you have. Folks, please do join Chris Fisher or stat and sub it on up to the channel. We're trying to get up over 20,000 subscribers this year, and you can help us get there now by subbing on up like these folks have in that way, and I really do appreciate it. Jackie Treehorn coming in with a $12 donation. Thank you for that, Jackie. Very, very kind of you. Had to miss the game and the stream. Hope there's a midweek recap of what happened. Thanks, B. I'm going to try to get a recap video out tonight if I can, Jackie, which is probably why we won't go necessarily maybe as long tonight on the interactive post-game discussion. We'll go for a bit with you guys here and do some chopping up with you, so don't get me wrong. We're going to do a little bit here with you, but sometimes we can go 3 or 4 hours in the regular stream on these regular season on these kind of streams, and we'll probably only go a little bit more like an hour and a half tonight on this. But I will try to get a recap out to you, Jackie. It was a game with a lot of stuff going on here in this one. There's a lot of parts to kind of talk about in this game, both from the individual side to how things played out in this game from a play calling standpoint. I think defensively, for instance, you went a little bit more exotic and willing to dial up some things early on in this game. I think as the game went along a little bit, you went a little more vanilla, especially as you got into more of the 4 stringers a little bit. But overall, an encouraging start, Jackie. Overall, you feel good about what you saw from the team. You hope your new offensive coordinator is going to run the ball and pass protect better. You got it. You absolutely got it. And that's without you running Zach Charbonnet or Kenneth Walker and no McIntosh. We're essentially down on in here in this game 3, 4, 5, 6th string running back at times that you're dialing into, and they were strong. So Kubiak gave you some consistent drives. He showed you the flavor he brings on that side. Macdonald unleashed a little bit of hell early on before he closed the gates of hell into the second half. But what happens when you get a full game of him opening the gates of hell? That's going to be a fun thing to watch, I think, definitely. So overall, a lot of things to be encouraged about on this one, Jackie. I think you're going to like what you're going to get to see if you get a chance to see the replay on it. But we will get you a quick recap out here tonight if we can here after the stream. I'll knock that out if I can. It may not have like the full flavor with all the highlights I normally do, but we'll at least get something out to you as far as discussing some of these players in this game and what they brought to the field. But good stuff tonight. I like what I saw from this team. I like the energy I'm feeling from them, and the stuff that I saw from practice and scrimmage certainly feels like it carried over in this game where physicality is at the forefront, run the balls at the forefront, And offensively, you don't know what's coming prior to the snap. But thank you, Jackie. Really appreciate the $12 donation. Good to see you in the stream tonight. And very kind of you at that. Thank you. We'll get that video out to you, though. Get you a little recap. Catalyst, thank you for the $5 donation, Catalyst. This game is just a sprinkle of Kubiak's offense. Love the heavy formations with Robbie Oots. Yeah, Oots was a real nice factor in this game. You could feel when you're in that I formation, coming downhill, getting that fullback in that hole, clearing that linebacker out, and that there's a little bit of now a cascading effect. Linebacker to that strong side shoots the gap. The other off-ball linebacker's kind of over here, and then you have an edge. And now if the running back feels that linebacker shot here and that edge collapse, and now I've got an opening to the edge and I can bounce it, I'm quick enough to bounce it to the outside, I've got a big play there to be had. Linebacker keeps it there and stretches it out wide. Play like that, Hololani probably kicks it back inside and goes up over into the kind of the B or the C gap on that one. But you could see that helpfulness of that fullback being able to kind of deregulate that linebacker, force that linebacker to commit into that hole. And then once he does, you're stuck. You're locked into that fullback block. You've been neutralized out of the play. And you better hope your bottom dollar that your edge has kept a hard edge, because if not, you're going to get a big busted out run like we got to see on that play there with Hololani around by the end zone. And I think Hololani actually had kind of two of those kind of runs in this game. But Robbie Oots was one of your real pure fullbacks coming out in this draft. And the reason that the Seahawks looked to identify that and target that guy in a very specific section of this draft is that they knew that he was going to bring a skill set that they couldn't find in other places of this draft. They wanted a very specified thing, which is an old school kind of fullback. And I think that's what you've got in this guy. Guy can give you a little bit of the catching and the run after the catch, but he can give you a lot of the blocking ability. He can give that big body that can take on any sized off-ball linebacker in the sport and be a problem for those linebackers and getting off those blocks. So Oots brings a lot to the play here. He does. And he's going to be a welcome addition to this offense, a hammer in that hole against those linebackers. And it wouldn't surprise me in the least if he's a big part of busting out some big runs by just having a look in there that not a lot of teams always have. Fullback's not on every offense, and defenses aren't always used to it. And when you're not used to something like that, you can get caught out of position very easily at that point, and a big play then comes out from it on the other side of it. Get a little bit more water, folks. I'm going to be right back. Part I like too about the Kubiak offense catalyst in this game was the first drive you had a lot of more shotgun stuff to start it out. You went 3 wide shotgun, but you were stacking the sequencing of the plays with a lot of the shotgun looks. So everything that was coming off was a lot of the shotgun initially. You come back on the second drive, now you drive back to the 2 tight end looks. And so you're giving them something wholly different to look at in the second drive. But then, much like the first drive with the shotgun looks, you're sequencing the plays with 2 tight end looks, one after the other. Boom, 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 boom. Or 2 tight end looks with the fullback in the backfield. So as you're walking up the Raiders on each of those individual drives, play after play, each play is looking like the other play. And then you're setting them up or catching them leaning to what you just did on the prior play because it looks just like this, but you're doing something else on this play. That's that misdirection. That's that honesty that you create in defenses and how they have to play then your offense prior to the snap, because they know you can kind of do anything off that same kind of look. And because you're running that same look over and over on your sequence of a drive, you're kind of teaching them a little bit. You're teaching them to not be able to key in on anything. And he did a little bit of that as well, sprinkled in, but I like that. Just a sprinkle. Didn't get the full flavor of it tonight, just a little bit of a sprinkle of it. Let's go, man. I love it. Nolan, thank you for the $5 donation, Nolan. I appreciate you for that. Very kind of you, my man. It says, early on, the Hawks 1s and 2s bullied the Raiders starters. O-line looks solid. Backup quarterback and running backs would have won going away. Yeah, I agree. I think that a little bit of this and the Raiders being able to hold on and hang in this game had to do with, it seemed like to me, definitely Carroll wanted to win this game. And you can't blame him. First game of the year, you're trying to get this started off on the right foot. But, you're not often, I think, playing your second string quarterback in the first preseason game that deep into the game like you did, especially considering Geno was done after the first series. So you did, I think, dominate their ones and twos early on in this game. You got the better of them. Hell, they were starting some starters in this game versus you who wasn't. So, that was kind of the flavor of this game throughout a little bit, is that certainly the Raiders had a little bit more of their starting front out there than you did in that way. Or were one ahead of you on the, their depth chart and who they were rocking out of there versus who you were rocking out there. But I agree. I think our ones and twos took them to task. You had a couple of interceptions on Aiden O'Connell. Your defense was getting off the football field. Your offense was finding some consistent drives. I feel good about what you were able to pull off on that. Yeah, definitely. Cat's starting to freak out for some reason. Jeez. Well said, Nolan. And thank you for all your support today. I know you dropped many donos today throughout the stream. Had some nice holes open up in the run game early on. David, thank you for the $5 donation, David. Preseason or not, but Mike Macdonald is likely not pleased giving up a 13-point lead. No, I'm sure that there's going to be plenty from this game for Mike to point back at and say, look, this should not have been a tie game. We should have won this, running away with it, especially once Jalen Milroe got that touchdown drive in the second half. Defense should put the clamps down at that point and lock this thing in. But you let them just kind of dink and dunk you a bit. You let them just kind of slowly bleed you up the football field. When you did blitz, it felt like O'Connell had an answer to go to the hot route today, which he's a vet quarterback. He's played a lot of football. You probably expect a guy like this, that especially a guy that, in O'Connell's case, doesn't have a lot of arm strength. So he's a guy that already tends to live in the short and the intermediate. You start blitzing him, you're going to have him, lean even more than into that short and intermediate aspect of what he does, because it's just what he wants to do. He knows that's how he's going to find success. Not like that guy's going to throw laser beams all over the football field and fit it into small windows. But I think that's fair. I think he's definitely going to get at him a bit on it, saying, look, we get up on teams, we want to put them away. We don't let them drift back into the game. You put them away. You got the advantage of them. That's when they're in. The way we built this team, that's our ideal. We get up on teams, that's when we should be able to kind of close them out. Because we got the kind of defense that can be suffocating. We have an offense that can run the ball, i.e. shorten the game, control the time of possession. So that stuff should blend really well together. But just didn't work out in this game in that way. And certainly a lot of teaching tape out there in this game for Mike Macdonald for these players. Few different little points of blown coverage too at times, especially up in the middle of the field, right around the hash marks. Felt like the Raiders were able to find some real openings in there where it wasn't guys just beating guys in coverage, but just blown coverages into the middle of the field or just natural holes in the middle of the field. Cooper Gay, thank you for the $5 donation. Cooper says, love what I saw today from pretty much everyone. Apart from the PTSD I got from the snap over Locke's head, excited about our corner depth. Really cool to see the corner depth step forward, Cooper, because, of course, that is the place there's some mild concern on our part as we walk into the season. You have Devin Witherspoon and Woolen that you feel really good about, but you also understand that the corner depth does not look great necessarily walking into this. You don't know if Shaquille Griffin, how he's going to look, and he should be okay and solid, but you really would love to see from Nehemiah Pritchett, Job, it could be Demarion Williams out there, that one of these guys kind of ascends up and comes up and takes a little bit more of a firmer hold on the back end of the depth, so that when you do need to call upon them at some point this season and start a game or two here and there, that they're not just going to get picked on a little bit. Like Pritchett got picked on last year in the final Rams game when he finally got an opportunity to start. Garoppolo went after him. Garoppolo attacked him. Garoppolo found success against him. Pritchett gets in an interception in this game. Great to see. Job gets a pick in this game. Great to see. So corner depth may be starting to show a little bit more stronger this year than it was maybe even last year, which would be awesome and a necessity for this team, because much like inside linebacker, that's one of those spots that you do get a little bit worried about. Could be mitigated a little bit by Mawari and him playing probably some slot stuff at times. But the bad snap by Sundell was a little rough. I do think Locke could do a little bit better job of getting his hands out there and catch that thing. Not every snap's going to come in perfect, and Sometimes you just got to get your fingers on that thing and reel it in, but could have been a better snap as well. It was kind of out away from him, and it's coming in on a pretty nice little line. But I agree, Cooper. I think pretty much everyone you feel pretty good about. Even the guys that you're not over the moon that they did something amazing. Somebody was mentioned earlier, they felt like Arroyo was blocking really well earlier in that half and on some of those run plays and doing a good job there. Made a couple catches when you did target him. Bobo made a couple catches when you did target him. Tricadia Wright, Holani feel really good about what they did on their side of it. To that degree, Torrey Horton was strong, I thought, and what he brought out there as a receiver. And a really nice touchdown and good run after the catch, the touchdown there with the little spin move. And defensively, there's a good number of guys that you just give them a little tip of the cap. Nobody was out there dominating, but just solid guys getting the job done for the most part out there. Certainly guys that you're interested in looking at long-term. Of Ivy should be a practice squad guy. Played really well in this game. Led the team, in fact, in tackles, if I'm not mistaken, with, 6 tackles, led the way. Tyreek Smith, can he be a practice squad guy that can be that guy who can, if you brought him in, maybe gives you a little bit of juice as a pass rusher out there? Maybe so. Interesting, we didn't see George Sheriff in this game at all. I wonder if the team's doing a little bit of a stash factor there on him, because he wasn't out on the field at all, and he was the guy I was looking for a little bit on that off-ball linebacker role that he's kind of ascended into. See what he brings. But Brandon Peely, Bohanna, both those guys made some plays from the defensive tackle position. DeAnthony Bell looked good as a tackler, 5 tackles in this game, 1 TFL, quarterback hit as well. He was active and all over the place. Liked what I saw from him. Yeah, overall, there's a lot to build from. I think Milrose got stuff to build from on this too, Cooper. Or there'll be people that'll be giving a little bit of shade to his game in this one because he doesn't have he didn't do the 2-minute comeback with a minute. Like, okay, but it's overall solid day. Made some good throws. Had some pretty good decision making overall. There's stuff to build on. Definitely stuff to build on here, Cooper. But thank you, man. Appreciate the $5 donation. Very kind of you. Jeff Alexander, thank you for heeding the call, my man. I really appreciate it. You're helping us get just a little bit closer to that 20,000 mark with that subbing on up today. So thank you for doing that. Please do, folks, join Jeff. Hit that like button if you get a chance as well. And sub on up to the channel. It's much appreciated. See where you guys are at here. Do we have any injuries? No injuries that I'm aware of. Didn't see anybody walking off. I did see Emma Warrior really early on a little bit there. Kind of seemed like he got his hand landed on a bit. He was kind of, grimacing a little bit there, but I don't think it was anything major. Probably just hurt. Flying blind, Tyron Bowden, the former Razorback, as am I. Oh, there we go. He was known here as a special teams ace, a great athlete with buttered brick hands. I have buttered brick hands. I never heard that one before, flying blind. That's awesome. He's got buttered brick hands. It kind of rolls off the tongue, too. Did he make a nice play for a 15-yard earlier, though? Tyron Bowden in this game was targeted twice. He did make 1 catch for 15 yards in this game and look good on the completion there. Him and Jalen Milroe, flying blind, really have a good connection. Those guys have been in training camp locking up. A couple of the days that I went to training camp flying blind, 2 big plays. You have the scrimmage game, and then you have one of the practices where Milroe hit Tyron Bowden on big plays down the sideline in both practices. So he's looking for him. They've got a chemistry, a connection. And I've kind of joked about this flying blind, but I feel like Milroe might just make Tyron Bowden make the practice squad just off of the kind of connection that they've kind of created. It's pretty cool. He just missed him a little bit later on in the game too. Just a little bit of an errant pass there. It was a good decision on the pass. The timing was perfect where Bowden got to the out route. Milroe had the ball out of the hand right at the top of the break at the stem of the route. He just got the ball floated on Milroe a little bit outside the grasp of Tyron. He couldn't do anything about it. And so far in training camp, I haven't heard anything bad really with the hands. You haven't heard any reports with the drops or bobbles or anything like that with Tyrone. Because you're right, that was a little bit of what we had heard as the claim to fame as well, was the guy just couldn't catch. Really fast, really big, just can't reel it in. But maybe he's starting to come forward on that. SGA, how you doing? It's good to see you. BC in the house. Hello, BC. King Bomber, how you doing, man? That sack to end the Seahawks drive was also a masterclass disaster by the third-string center and whoever was playing right guard. Definitely the guys at the end on the offensive line were tough. And not only tough with some of the pass protection issues, but tough with the penalties and the pre-snap penalties. It got really sloppy on that line late, and it didn't make Jalen Milroe's job any easier. K. Toady Cat got hungry, and cats big as him crave food. Oh, Mike, don't I know it? Look at my big girl over my shoulder. She's so big she comes over the cat tree. Visible says Mike Robb was drooling over Oots at the start. I bet, man. He knows a fullback body when he sees one. He knows a prototype fullback body. You know, it's that old joke of you may not like it, but this is what peak athleticism looks like. We'll drink in Robbie Oots because it is very true right there. Isn't Clowney a man? He seems almost 40. He's actually, I think he's surprisingly not that old, but I think some of that was just because he came into the league so young. Clowney's, no, he's 32. So he's a little bit up there, 32 years age. He's been in the league for a minute though, hasn't he? We get Clowney. Go get Clowney. I'd love to see Clowney, man. Abdi says Eric Saubert's very similar to Zach Miller. Boy, he was catching like Zach Miller today. He caught that one off his fingertips. That was a hell of a grab. Hell of a grab. Simogen, I don't think it was just Adams, but I will say he was taking the game a bit too seriously. However, this wasn't a preseason game, but a week one game on how hard each team was playing. Adams was running around with his typical kind of regular season fire to him, Simogen, and he's trying to make it work there at off-ball linebacker. He's trying to make that roster. He's doing what he can, and he was definitely running around doing everything he could for that Raiders team. So I hope the best for Adams. You know, the guy got snake bit by injuries, which is tough, but definitely didn't, had a little bit of added intensity. You know, with Carroll coming in there and wanting to win that game, and with Seahawks trying to set the tone for what they want this season to be about, with the physicality, the intensity, that both those type of things kind of ran into each other tonight a little bit. Levi, I thought Josh Jobe looked pretty good too. Chosen says, yeah, Kubiak gave off that confidence that we missed all last season. Don't you just feel more just like you're in better hands? You know? You've given a guy to drive the car, and maybe you can jump in the back and catch a nap. That's how I feel with Kubiak. Whereas with Grubb, I feel like I had to be the second pair of eyes for him on the road. Like, you see it? You see it? You see it? It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. Turn. With Kubiak, I feel like I can just, grab the big gulp, kick the feet back, crack a little window, put in the earbuds. Just make me feel nice and fine. Ryan says Milroe needs to play with Horton and Arroyo because it's hard to learn anything with the four stringers. I would agree with you, Ryan. I feel like I can understand why you wanted to let Drew Lock get a little bit of run here in this game as much as you did, but I do feel like this is a really good opportunity here with Milroe as it stands going through the next two preseason games, knowing that you're going to have Lock be the second string guy coming off the bench now. I think we got that pretty firmly rooted here. Knowing that's the situation, knowing that Milroe is going to need to wait for his time to have a chance to really get out there on the field as a starter, let's say, then let's give him the opportunity to develop on these next two games. Let's use this for the valuable experience it is, and that means not necessarily throwing him out there with four stringers 24/7, but giving him a true chance for success. Yeah, I agree. New Blacks. Oh, yeah, I'm not even fully thinking of Milroe playing much seriously until bare minimum next year or maybe 2 years out. Darnold will be fine. Yeah, Darnold will be plenty fine. Plenty fine. And I hope the 12s can embrace that a little bit. This is the plan, and it's a good plan. And it's a plan where a lot of quarterbacks, Patrick Mahomes, Aaron Rodgers, this approach has worked. And it's brought in great returns with it. But it does require a trusting of the process to make it go. That's for sure. It requires, not getting jumpy on needing one bad performance from your starter and you're trying to run to this guy. No, we're letting him develop. We're letting him develop. We'll come out the other side of it and see where it lands there. Sam, thank you for that, man. Mike Henderson, the 6 penalties in the second half hurt Milroe. Lost 2 huge runs to penalties. Amen. Can't overlook that in Milroe's performance. A lot of those didn't have anything to do with him. He can't help it if your offensive linemen forget the snap count. And can't help it if Brady Russell comes up into the hole and has a blatant hold that's right there in the center for the officials to see. There's no hiding it. That's not on Milroe at that point. It's making his job a lot harder, though, when you're getting him into 3rd and 22 type situations. Max says Milroe looked fast, was doing quarterback things, and didn't get hurt. Nice first game. Like it. Great evaluation, and I agree. Very good. James Valvas, first half of preseasons matter, second halves don't. Well said, James. When you're playing down to the 4-string guys, and I'm telling you, in this game in the early into the 3rd quarter, there are guys out on this football field that are not only not going to make the active NFL roster, but are not going to be on the practice field either. Not the practice squad. And these are guys that'll maybe be struggling to even maintain in the NFL. And Seattle went to that 4th-string really quickly, partially because you didn't start anybody. So it was definitely a little bit of a different approach from us from the other. But first half, you get a little bit more feel of what you got. Chosen says, didn't Robbie Utes block the piss out of one of the highest paid defensive ends in Max Crosby? I think I saw a play where that might have happened. Got to go back through and check, but might have occurred. Byron P. Good stream, Brandon. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. We're having a good time here. Having a good time. Vibes are right today. Cattle says, we'll see how Chip Kelly's offense goes. That's a lot of shotgun. Whew. Especially for a Coach Carroll team, man. I don't know how much he's going to be willing to embrace that for a whole season. Maybe it'll work, but it's not necessarily typical Carroll, I would say. That much of it. I mean, it felt like just about almost 24/7 for that offense today, didn't it, Catalyst? Chosen says it feels like Hololani was wide open most of his runs. The wide zone run game looking good. We'll see how K9 does in those lanes. I was kind of thinking the same thing of like, man, if Hololani looks like this in this wide zone, how's K9 going to look? I was a guy with a little bit extra quickness, a little bit more speed. You go, woo. So I've said I think there's a real chance here with Walker that he has finally that full-on breakout year we've all been wanting to see prior. Some of you have given up hope with the injury situation to Walker, saying it'll never come be. But I'm telling you, in this system, this time, contract year, wouldn't be shocked if you got that finally, that breakout coming. What's up with Verse B? Jared Verse injured? Says he got his knee checked out, but it doesn't sound like it's serious. And, knee things can happen at this time of year. We've got our own Tyrese Knight probably going through something similar. It can sometimes be an MCL. It's going to be a couple week thing, but it sounds like they'll get him back in there. K. Toady, new rule in the NFL. If a mom or pop of NFL rookie calls NFL team to demand to play their son, player will automatically be sent to the CFL. I like it. I moved that rule to be pushed through. Shanir, are you listening to Mike Macdonald's post game? Will you react to it? I'll react to it. So what I'll do, Shanir, is we do the post game discussion, and then right after the post game discussion, I'll do a little 10-minute wrap up video of the game, just discussing what went down in the game. And I'll try when I do the wrap up there to I'll listen to what Mike Macdonald had to say so I can reference a little bit of what he had to say before I do the video. I'll go check it out before I do that, for sure. Visible says Locke had some really impressive throws tonight outside of the pick. He did. Everything else was really good down the line. It was like there's 2 plays I could kind of pick out from him, the interception and one where he was probably should have tried to just run it and get a couple of yards on the play. But Locke looked good overall, showed you the velocity, showed you that smooth delivery that he possesses, the quick release was on display. Like what I saw from him. Danny Dennis says, if you got loud when that kick was blocked, I rock with you. Let's go. Go Hawks, man. And it was brutal there where Waxter got beat on the deep ball. It's also a bit of a brutal play for an undrafted rookie, guy like that, where the Raiders have been dinking and dunking every game. The Raider quarterback has been hitting his back foot and letting it rip to basically his first read throughout most of the game. And so you as the player are jumping on kind of that first route and read, and they run a pump and go. They run a sluggo route basically on you for the first time throughout the whole game. It was a great, brilliant play call by Chip Kelly, taking advantage of how you'd kind of run the play and then run the show up until that point. But it's also just a tough moment on the kid. King, I wonder if Nehemiah Pritchett earned himself a roster spot. Hard to say. I think there's a good little battle going on there, King, and it's been all the more harder to determine on this because of Shaq Griffith's presence now, where it's really maybe down to one guy on the fight there, where you've got your three, because I think they may end up keeping Emawari as sort of an extra corner and then having the extra safety. Kind of depends on how you're going to run the roster spots on this for the way it'll kind of shake out a bit. Because you have to do so much managing between Robbie Oots and Jalen Milroe on the roster. But he did all he could today. I mean, that was as strong a performance from Nehemiah Pritchett as we've seen since he's arrived here. Hopefully he can build on that. Catalyst says Locke should have led that to the sideline, honestly. 3rd and 10, he rushed it. Yeah, I mean, the big mistake to me he made, he's a little late on the throw, but the big mistake you got is on that ball placement. You want to put it in a place where your guy can get it or nobody can get it, where at the very least you walk away in that situation with a field goal attempt. And how big does that play factor in this game? Because if Locke in that moment throws it away and you get a Jason Myers field goal attempt and Myers kicks that through, that's you winning this football game. That's where a small decision like that in the first quarter can factor so big throughout the course of the game in the big long stretch of things. And you don't want to take points off the board, which is more than the interception. That's what Locke did in that moment. I think I saw the stat here just recently, and when you look at the NFL and you look at defenses that are good defenses really are driven as much by what they draw offenses into on 3rd down. What is your average rate on 3rd in this? Are you a 3rd and 8 type of team, or are you a 3rd and 4 type of team? And that's because the great defenses are, of course, those ones that can get into 3rd and 8s, 3rd and 9, 3rd and 10s. But what stands out is you're like 13%. You're 3rd and 9 or more. You're sitting at about 13% of your completion or of conversion percentage in the NFL on 3rd downs at that rate. So you've got to know that as a quarterback walking up to the snap, understanding that. It doesn't mean you have a defeatist attitude. Doesn't mean you're not going to try to make a throw if there isn't one there. But if you're going to be a little late on a throw, if there's going to be tight coverage on the play, maybe you want to be kind of more aware of it in that moment. And it was just the one spot with Locke in this game, but it is one with him where I want those plays cleaned up a little bit more in his game at times. You just always seem to, with Locke, if you're going to play him a whole game, you're going to get a couple throws in there where you're just like, man, you were so locked in. What happened here? Where were you going with this one? Stewart's with me. He says, Locke, you just don't throw interceptions in scoring range. Just no. Especially this team, Stewart. This is a very important point. I'm glad you're on the same place with it. You are here to try to get consistent drives and get consistent points with those drives. Would love to get touchdowns. That's the ideal. But this offense is going to be one where you're going to have a dominant defense, great special teams unit. They just got to get their bare minimum job done. So if you get in position to put points on the board field goal wise, if the kicker misses it, so be it. But you get your team in the position to make those kicks. Don't be making bad interceptions on those plays for what's not likely to be a successful play right from the jump, and you know it. And that's where you've got to, as a quarterback, be this is where we go to that game manager thing sometimes gets referenced as this big derogatory thing. And it really shouldn't always be, because it's sometimes hard for these quarterbacks to operate with that secondary point of management and what they're in thinking about the game and that extra layer on it, rather than just reading it. Who's open? What's the coverage? What's my play for this? Like, you got to have this extra thing I got to think about on top of it. That's hard. And it is hard. But you have to do it for this type of team. You got to do it to be this kind of quarterback on this team. I think we will see Sam Darnold do that. And then that will be a front point of his game. He knows it too. But just except for that one, Locke was good around on that side of it. Just that one. King says, I don't think any of the players Milroe is playing with are going to be on the practice squad. IMO. Laugh my ass off. Probably not, man. Yeah. Probably not. Stuart says, wish they did graduated releases. I don't want to see some of these guys for 3 weeks. Real talk. Oh, Y2K, thank you for the $10 donation, Y2K. Really appreciate you, brother, as well as being a member of the channel. Is having a tried and true offense a better plan when you have a defensive coach? Because you inevitably lose your offensive coordinator when he does well. It's easier to replace said offensive system. That's a good question, Y2K. I think the way I'd answer this would be the old school answer in this Y2K would have been that you have a defensive-minded coach, so you want to get an offense that's going to run the ball and control the clock and limit turnovers, protect that defense, get consistent drives, move the chains. I think that is, in general terms, that is what you want for having a really strong defensive-minded head coach, that you want to pair that with him. But this comes back to you talking about the tried and true offense. I think what you want with the tried and true offense is an offense that is fit to be, I'm trying to think of not the cutting edge, but one that is to be taking advantage of where defenses are at and where defenses are most vulnerable. So bringing in Kubiak right now, certainly all those first things I just talked about, pairing this kind of guy to a defensive-minded coach, a guy that's going to be committed to running the ball, a guy that's going to control the clock, this guy's going to get committed, is going to get consistent drives. That stuff's all there on the front of this. But beneath the surface of this as well, when we go to where the NFL is at offense to defense, we know right now cover 2 shell is driving a lot of offenses now back to running the ball. The cover 2 shell is driving a lot of offenses back to 2 tight ends and to using a fullback. So you also find yourself, from the cylindrical nature of how passing wins today, running will win tomorrow, passing wins today, running will win tomorrow, and that we always are going in this kind of constant evolutionary state back from one to the other, that you find yourself right now where it's been the past couple of years of running the ball has become more important than ever too. So this is where you get a bit of both on this thing, and I would say that that's why it's not just, to me, the one size fits all that it used to be here, Y2K, where it was just, I'm a defensive-minded head coach. I'm going to go get a run-centric offensive coordinator who's going to try to run the ball 50-50. I'm going to pass the ball as little as possible. I'm just going to be a time of possession thing. We're going to be very protective with the ball. I think that it's evolved a little bit where you can't just be that purely that way. You also have to be with an eye towards making sure you're, if not on the cutting edge offensively, that you're doing some cutting edge things, and not just trying to get by, not just trying to punt on the offensive side of the ball, essentially, which is kind of a bit of I think the old school approach for those defensive-minded coaches. And that's where that has evolved a little bit. I think that's also something that Mike Macdonald is aware of, partially because of the Grubb hire, because the Grubb hire was one that wasn't about just get by on this side of the ball, but you were sort of shooting for the moon. Well, what if we could be a great here and we could be great on this side of the ball? So I think Mike understands this too as well, that you got to grow outside of that old thinking approach to both sides of the ball, and know that you need both. Both have got to kind of bring it to be a great team. Can't just hope that one side's going to be able to just hold on everything on its own on that. Hope that's a good answer to that question. It's a great question, though. Yeah, I think it's easier to replace an offensive system like this one to a degree, because you can find guys out there that have the designs of this playbook and their play designs, and that you can kind of go from one like to the other. Some of it is a bit dependent on Y2K a bit as well, on though how good a coaching talent do you have out there to run that same system. Meaning I might have another guy who can run the system that he has exactly the way that Kubiak does, but maybe he's like a lot dumber about it. And he's not as good a sequencer, and he's not as good a trainer, and he doesn't have the good offensive line coach he brings with him. And that's where it becomes, I think, a little bit more of a complicated answer more than a simplified one. and that it's never easy to replace a guy, and it's never as certain as there's just an easier answer to doing it, i.e., like you're saying, to where you're running a system that's got more commonality, let's say, throughout the league. There's more coaches running it, so then maybe you would think I've got more potential coaches I can call upon to replace a guy if I have a guy get lost and go become a head coach and go get a promotion, essentially. So I think in general terms, the answer is yes, they're Y2K, but in certain other terms with it, it's sort of like, yeah, but it's also kind of can be complicated and case dependent and situationally dependent and then timing dependent, meaning the actual who are the coaches available, what's the talent out there to pick from if we lose our guy. And that becomes another part of it too. Visible says Jordan Love, another example of letting someone sit. I think Trey Lance looked really good last week too. Might have just needed to mature a bit. Well, to your point on that, with Trey Lance, that's been a long-time guy I'm a proponent of, and I don't think that that's been a guy that's always been given a great chance to show what he's got. So I hope he gets that chance there eventually. He did look good the other night, that's for sure. I love your example there with Jordan Love. That is another great example, much like Aaron Rodgers, getting that multi-year to be able to sit, to develop, to become the best version of himself, to be most prepared for the opportunity. And that's what Jordan Love was. That's what those other guys were. Being Aaron Rodgers, I know Mahomes only basically sat for 1 year, but I think that there's really a benefit to this for these quarterbacks. It's the toughest position to play maybe in all of sports. There is so much on your shoulders from not only having to know the plays and but being a leader to being able to make sure your mechanics are right and your decision-making is correct. And that you're being at times like an extension of the coach on a football field. It takes a lot. That's a lot for a guy to pick up. It just doesn't happen overnight. And I think there's so many success stories of guys sitting to me at this point that I find myself, as I've gone with age with this, and I've kind of gone back and forth in this Visible with, play him immediately versus kind of sitting him and giving him that time. I do find myself ardently in the camp at this point of saying, give the guy time. I know you want to get your spectacular young quarterback out there. I know you want to see the flashy new toy that you got on the football field. I get that. But don't do it to the detriment of him, and don't do it to the detriment of the team, and don't do it to the detriment of his long-term development. And that is the price that so many of these teams pay over and over again because they just can't help themselves. Visible. Neri Namak, how is Pete's bend but don't break defense? They had, I guess, some moments in it. I don't know that their defense did a lot in this game that was, to me, super impressive necessarily. The interception was cool early on, but that's as much a kind of a bad throw on a late pass. I think Milroe got set up behind the chains a couple times in this game with some of the inability of your offensive line to know the snap count, bad penalties in that second half, sloppy football a little bit. Helped out that Raider defense at times. I mean, you had some first downs wiped off, and the penalties did a lot of that. So they played hard for Coach Carroll. That's for sure out there. And you got to give them credit for hanging in there when they could have kind of rolled over and showed their belly after you got up by 10 points on them in the third quarter. So some good resilience, which is something that I would expect from a Coach Carroll team. And you saw that. I do wonder about that shotgun looks catalyst, if that's something Carroll's going to want to rock with so much in the regular season. Especially with the Ashton Genty. I like Ashton Genty a lot more with the under center and giving those carries out off of that. But that's also just not Chip Kelly's game, is it? Kieran says, hard to evaluate much of anything from this game, to be honest. Play calling was fine on both sides, not great. Rushing, good. Boots and Horton look solid. Raiders got some good receivers, though. Yeah, the Raiders' back end receivers look pretty good in this game. So the depth that they did a good job. They made some tough catches. That's for sure. Green says, I was not impressed with Drew at all. That's funny y'all like that. Laughing out loud. He's fine, I thought. He didn't light the world on fire, but he's fine. 147 yards and a half, basically. King, I think Pritchett is the sixth corner. He played first, and all the other guys getting talked about didn't play too hot in the later half. I could see that. Cade Toady, number 6, Milroe was... Sorry, cut off your deal there as I was trying to read it. Number 6, Milroe was too predictable. Why does spell check always tell me Milroe is misspelled? I don't know. It'll get it right eventually here. He already needs better attorneys at law. Getting better help with his future, up to him only. Yeah, he's going to be a bit predictable on this. And this is a rookie quarterback, Rookies are going to stare down targets. Rookies are going to look at their first read. Rookies are going to have moments where they're going to get confused. And especially in a guy in the Milroe, that one of the points of improvement that needs to come along is the processing in the pocket and not taking as long to see what's happening in front of you, which then can lead to late sacks or can lead to the inability of you not to break free and go get some extra yards if you just made the decision about a half a second earlier. So those are things that I think you get with a rookie quarterback in his first start. You're going to get with a rookie quarterback a lot anytime you kind of play him this year or in the next couple of years, 2 years, I would say. Let's see if we're going to get improvement from that. Let's see if he can build on performances, if he can limit down the mistakes, if the decision-making and the processing can speed up a bit with time. That's going to be the thing to, I think, track and monitor with him. Austin, wasn't there a missed extra point or something? It was blocked. A couple blocked kicks in this game. That one could have won us the game too. Yep, you're right. King says the other thing about special teams late in these preseason games is the four stringers in those positions. Not too worried about the special teams mistakes tonight. No, I'm not either. It's a good point. King says my biggest concern is who is our kick returner and who's our punt returner, because Horton looks good, but he looks better as a receiver. Watching him at training camp, King Bomber, I got to see a lot of him fielding punts, and I think he is the most comfortable on this roster at fielding punts. So I feel like he's pretty sure-handed. He might be a better receiver, like you say, with that, but I think he's probably going to be the best option at PR. Kick returner gets a little more dicey. I do think Charbonnet's got a real potential track at taking that job. Who else could be the other guy? Hard to say on that. Definitely Damian Martinez did not look well suited to the role. I would estimate that if I had to guess, you're probably getting something like Derek Young and like Charbonnet back there as your kick returners. Definitely with Harbaugh again, this one. You open up with a kick return that you allow get up the field. You had a couple of kick returners in this game. Again, I'm not taking too much away from it, but wasn't the greatest of performances on the kick return units today. Gal says with Charles Cross out there, starting line might be very good. You never know, man. This might round into shape. Sometimes hard to predict these things, especially the new scheme. Especially the new scheme that might fit certain guys better than the other schemes had. Keon Lund in the house. What's up, Keon Lund? Good to see you, man. He says, long time no see. Thanks for doing this channel, dude. Missed the game tonight. What are your highlights and lowlights? How did we receive Pete and Gino? I didn't hear on Gino, but the reports that I heard on Pete was that he was applauded and celebrated and no boos and nobody being any stupid about stuff like that, which is cool. He deserved that. Gino deserved that too, to be well received in the stadium. So hopefully they were. Highlights were the second half was much better than the first half was much better than the second half. Much cleaner game in that first half. You got Mike Macdonald dialing up some things defensively, the defense being pretty suffocating through those first couple of drives. You got a couple of interceptions that you forced. One of the interceptions that was really driven off of true spice from Macdonald, where he's showing you 5 minutes line of scrimmage. He drops one out. He brings two other guys from a whole different section, completely throws off the quarterback. Quarterback ends up throwing an interception on the play on the back of that pressure you created. So the defense looked really good in that first half. Offensively, Locke had the one interception that was a little bit on the tough side, as it took points off the board and it was down when you were in there knocking a bit on the door. But aside from that, Locke was pretty strong with his decision making, and I thought he was good in that way. Made some good throws, pretty smart with the ball. The running backs, George Alani, Jarcadia Wright, were absolute godsends tonight. Both of those guys did not always have the easiest of holes open up for them. Sometimes you had some good holes open up for them. A lot of times, though, with those guys, their big runs came on the back of them making a really nice broken tackle there right at the line of scrimmage or just in the backfield, and then them really then making the most of that broken tackle on the back of that. Both those guys ran really well. Holani averaged 8.7 yards per carry on 7 carries. Jarcadia Wright averaged almost 5 yards per carry on 7 carries. I think when you look at offensively on the day, you were really balanced, which is what you wanted to get with Kubiak, Keon. You wanted to see a commitment to the run, 32 rushing attempts versus 32 passing attempts, 50-50 football all the way through on that. And not only did you run the ball at a 50-50 rate to passing the ball, but you averaged 5.3 yards per carry in running the ball, and you had 2 touchdowns running, which means you were also running the ball good down by the goal line. These are all general indicators for Kubiak's offense that are encouraging and are part of what we hope we were going to get with him on it. Second half, it got a little bit rougher. You just got into your 4th string. Some of this is I think the Raiders played a little bit of their 2nd, 3rd stringers a little bit longer, which just made your 4th stringers look worse at times. They dink and dunked us to death defensively in the second half. Less spice, less flavor from Mike Macdonald's defense, a little bit more of just the 4-man fronts, kind of playing it straight up. So it was a little bit rougher there. Offensively, you just kept jumping, false starting. Jalen Milroe sometimes got put behind the sticks. Milroe didn't play bad. He was solid in his first action out there, but some of it was just the sloppy ball around him that was kind of holding him back a little bit. But overall, pretty encouraging. Torrey Horton looked good. Holani Arroyo made a couple catches. Robbie Oots made a block and made a nice catch down the field. They had a nice 17-yard gain on a catch with him with that. So a lot of encouraging things overall there. What you saw low light wise, Damian Martinez, 6 carries, 10 yards. He was not able to break free from that first tackler like Jarcadia Wright was, like George Holani was at times. I thought, who was the one guy I'm going to talk about a little bit? Cody White, I think, had a tough game. 2 targets, 2 drops. Two ones that if you're a guy trying to make the practice squad, I think you got to kind of make those catches. And he just kind of had a rough night overall from his side of it. Offensive line on the whole was okay. I don't think there was any real low lights to the offensive line today for the most part. Maybe your 4th-string center, Menage, is in there, and some of your 3rd, 4th-string guards was a little bit rough at times in there on that side of it a little bit. But I don't know if there was any major guys defensively you poked to. Isis Waxter got beat on a sluggo route that was tough, but that's going to happen at times. Everybody else was pretty solid out the gate defensively. You played none of your starters, Keon, so it was a lot of 2nd to 3rd stringers pretty quick. D'Anthony Bell was good. Tyreek Smith coming off the edge as a pass rusher in this game was good. Mike Morris was really active, coming off the edge as well. He had a couple tackles in this game and a quarterback hit and a TFL. So Mike continues to have a really strong training camp on that side of it too. But not as many guys I can point to that are low light guys, I'd say, on the defensive line or defense in general. They just kind of dinked and dunked you. You played a lot of kind of just soft defense where you're preventing the deep ball with the lead, and Raiders took advantage of it a little bit. But thank you, Keon. I appreciate the donation. Very, very kind of you, man. Sorry you missed the game. Hopefully got a replay you're able to check out. Y2K, thanks for the $2 donation. Did the rookie slot wide receiver for the Raiders do anything? I'm guessing you're meaning Jack Besh. As I'm guessing you're talking about. Jack Besh was targeted 2 times. He made 1 catch for 5 yards. So he's going to be a little bit out. He'll be outside, inside guy and how they're going to use him a little bit, I think. But wasn't worked a lot in this game. A little bit more, it felt like, of Philip Dorsett in the slot at times. That's where they were kind of lining him up in there, to me, Y2K. But wasn't targeted a lot. Don't know if he played a ton as well. Felt like he was out of there pretty quickly. Young Guns, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, W for Pumpkin. She appreciates that. You got a W. You got a W for you. She's going to get some salmon after the stream tonight. Yeah. You got some salmon coming to you tonight. You're looking sleepy. Why are you so tired? Was it a long game for you? Super long game for our Young Guns. But thank you, man. Appreciate it. Jeffrey A. Thistle in the house. What's up, Jeffrey? Jeffrey with a $5. Thank you for that. Says, I was not impressed with what I saw out of Pete's team starters today. Sorry, 1 second, folks. Says, I was not impressed with what I saw out of Pete's starters today. They were getting stomped. Raiders looked rough until we had our fourth teamers. I would agree with that. Raiders came out there willing to play a lot more of their starters out there, playing important players out there a lot longer in this game. You came out with none of your starters, basically, and you kind of took it to them on that, on both sides of the ball. I agree with you. If this is one-on-one, this is going to be probably a blowout for your Seattle Seahawks playing at home. Now, first game of the preseason, first game for Coach Carroll. He's trying to set a tone there. Maybe not the most surprising of things, but I think it's also accurately said, Jeffrey, right? As opposed to the Raiders lighting the world on fire and looking hot right from the jump out there. So I think that they did make this look a little bit better to the Raiders in this game by playing O'Connell longer, by playing some of those players out there that are, like I said, going to be more kind of key contributors, if not starters at times for this Raiders team. Whereas, we were into mill row really quickly into that third quarter, and we were turning over our four stringers really quickly into that third quarter. So it is a little bit different, and it does matter when looking at these performances, because if you have a team that plays 1-on-2s, 2-on-3s, 3-on-4s, it's going to be rare that any team out there's 4s are going to be able to hang with the 3s, or any team's 3s are hanging with anybody's 2s. And some teams will play that game a little bit where they'll play their front end guys a little bit longer to create these conditions for the way that this kind of played out in the second half, Jeffrey. Well spotted on your part. I agree. Jeffrey with another $5 as well. Thank you for that, Jeffrey. Says, who in their right mind is ever going to return a kick now? You're saying if I do nothing, I get the ball on the 35-yard line? Yes, please. Yes, I think that if you kick it in the end zone, the automatic thing has got to be as a returning team that you take that end zone and you thank them for doing that and you take the ball at the 35-yard line. I think the Raiders showed you the pathway for kickoff returns to get around this a little bit, in that you kick essentially the squib kick, and that you're going to kick it and you're going to kick it, but you're going to try to make it bounce so that if it goes back in the end zone, it's happening on a bounce. Because that does seem to be the real turn of this rule that I hadn't considered as much, Jeffrey, is that if you bounce the ball before it gets to the end zone and you down to the end zone, you're only getting it at the 20-yard line. It goes to the 35 if the ball is carrying all the way into the air into the end zone. But I agree with you. I can't see why it makes any sense for any team out there to drive that ball back in the end zone and give those teams that 35-yard line point, unless you just don't trust your kick return unit to defend it. You just think they're just that bad at it. But both teams were kicking to the back of the end zone, so both teams were kind of okay with letting the team take it to the 35-yard line, I guess. But if I was a coach, I'd be doing the squib thing. I'm going to squib it and try to squib it with the bounce into the back of the end zone and put them in that pickle. If you really want to try to return this from 2 yards deep in your end zone off a bounce, good luck. But I agree with you, man. If it's just you land them purely in the end zone, just take the 35-yard line and call it a day. Call it a day. Young says, thanks for the stream and coverage tonight, B. Good night, 12s, and go Hawks. Go Hawks, man. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. K. Tody says, Seahawks had worst punt and kick returners in the NFL. Hope young, entitled, old last name special teams coach grows up soon. I hope so as well, man. It was rough last year, and that's coming off Larry Izzo, who was here prior, who had that special teams unit humming. Something I'm watching for this year too, K. Tody, because a big part of this team and being the best version of itself that it can be is a special teams unit holding up its end of the bargain. Jordan says, why didn't we design the player from last year to do the returns? Resign. Jalen Durden. I don't know. It's especially, Jordan, going to be a little confusing for me if the team goes down the track of bringing in like a Steve Sims in as a specialist type, where you go, why didn't you just go with Durden? My guess on this, on the front of this, Jordan, is that they're looking to hopefully have this to where the kick returner and the punt returners are going to be guys that are also taking positions on the roster that they can use. Is it a Charbonnet running back and Derek Young, who would be the last receiver on your roster, as maybe your two kick returners, and then Torrey Horton is maybe your fourth, fifth wide receiver on the roster, as opposed to Durden, who's not ever going to be on the field as a receiver. He's only there as a punt returner, only there as a kick returner. And I think that that's probably what Mike's probably trying to avoid. That's my guess on it. But like you, I also go, why not just go with the steady force that was back there and getting it done? It's a little bit like, we had this with, remember Ugabagugi? And he was really good for us as a kick returner one year, just awesome when you brought him in off the street, and then you just decide not to bring him back the next year, and you go, why not? He was fine. He was good. Boo, Hawks Nest. Who do you think will be better in fantasy, Hampton or Genty? I feel better about the Chargers offense and the O-line helping Hampton to get better production. Yeah, I think it's going to be Hampton. I think with Genty, I don't know if Genty's going to work as well with some of the shotgun stuff that they're going to try to run this year. It's such a heavy prevalence. I mean, the whole thing with the read option game out of shotgun is that it mainly works off the back of you having a quarterback who might be a threat to keep it. When you're running shotgun stuff out of when you're running RPO stuff out of shotgun and the quarterback's not a threat to keep it, defenses can counter around the running back and kind of eliminate some of that effectiveness. I worry about that there with Genty in the backfield and those kind of looks all the time. With Hampton, he's going to serve essentially in this Harbaugh offense what Frank Gore served in the 49er offense, which is he's going to be the hammer up the middle. And you better believe they're going to feed him with that. He's going to get his touches with that. And so Harbaugh tends to script together and put together really good run games, really consistent run games, dynamic run games. Roman's there. He does that as well. I would Hampton all day on this one. I love Genty, boo. I love Genty. But Hampton is a short yardage guy, is a guy that's going to get a lot of touchdowns in around those goal line for the Chargers. It does suck to hear today. I mean, boy, brutal blow for the Chargers today. Rashawn Slater tore his patella tendon. So Rashawn Slater is going to be out here for the entirety of the season for the Chargers. That's a big, big monster blow. My cat's freaking out, telling me, streaming so long. Hold on one sec. AC, should I go ahead and pre-order my Torrey Horton jersey? I'm starting to go closer into a yes answer on that one, AC. Again, it's so impressive. And he just, what he's done at camp and building on that performance in this game, how much Drew Lock was concentrating on targeting him, that just shows you the comfort and confidence that they have in this kid already as a rookie. Yeah, it might be time. Might be time. Catalyst Rashawn Slater out for the season hurts the O-line, but the Raiders O-line was upgraded much, was upgraded much and was worse at the run blocking last year. Yeah, agreed. I still would give the nod to the Chargers even with Rashad Jenkins out of there. Plus, I think the Raiders are going to play from behind a lot this year, and that's not going to help in running the ball either. King, I'm not keeping him because of his name. I'm keeping him because it wasn't a terrible year last year. It was the first time in the NFL. It's not like we allowed 3 to 4 touchdown returns. There's a lot of room for improvement. It's 1 year. We'll see if we can get better in this next season. Yeah, I honestly don't know if Chip Kelly's scheme and the Raiders O-line will allow Genty to flourish. I'm a little skeptical right now. It didn't look good today. It was a couple carries. It's sample size as hell. I don't know about this whole shotgun all the time thing, though, with Genty. It's a little janky for Genty. Theo said the O-line looked competent. This is the best game ever. Let's go, Theo. Let's go. Siak 2 is with me. He says Hampton's better than Genty in fantasy. Yeah, I think he will be. And I think by even maybe a decent margin at least this season. Seahawks 2, a running back should never be drafted above 20 unless you have a CMC or Saquon Barkley. I definitely think they should be that level of difference-making talent if you're going to take them. I do think Genty's got that level of talent to his game, but he's gone to a situation here that's going to be a tough one for him, and it's going to be an uphill battle for him to, maybe get the number of touches, maybe the kind of scheme he's running, Raiders playing from behind, not having the greatest of offensive lines to work with, not having the most playmakers to throw to on the outside to take the pressure away from Genty. It's going to be a little bit uphill running, I think, for him this year, and that's not necessarily his fault with it. I think one of the things that helps a guy like Gibbs going to Lions, King Bomber, is that offensive line he got to go to. And when you have some of these guys like Agenti going to line he's going to, that's definitely something you got to take into account, not to mention smart offensive coordinator, capable quarterback. That's a bit of the factor in here a little bit for me on that. I think that's something that, for instance, to what Kaz talks about with Bijan, I think that's something that's held Bijan back from tapping into all what he can bring to the field. Because Bijan's not been a bad back in this sport, just hasn't been maximized out to a top 10 running back that he was picked at. And I think some of that has to do with, he's had a pretty good offensive line, but quarterback play's been pretty atrocious. Defense hasn't been particularly good. There's outside factors, and this is why we come back to why I think this is that extra reason on top of everything else as to why the analytic folks hammer so often on why you don't have these running backs taking highs, that you can go get the guy you think's a difference-making talent, and if you don't have the parameters, if you don't have the stage set in front of him for success, you won't be able to maximize that great skill set. I don't know why my cat is freaking out right now. She is like, bear with me one sec, folks. Cat's losing her mind today for some reason. Cam Waltz, Jamal Adams looked good. You got to love the fire he was playing with and the intensity he was playing with. That guy's trying to hold on to his NFL life and continue to be able to play the sport he loves. And he was out there, I think, providing that energy. I agree. Keon, did anyone catch Pete doing wind sprints? He's got decent wheels for being 75. Oh, yeah. Most guys 75 can't even run anymore, much less move with a little bit of quickness. Judah says, we know we got a great rookie receiver in Horton, an offensive line that can get a push, a running game that makes sense and follows a scheme and culture. We doing good. We doing good, man. Judah, I agree. We're sitting in a very nice spot right now. Is it the catbird nest? I don't know. Catbird seat? Maybe. Cam says, didn't like anything from Martinez. Slow feet, no power. Like the two other running backs, though. He did look like he was missing a bit of both on that compared to those other two guys, Cam. Yeah, I feel a little bit of the same there, which was surprising. I was expecting a little bit more out of Damian. Maybe just the first action, maybe just nerves. Catalyst says shotgun spread schemes are much more effective with mobile quarterbacks. See Monken with Lamar and Joe Brady with Allen. Yeah, I agree. I think you've got to have that kind of guy. And it's Catalyst, to your point, when you go to Chip Kelly, I know last year with Howard there at Ohio State, he wasn't necessarily exactly the Kelly type of guy, but it does feel like Kelly's at his best when he's got his Marcus Mariota kind of quarterback who is truly that threat with the legs. And that needs to be almost a necessary element to make his scheme, I would think, work at its best at the pro level. Sorry about my cat, Caterwall, I don't know what's wrong with her right now. She's having a night, I guess. Dune Moose just tuning in. What's up, Dune? Missed the game, saw the 12-minute NFL highlight. Sure is great to see the team on the field again. It is good to see, man. Football's back, baby. And it's a beautiful thing. Yeah, Young Guns, Torrey Horton is absolutely him, man. I think we got our steal. A lot of guys that potentially will walk out of this draft going, man, what a steal. Man, what a steal there. Man, what a steal there. This guy might be the biggest of the bunch when it's all said and done. Milky Way, Mexico. The game seems about right for these two teams. Yeah. Stuart, do I think the Raiders will win 9 games? No, not in the first year of Carroll. I think he's got too much he's got to do there still to get the culture right and to get the talent right. I think that they're in the process of moving this in the right direction, but it is a process. It took him time here. It's going to take him time there. I think he does bring them a floor of probably at least 5 or 6 wins on the season. Carroll will find a way to make that happen, but I don't think that he gets up to 7, 8, 9. No. Catalyst says Martinez was very disappointing. Wasn't a fan of his footwork in the wide zone. Yeah, like somebody else said above, just felt a little slow, didn't feel explosive. Didn't have much of an answer to get off the tackle attempts that were on his back when he had to deal with that, and that's a part that he was so good at with Miami. Maybe it'll come forward here soon, but it was a little bit not there today. Yeah, Young Guns is a big dude. He's a big boy. He's legit old school fullback size. Trent Sybots, Milrow had 2 amazing runs, and the first throw in that last drive was crazy. His game speed in person is definitely Jackson light. Jackson-like, not light, but like. Well said, Trent. I think you saw that acceleration to the top end speed is something he brings that's going to give defenses trouble in sub packages. And you can see why the team wants to utilize him in that way, especially combined with the read option, play action stuff that he has where he's really good about hiding that ball away. And he really stresses defenses to kind of make a decision. Do you want to buy in on the read option or you want to leave the back door open for me to get around the outside of your shoulder? And he caught a couple guys tonight in that pickle. And what it's going to force you to do is kind of go to one or the other. And what decision you make, he'll read. And he's really good at it because he's done so much of it. And you can see where that can be a very dangerous part of his game right from the jump before he's even developed any of the other kind of extra stuff we want to see from him at the quarterback position. And I think that's how they're going to use a lot of him this year. Yeah, Cable Dew look like a mixed bag to me too, Jordan. I think he comes out of this game probably 50 in the PFF score rating of things. Again, hard in the offensive line because that's, for me, a lot of the second look for me when I'm watching the All-22 is going to be on the line. But didn't seem like he had some rough moments too. King says Richmond in center gave up the lone sack in the game. Yeah. Yeah, Stuart. Cable Dew's good. Give him a practice squad. Let him develop. See if you can take advantage of those light feet down the line. Let him slide on into left guard. Jordan says, Oots really surprised me by how good he looked. He did look good, man. Gave you a little bit of everything out there, didn't he? Would even like to give maybe even like 1 carry just to see what he could do with that. K. Tody says, give Pumpkin some Copper River Chinook. I think she liked that. Oh, I bet, man. I got you. I don't know if I got the Copper River Chinook. I might have just Snake River Chinook. But she will get Chinook. Big Dizzy, also our O-line held up nicely against their number 1 D. They did. Created holes in the run game. Found effectiveness. Were able to carve out some drives. Pass protection held up really well in addition to that. Play calling was on point. Agree, Big Dizzy. W. Salmon for Pumpkin? Yes, sir. It may be a tie on the scoreboard, but it's a win in her heart. Catalyst says Crosby was not noticeable at all. Barely noticed him. I doubt he was probably going 100 miles an hour in this game. It's his first action. He's probably just getting himself back into the role of things. Okay, Tody, Horton has seen all wins and win velocity. He is more than competent center fielder. I think he's going to be your punt returner day one, and he's going to be good at it. I do. Guy's got a solid track record in his background of doing it. Yeah, I agree, Jordan. You can't be too worried about rookies or you can't be worried about getting guys injured. Stuff's going to happen, and you protect them as much as you can, but you also got to prepare them. That's the part about this too, where that protective aspect is a big part. But look, it's the double-edged sword of you overprotect guys and you don't get them out there ready to go, And then they don't build up that callus. Dan Campbell talked about this. You run these hard camps and you get these guys prepared so there's a callus built up so that, okay, maybe you avoid an injury on the front end, but if the callus isn't there, maybe you get down to week 7 or 8 or 9, and now that guy gets injured because you didn't get him prepped right for the season. And it can work both ways on that. We think about it on the front way of it of just, well, I don't play him, so he'll stay healthy, so I'll have him ready for game 1. But then there's the, yeah, but did you actually get him ready to play? And it's that middle ground you're trying to strike on that perfect middle ground. You aren't going too hard to beat him up too much, but you also get them all prepped and ready. Again, Martinez not him. Horton is him. Bring back T. Williams. Kieran says there's really only 2 strategies. Line drive kicks that bounce in or super high, hoping it'll slice or knuckle and be hard to catch. But between those, I think the line drive could be it. Yeah, agreed. I'd go with the line drive too. I don't like the thought of letting a team set up at the 35-yard line. I like the thought of, hey, look, we keep them inside the 30. It's a win for us. Get them into 27, 26-yard line. That's a win for us. So put you down on the line drive kick side of it, Kieran, and hope you can get a weird bounce like you saw happen to Damian Martinez, where the bounce kind of went weird and he couldn't feel. It was like a middle fielder who got his glove up a little bit too high on the bounce and the thing went right underneath it. Maybe you can benefit on the back of that. So I'd go that route too with it. Seems pretty straightforward on this one. King says Jalen Darden's a free agent, so available whenever we need him. Just all I'm saying, Jalen, just keep the phone on. Don't go to silent, okay, for the next about 3 weeks. George says what surprised me about D. Williams was they kept him just for returns. He was so dreadful at it. And it took them a half a dozen games to admit it. Yeah, that's the part I didn't understand as well. I think that's also a bit of the representation of why I'm hard on Harbaugh, where there was some bad returns last year. There was some sloppiness there. There was the block kick in the Giants game on a guy seemingly unprepared for the Giants. Like the Giants had seen something on film and they exploited it on that play. And then, like you say, the decision to go with D. Williams as well. That you had somehow at some point or other Harbaugh pounding the table for D. Williams, which was incorrect on many different levels. The guy couldn't get it done. And easily it could be seen that he couldn't get it done. I was squawking about it after game 1 of last year, saying this guy's not it. And I don't have master eyes when looking at punt returners. It was just that you could see him so nervous and worried back there trying to catch the ball, and you can't have that on your punt returners. Granted, their cats are like, we are so hungry. They are. They're acting extra hungry right now. Gary, can we all take a moment to acknowledge how effing awesome the Seattle Sounders have been the last couple of games? Set an MLS scoring record, smashing a team 7-0 last week. Let's go Sounders. Cam Horn will have more touchdowns than Travis Hunter. I like it, Cam. Let's go. I like that statement. I think you might just be right. King Bomber, is George Olani the best Boise State running back? Slow down. Slow down there. Trent B went to the game and was in the lower bowl, so I missed a lot of the game. Was mainly there for Milroe's show. Saw the 2 runs and the 1 throw in the last drive. What'd you think? And who else performed? I thought Milroe was solid that's his first NFL action in this new offense. And I thought he made some nice throws. I thought you felt the legs and the read option stuff, which was good. I thought he had to deal with a lot of sloppy performance around him with some of the 4 stringers that you had out there at that time, and that's not his fault. There's nothing he can do about that. He can only try to work around that. That puts you in some 3rd and longs, which wasn't ideal. But I thought overall he was 5 at 6 of 10, 61 yards, 3 carries, 38 yards, found productivity, found some drives, executed and engineered a touchdown drive. He ran largely on the drive, but he had to make a couple of throws. I felt good about what he did. That's a good opening gate, good opening step as a pro, I think. Holani, Jarcadia Wright, awesome. They ran really well. Not just gaining yards, but really running the ball well. I love how Kubiak called the game, the balance, the commitment to the running game, keeping the defense on its back foot, not knowing what to expect prior to the snap to post snap. Torrey Horton was really good in this game, I thought. 7 targets, 3 catches. Some of those targets were just not well thrown balls, where he had separation just kind of late on the throws a little bit there. Oots was solid. Arroyo caught a couple passes thrown his way. He wasn't given a lot of opportunities. Offensive line wise, there wasn't ton of guys. And again, hard for me on the offensive line because I'm doing the play-by-play. So I got to get to the L22 to kind of see on that a little bit. Defensive line-wise, Tyreek Smith was really quick off the line of scrimmage. He was noticeably getting some incredible jumps out there, creating pressure off the edge. Mike Morris as well was being beefy, long, strong, giving problems to the offensive line as well. He was active. I thought Brian Bohanna and Peely, your two big defensive tackles, played a pretty good game against the run overall and what they did. They were impressive. Phil Ivey with 6 tackles in his first action as UDFA. He was good over there. Shows how hard he is to block in the run game off the edge, I thought. He was impressive. Nehemiah Pritchett, maybe he's come forward a little bit from last year. Got himself an interception, but looked solid in coverage overall. He had a really nice play that was picture-perfect technique where not able to get your head around for the ball, but gets up back into the receiver to close the distance of what minor separation there was there. Then he was able to get his hand up and through the receiver without actually creating contact. So as the receiver is bringing a ball in for reception, hand goes up through like this to make sure that that can occur. So well played on that as well. I thought he was solid. Job had an interception in the right place. He got picked on the prior drive, so it was a little bit up and down for him. But other than that, DeAnthony Bell was strong from the safety position, 5 tackles in this game. I thought he looked pretty good. Connor O'Toole, 3 quarterback hits. He supplied some pressure off the edge, the kid from Utah. So he was all right, too, on that side of it. Those would be the main notable people for me. Yeah, Young Guns, Milroe didn't get the best chance to shine. And that's not all on him. Alpha Sucks of Drafts, I don't know why we got rid of Larry Izzo either. That one was a confusing one for me too. Aaron Kamau, thank you for subscribing to the channel, Aaron. Really appreciate you doing that. Folks, hit that like button if you haven't already for me, if you could for me, or join up with Aaron here and get subscribed up. Try to get up over that 20,000 mark if we can this year, if possible, and I would really appreciate it. But thank you, Aaron. Keon Lund, thank you for the $5 donation, Keon, and the double dip today on the dono front. I'm excited to see some new bodies on the O-line. Where does the O-line rank in DVOA by year's end? What's K9 and Char's stat line prediction? Ooh, great questions all the way around. Well, these will be bold takes on my part, and certainly a little bit of me going a little bit above and beyond on this with this and how I see. I think as far as your DVO rank by the end of the year, I think that you are the 13th highest rated DVOA team offensively by the end of the year. I do. I think partially some of that is going to be a preferable schedule you're going to play. Part of this is going to be, I think, Kubiak's ability to get instantaneous returns that he got with the New Orleans Saints last year on a roster that I don't think was as good on that offense as we have and what Kubiak is walking into this year. I think K9 puts it together this year. I understand many are out on him. I understand many are laughing at me for saying this and saying, again this year you're saying this? Again this year? I feel like we're in Groundhog Day here, Brandon. I get it. I do. I just feel like this is a system that's going to fit him more purely than any system he's run as a professional. I think he's in a contract year, and there's a lot of reason to go out there and be available on that field as much as possible, to run your ass off, to lay it on the line. I see a 1,400 yard year from K9. I think Charbonnet puts another 700 yards in behind him. I think your commitment to the run is going to be there. I think you're going to be effective at it. I think it's going to be a problem for defenses to stop it. I think it's going to be a hell of a two-headed attack. And I think they're going to do some things out of the backfield catching the ball too. So I think between the two of them, I think you end up with another probably 750 yards out of the backfield just in pass catching between them. So when it all breaks down to it, I think that you're ending up somewhere in the neighborhood of like 2,400 total yards in all yards, receiving and rushing between Charbonnet and K9 this year. That they're able to provide that kind of bastion for your offense, I would say. But this is a bold take, Keon. It's a bold take, and certainly K9's got to remain healthy to get there. And that's the big what if with him as much as anything else. He can stay healthy. If he's on the field, you know he'll be effective, but can you stay healthy? Can you do it? Beast Gorilla, thank you for subscribing to the channel and answering the call on that. I really appreciate you doing that. Would love to get over 20,000 subscribers this year, and you're helping us get there. So thank you for that, Beast Gorilla. I really appreciate that. Keon, great question there. I'm going to go 13th. I'm going to go 2,400 total yards between those two guys. It's my bold take. especially watching the commitment tonight from Kubiak to run that ball, run that thing, run that rock. Kieran says, O-line I thought looked much improved, but nothing incredible in pass protection. Much stronger in run blocking for sure, but improved, considering we only had, 2 starters in? Yeah, and they were barely in there at that too, Kieran. I think what you got to see tonight, as much as the pass protection improving, Kieran, was you got to see the natural improvement you'll get from pass protection when you run the ball, when you run a lot of under center play action. That you can see how that can naturally aid those guys in pass pro. And that benefit was definitely there, I think, today, in my opinion. King says teams keep making bad decisions when it comes to running backs, and they'll look at it 6 to 7 years later when they're still a bad surrounding cast and not contenders, or when they finally have the team, but it's too late. It still is a position that teams still struggle with to understand on that. And I think it's where you just have such a heavy amount of still old school to new school thinking when it comes to the backs, King Bomber. And that those old schoolers, those guys that grew up in the 80s on the backs of running backs being taken sometimes twice, 3 times in the top 5, 6, 7 picks of a first round, they have a hard time letting that thing go. And I'll admit, hey man, I had a hard time letting that thing go fully. I'd embraced the analytics stuff a couple of years ago, but I don't know that I fully came to wrap both of my arms all the way around it. There was a little bit of it back to me like, yeah, but the star power still is but still star power. No, it is all these other things. It really is. Yeah, Chance Martinez had a rough day at the office. Caught the ball well out of the backfield a little bit, but rough day running the rock. Dude Moose, Brando, how are you feeling about our team on a scale of 1 to 10? If you had expectations, did they perform below or above? I think that the team came in today and performed where I thought I'd hope for them to be at. When to scale of 1 to 10, that you're in a 9 place, I guess, as far as how close to where I wanted you to be at, I would say. Maybe not quite 10, but damn close. I walked into camp feeling this year there was an uptick in physicality, intensity, and you're wanting to be getting back to being a bit of a bully ball mentality on both sides of the ball. I feel like I got to see a lot of that in this game, especially when it counted with the main guys that'll be on this roster, on the practice squad. I felt like today when things went most wrong, it was most wrong because you had a bunch of guys on that football field that's not going to be a part of this roster in any way, shape, or form throughout the course of this year. So I won't take too much of a determination from those guys and what they did and kind of glom more onto the front side of it of where these are the guys that are actually going to be, somewhat reliant on this year here and there, even if just from depth standpoint of things. And I thought they did really well. I thought there was a lot of carryover from practice in the scrimmage do Moose into this game. Micah Montgomery, Milrose a freak? He is a freak. That is for sure. Gary says the one thing I was a little down on this game was edge rushers. Kind of forgettable performance from the entire group. I think Tyreek Smith did a good job in this game, Kieran. Morris was not quite as good as Tyreek, but gave you a little bit here and there. You weren't awesome in rushing the passer today. I'll give you that for sure. You're also not playing any of your starting 4 edges in this game. So no Lawrence, no Mafe, no Uchenna, no Derek Hall. I think once you get to just about any roster in the NFL where you're to the 5th, the 6th, the 7th, the 8th edge on that roster, you're probably going to find a fair amount of ineffectiveness from those edges in rushing the passer at that point. It's a team that's going to be able to go that deep in their bag and still find effectiveness. Addicted Brandon, I think Zena's just excited about the interior offensive line play. I think that might be it. It might just. King, I wonder if Christian Haynes is just a on the field type guy. Hard to say what's going on with him right now, King. Is it injury? Is it performance? Is it a bit of both? Very hard to say. It's murky. K. Toady says, Caleb Williams does not have NFL mentality. Pink nails and Diddy parties don't mix. Got to become mayor of Chicago because I believe he is unintelligent. Your cat looks anxious. She gets anxious sometimes. She knows it's almost salmon time. Yeah, K. Toady knows what's up. Game Troll, I saw Haynes be a lead blocker for one run. I think got called back. Did he? Okay. I didn't see him as matchup. But again, seeing that sometimes the line, I'm doing the play-by-play, so I'm just kind of more concentrated on the QB and what's going around the pocket. But that's good to hear. Be good if he flashed a little bit. Bomber, totally forgot we get PFF scores soon. Going to be exciting to see those tomorrow. Hell yeah, well. Always gives you a nice snapshot of the game. Not an end-all, be-all, but you pair it with the tape to get the full view, kind of what's going on. Shanur says, does Horton remind you of Doug Baldwin at all? A little bit. I think he's got some shades of what he can do with the release package. Baldwin was more nastier in the release packages, but Horton's really nice in getting off the line. I think Horton's got a little bit more speed and a little bit more size to him than Doug had. But there's some elements to their games I could get with, good after the catch, very good hands, great ball trackers. When the ball's in the air, they're going to get their body in the right position to go make the catch, even at an awkward angle. I can see a little bit of it. I wouldn't go maybe a pure comp to Doug. I think there's been some other comps out there thrown around a little bit that might be a little bit more on the button with it, but I could be signed up for that one too. Yeah, Space, best wishes to Pete. Would have been bummed with loss. I would have been bummed with loss too, man. Trent, am I the only one thinking the tie today was more maybe symbolic of something greater, as in that there are two franchises that are stuck in the same sense of excellent mediocrity and thus can't win? I mean, maybe. I don't know if I'd say the Raiders have been in excellent mediocrity lately. I think the Raiders have just been purely bad lately. I don't know. Maybe. To me, I just think that Seattle wasn't trying to play as many of their frontline guys as kind of the Raiders were, and the Raiders wanted to play a little longer, and that kept the Raiders in the game enough to kind of sneak back into this thing. But if you're just playing this 1-on-1, 2-on-2, 3-on-3, 4-on-4s, I think Seattle probably wins this game running away. SGA Sports Talk channel, how you doing, man? Thanks for jumping on in. King Bomber, hey, Brandon. George Holani had 8.7 yard per carry starting against starting defensive players while playing with backups. Genty had -1 while playing with starters against backups. Yeah, that's true. It doesn't necessarily make Holani better. And Holani got the benefit of having under center stuff and being able to rock that, and Genty didn't, So it's a little different from that side of it. I mean, I would hope you wouldn't make the argument that right now you'd take Holani over Genty. We'd all take Genty. But this also comes back to King Bomber. I just don't think Genty had a shotgun read option looks with a quarterback who's not a threat to keep it is really the best utilization of him. But that may be the way that Chip Kelly's going to go about this year too. Holani was impressive though, man. He got that yard per carry average, not just big old holes. He was making it happen. Keon says that tie is a very Pete Carroll thing to do. I'm glad to see it, honestly. Wasn't a loss, wasn't a win. Perfect outcome for the greatest coach in our history. Amen. Amen. Trent says, just to clip that response to my question and have that be your game recap, laughing out loud. It was pretty in-depth, 10 out of 10. Thank you, Trent. I appreciate that. Maybe I will do that, by the way. I gotta do the fast recap tonight, so I might just have to go that route. Or Chief B, when Torrey Horton played Travis Hunter last year, didn't Horton have like 16 catches on him? I'm stoked for Horton. I think we got a good one. Yeah, they went out a lot of that. It wasn't always Travis Hunter on him 24/7, but Colorado that year was not really able to cover Horton. They just had a hard time with it. Some of it was Colorado State running a lot of drag routes. I think you had about like 7 or 8 drag routes to Horton in that game, and they just kept working it and working it and working it. But hey, he was getting open. He was making catches. He was making it happen. So, yeah, he had a great day at the office, and there were some snaps there that were on Hunter in that game. Kevin Kirby, could you see Jalen starting over Darnold if he struggles? No. You're going to go to Drew Lock if Sam Darnold struggles. And then maybe if you get through Lock and he struggles, then you'd get to him at that point. But I think the plan here, Kevin, is pretty strongly in the place of Jalen's going to be out there on little sub packages, but you're not looking to start Jalen for 2 years. You're looking to put him into that Patrick Mahomes, Aaron Rodgers, Jordan Love kind of, trajectory of a path where you let him have the time to develop. There's a lot of stuff he needs to work on. He's not a finished product. He's got a lot of talent. He's got a lot of potential ability that he can really tap into, but he just needs refinement and he needs time. Keon, that's exactly where I'm at. I was thinking 1,300 plus 8 to 10 touchdowns, 600 plus 4 touchdowns, and 700 yards receiving between the two. Maybe we're on to them with this, Keon. It feels about right. And watching today and the dedication of running the ball and how good running the ball can be when you get back to running it from under center, and how good running the ball can be again when you got the two tight ends, and the tight ends that can block, how good running the ball can be when you're utilizing now more of the outside wide zone stuff when you have lived predominantly on the inside stuff so often over the past few years. All of these things to me work in conjunction together to making this run game more dynamic. Say nothing in the fact you have two former second rounders toting the rock to make it even that much more effective. So I feel like that's where it's at. I might be a homer on this one. I might be looking at this with rose-colored glasses, but I do strongly feel that that's where this is going to land. K. Toady, thank you for another $5 donation. K. Toady, you've dropped a few of those today, and I really, really thank you for that. Thanks again. So much less predictable, intelligent, and unscriptable than standard sports radio. Well, that's where we try to be here, K. Toady, is try to bounce every which direction and, go with the flow and wherever it's going here with you guys in the chat and where you guys kind of take us on that. It's part of what I think makes this place really, really, really go is these folks in the chat and just the cumulative brain power we can kind of bring to this, which just allows this thing to always keep a nice flow, almost no matter how long we go on these streams. But I appreciate you noticing, man. And as I say, it is the community. It's you folks in the chat that make this place go. I'm talking head a little bit, but it's this interaction to me that really does make this place the best this channel can be. But thank you, K. Toady. I appreciate that, man. Kieran says, B, I was actually surprised we didn't run more play action, particularly in the second half. I'd have to look at the numbers, but I wouldn't mind seeing quite a bit more play action. I think to your point on that, I was kind of saying the same thing during the play-by-play with Milroe out there, which is I'm sure right where you were noticing it as well. Because you did transition to more of the RPO looks, the shotgun looks, which I get to a degree because you're going to have them do a lot of that this year. But there were some times in there where you were feeling the Raiders really taking 2-3 false steps forward into the line of scrimmage, especially their linebackers. They're edging post-snap towards that line. And you go, hey, hit him with the play action there. And he did once with Milroe where he brought him back around. Remember on the one play action, he came back. I think he hit Tyron Bowden on the other side of it, but then didn't come back to it again, really, Kieran, to your point. And I would like to see more of that with Milroe because it does a couple things for him in that, yes, you can use the RPO stuff, but the read option stuff can be so killer too because the backside guys got to respect Milroe keeping that ball. So he cannot crash down the line of scrimmage. He can't scrape down the line of scrimmage to try to get to that running back if the carry does go to the running back. And then when you do get Milroe on that edge, you're getting him into more of a simplified place as far as his decision-making. You got to read here. You got a level read on the backside. If either of those two levels are going to be covered, you run it. If you can't run it, throw it away because you're already clear to the pocket on the play action. I would like to see some more of that too as well, Kieran. Yeah. Chase, thank you for 25 months as a Hawks Nest member, just creeping up over 2 years, Chase. That's awesome of you. Says, hey, B, do you think Micah holds out if he doesn't get an extension? I've been trying to keep my eyes very close to this situation, ear to the ground, and try to read between the lines on this because here's where the narrative lands right now as it stands with the whole situation of the Cowboys. The narrative is Jerry's been down this road a couple times before. He did with Zach Martin, he did with Dak Prescott, did it with CD Lamb. This is his mode. And he does this because he wants to get more eyeballs on his product. And he thinks that there is no such thing as bad PR. And this may be the case, but we were also hearing from Cowboys camp outside of Jerry Jones that there is some real concern, that there is some real feeling of legitimacy behind this Micah Parsons request, and that this is not an empty request. This is not a Myles Garrett request. This is not just to try to push negotiations along, but instead that there has been a little bit of rankling of emotions and that maybe they have taken this a little too far. Maybe Jerry has said one too many things once, which when you're as flippant as he is with what he says, you eventually burn somebody out. You eventually piss somebody off. And the way the Cowboys operate and the more details you hear about this organization coming out, trying to negotiate around an agent, and Jerry's been doing that for years. And every time Jerry opens his mouth, he just makes it worse. I do wonder on this one. I do. I think that there's something to be said for this is just what they've done so many times over that you can't deny that. But you also go, but boy, you're playing a very dangerous game with a player that you've already waited an extra year to pay. And I have seen plenty of NFL organizations with players in those organizations, and they say, I've had enough. I'm done. I want out. I don't care what you think. I don't care what you're going to do to me. I want out. What are you going to do? And it is very rare that once a player reaches actually that true stage of things, Chase, that team just says, we're going to hold you and make you own it. They eventually then get to the point of like, okay, we'll move you. All right. Okay. God. I don't know if it's going there, but it's the longer it drives, the more the chances of this drive up. And you are hearing some real, it feels like some real teeth to the fact that this is more than Micah just trying to play the game. Trent B, honest number takeaway from this game. Locke is still a serviceable quarterback. Number 2, can actually win games if he has to start. Milroe has potential, but Darnold better be fire or else we're cooked. Yeah, I think you mentioned serviceable is the right word to mention. I think that with Locke, you get a guy that's slightly on the upper crust side of backups in this sport. That's what he's bringing to play. And that's fine for that role. Start here, start there. If something happens to your starting quarterback, you can rely on him to be able to go out there and maybe win you a couple games. You play 3 games, maybe he can go win you 2, depending on the matchup. 2 years ago, we had him start the Eagles and the Niners, 2 tough matchups. He was able to beat the Eagles. So I think he can be that guy too, Trent. I agree with you there. And I do agree with you as well. This is on Darnold, though. This is not just on a guy that you have 3 quarterbacks that are all kind of near the same pecking order of this level of performance you're going to get from them. You have Darnold, you have Locke, you have Milroe. And it is a stair step there as far as if you're going to start one guy to the other, as far as the level of performance, the errors, the negative plays, the interceptions you're going to get from one to the other. And Darnold is that guy. He is your starter. He is the guy that's more than capable to go out there and get the job done out there. He's not going to carry the day for you, but he's going to give you a good version of a starting quarterback that can, like he showed you last year, go take you out to 14 wins if he's got the right supporting cast around him. King says, please be good, Darnold. Keon says, KJR host was saying we should trade for Micah for 2 first-rounders. Beyond the cap issue that seems way too much for me, I ain't trying to repeat another egomaniacal Jamal Adams situation. And maybe the last point you made may be enough, Keon, for the organization to be scared off of doing this. Just the fact that the Jamal Adams, his ghost is essentially still kind of there for this, that you couldn't help but think about it if you were in the camp of making that trade. I can't find myself in the same kind of situation necessarily. When you're trading for Jamal Adams, you're doing that for a safety, number one. And that was when you're already paying big money to Quandre Diggs. You're going to be paying big money to Quandre Diggs. And that wasn't really good where you're paying bull safeties, top of the market money. You're also going for a guy that you had in a certain type of defense performing at a really high level, and you're going to move him to a different defense and have him do different things. And it wasn't going to be that you're going to just move him from tit for tat. Whereas if he comes from the Cowboys defense to this defense, he'd be a pure fit for this defense. You wouldn't have to kind of figure out how to use him. Where the Hawks with Adams kind of weren't sure how to use him. At first, you're just like, we're just going to blitz him all the time. And then a year later, you're like, we're going to put him in cover 2 a lot. You just didn't know really what to do with him. So I can understand there being trepidation with the fact that we've had a miss on this in the past. I think this guy's a little bit of a different guy, though, than Jamal. And that he would be, in your Seattle Seahawks history of 50 years, the best edge you've ever put on this football team. And adding this to this Mike Macdonald's defense, I think that just takes your defense over the top. I think it has a similar effect in a lot of ways to like Reggie White going to the Green Bay Packers. And that's enough for me to buy in on it. But I completely am not hardliner on this one, Keon, where I can understand those like yourself on the other side of it saying the money here and then this there. It's just to me the impact, the fact your cap's in such a good place that you can afford it, that I'm willing to do it. Kieran says my overreaction is Michael Bennett's dreads are the worst I've ever seen in my life. He's got that Hawaii, he lives out in Hawaii, you know what I mean? So he's got that extra layer of just, it gets musky out there, Everything gets a little musky. Keon, I heard Horton ran a 4.440 at 85%. He could run a 4.25 at full health. Sounds quick. Also heard he could have been a low-end first rounder without the knee. Yeah, I don't know if he would have gotten to full first round status healthy on the knee. Maybe. He had 2,000 yard seasons and then a 400 yard season in his final year. So if he puts up 3,000 yard seasons, if he goes out there and runs a 4.35, 4.37, is that enough to push him up into kind of first round graded status? Maybe Keon. But he does seem to be a guy with legit speed. That's for sure. That 4.41 is not representative. I mean, that's good time for a receiver, but he seems to be even a bit more than that. Where exactly that lands, hard to say, but he does seem to be faster, quicker than those times at the combine when he wasn't, to your point, 100%. That injury that cost him that final season cost him a little bit in testing too. Cam Newton says Cave Troll's got the worst dread. I think Cam Newton's got worse dreads than Benton's. The Cam one does bother me. Cam one makes me mad. His dreads just look completely, Bennett's are a little bit wonky too, but Trent says probably a better take on your part. Seahawks number 2s played better than their 1s and their 2s, but they got back into it when it came down to the deeper 3s and 4s. Does that speak to how Pete builds players? Maybe. I mean, when you get down to especially the 4s here, Trent, you're getting to the place at that point where you're not even a practice squad guys, by and large. I mean, that second half, you have J.R. Singleton, Anthony Campbell, Keydrain Callaghan, Cam Alexander, Michael Dow. These are guys that are not even going to be on the practice squad. And they're getting significant minutes and significant time on the football field. So hard for me to measure much on that with guys that you just know aren't even going to be on the roster. Chosen, I just wanted Jalen to wet the whistle, but he seems to be in his own head, kind of like Russell Wilson when they said he couldn't be a pocket passer. He's probably trying to develop and he's thinking about his mechanics and trying to think about the play and think about the reads, and his head's probably swimming a little bit. King says, I've seen reports that Seattle is far away from the Parsons situation. Brady Henderson said in the podcast he doesn't expect Seattle to be in the sweepstakes at all. I could see that. And that's part of the benefit of having a Dirty on the staff. Is Dirty is either that guy that is maybe potentially pounding the table hard and saying, you got to do this, or maybe he's sitting back and going, you don't want any part of this. He's not all about ball. You could be getting that on the other side of it too. Hearing for real beat, the only option play they ran inside our 10 went Milrow ran for 40 yards. Another naked boot went for a great pass play at the 20. You got to do it. You got to do it with him, man. It just gives him simplified reads. It oftentimes, if you have like a drag route with the tight end coming back across on that play action, the drag's wide open there because the linebacker's a little late and collapsing up on the play. I'd like to see a little bit more. I know the read option is going to be what he does a lot of, but I'd like to see the under center stuff with him with it because partially he did so little of it in college at times. And it's something that I think can be a really nice part of his game. He throws well on the move too, in addition to it. Keon says, I think it's amazing that Jerry actually has a serviceable team periodically when he appears to be the general manager and player personnel guy, especially this age. I agree with you. I was thinking the same thing a couple days ago, Keon, which was just like, it's wild you guys are even got this thing somewhat on the tracks. Because Jerry, as this element that he is to this team right now, it is one that has gone from, well, he's very colorful to like, he's doing outright damage. And the stories you hear and the stuff like having the tours coming through the facility and guys are in there, working out, and you got fans that are sitting there staring at you working out, like eating popcorn. You're in there like, what am I, a freaking circus sideshow here? I wouldn't like it either. I'd be like, the hell with that. But he finds a way, Keon. They do draft well. I'll say that. You know, and they invest in offensive line, which is good. They draft pretty good, but Jerry is a nightmare. Keon said that lock game-winning pass was one of my favorite memories in the last couple of years. So happy to see him get some good juju that night after his train wreck experience in Denver. It was really cool. Yeah, it was a great game. I think, he had to make some tough throws. You protect him a little bit through that game. That's a tough Eagles defense. And it was a cool game, man. Hits JSN, who you were kind of waiting for him to kind of pop at that point that time of year, and able to kind of find him, which gave you a little bit of light on JSN as well. Yeah. I think Locke's got a little bit of something to his game there. I think he's a guy that's developing and it's getting bit by bit better in a little bit of ways he goes. It's not to say I'd want to rock with him as my starter for the future, but just that I'd have some confidence in him overall. I think he's still occasionally going to make the boneheaded throw like he did today, taking points off the board, but you're going to get the good with the bad, you know? Run Dawes says Al Pacino wouldn't know what to say about today's game. Hey, well, here's what he'd say. Good game all day. What do I want to see? Offense, defense, wow. Coming back next week, going to dominate. Seahawks all day. Let it happen. Oh, hooah. I can't do Al right now. My voice is shot. Cave Draw, I now remember that Mario Edwards had a unicorn horn dread. Now that was goofy. Unicorn horn dread's not a good look. That's another one that's just so hard to pull off. Chase says also, what about the Bengals doing with Trey Hendrickson? Like, he's not coming back to trade him already? They've not known what to do with him for a while in that situation, Chase. They don't really want to pay him. They didn't really want to trade him. If they're going to trade him, they want to get max capital back for a guy that's going to be 32 years old. But that's the Bengals organization, another one that in its own right is just kind of silly in their process and the way that they go about business. Gary says Dallas is going to get the NFLPA up their ass here soon. Said too much. Yeah, you start going around agents and you've been doing it for years, you're eventually going to get yourself into trouble with this. Jerry doesn't seem to care, but he probably should. And going to be interesting to see how this kind of plays out with that. Keon, is anyone in the sweepstakes? I kind of purposely ignore Cowboys news, but haven't heard of anyone making any legit offers. I haven't either. And part of it, I think, has to do with just the fact the Cowboys haven't fully jumped into the pool of we're willing to listen to offers. I think that they know that once they start to go down that track, you kind of lock yourself in and you got to own it and you got to make the trade, whether you like the true packages you're being offered or not at that point. So they're going to probably kicking and screaming fight going down that point. This is where it all comes back to how much Micah really wants to push this or how much this is just going to fall back into the same alignment that it always has with the Cowboys, and that they always end up paying up and they always pay the prime prices at that. Trent Zybot says, thanks for the post-game analysis, B. Have a great night. Go Hawks. Thank you, Trent. You too as well. Appreciate the discussion as always, brother. Thank you. Nicholas says, how did Milroe do? I'm on night shift, so I didn't get to watch the game. He was solid. It wasn't perfect. It's his first start out, not first start, but his first real game action out there, Nicholas. 6 of 10 for 61 yards, had 3 carries for 38 yards. So you got to feel his legs. He is fast. He's explosive. He can create some real quick scrambling yardage in an instant. Good in the read option game. There's a couple moments of decision-making. You know, he's got a 3rd and 1 where he rolls out. He can scramble. He can just go get the 1 yard, first down, keep the chains moving instead kind of tries to throw a ball a little bit late there, awkwardly. Pocket presence wasn't always the greatest as the game went on a little bit at times, where you could get a little confused on what he was seeing. But for the first game for him, first initial thrust out the gate, this was pretty solid effort, in my opinion. Pretty solid. Keon, hearing that Micah is on a Reggie White level kind of stuns me. Well, I don't think it's Reggie White necessarily. I would say Reggie White's a better player, historically speaking, I think. But at the same point in time, I'm not mistaken that there is only 2 players in NFL history that have started their career out, I think, with over 12 sacks in their first 4 years. Reggie White and Micah Parsons. So it may seem like a crazy comp in a little ways. I don't think he's as good as Reggie's going to be ultimately, but I do think that the impact, this is the key on this one for me with it, Keon, is just that the impact Reggie White was able to bring to the Green Bay Packers defense, I think you would get a similar kind of feel of an impact if you were to bring a Micah Parsons onto the Seattle Seahawks defense. Now, I want Dirty sign off. I want, him to be pounding that table. If he's over there going, we can save the money. I can make it work elsewhere. Then I'm okay just hanging back and not doing anything. And it makes a lot of sense why Seattle wouldn't be in on this, because they're 4 edges deep right now. It's not a real need either. But he is one of those guys that can be kind of a planet that a lot of things orbit around. And you bring him onto this defense, it could have a big impact, a force multiplier kind of impact. Alpha sucks and mocks. I had Horton in the early third on my board. Me too. Even with a knee injury. Me too. If he didn't have the knee, he would have been a top 50 player. I love it, Alpha. We see it in the same way, man. Kieran, kind of shame we have so many apparently decent players out there on defense tonight and so few spots available for any of them to make the team. It's first world problems, as they say, Kieran. You get the team better, you get the team closer to contention. This is kind of what you would expect to kind of feel from that roster in those kind of tough decisions that you're going to have to make with it. Keon says, Locke getting benched for the third string Giants quarterback. That was such a slap in the face. Couldn't believe it, especially after they signed him to like $5 million as a backup. Yeah, strange decision-making, but the Giants with Daboll there and that whole organization is another one that's just kind of strange in their whole process. He did have one game where he threw last year for the Giants when they did put him in the lineup, 5 touchdowns. But I don't know if the Giants made a lot of sense last year with their process. K. Tody says, decent Pacino, better than I could ever do. I try. We're going to get going good soon. You watch. Oh, wow. Depends on the night you catch me with it. Kick up Royo felt a bit quiet to me. Others were mentioning that he laid a couple of good blocks in the ground game. I didn't get a chance to see those myself kick up, but that's something that people have mentioned in the chat. Made a couple catches on the 2 targets that he did have. You didn't try to work a lot of him necessarily, especially kind of down the field, but he did create separation on one of those routes nicely. It wasn't a big, long route down the field, and he had a good 1.5 yard separation on the throw. Keon, we should trade for Russ to be our number 2. Lock for Russ straight up. I think the Giants are done with Locke, man. I think they had the Locke experience. They had the full Locke experience, and they said, good, we're okay. K. Tony, get some sleep. Good hard work towards all customers. Sleep well, and thank you. Well, I think Tody finishes it off right with that comment on this. As we get to the bottom of the chat here today, we've cleared about almost 5.5 hours. So I think we will go ahead and put a bit of a button on that. If you can do me a favor and hit that like button, I appreciate it. I love you for doing it. And I thank you forever on that side of it. We've got Chase again on that. I think Mike, if I had to guess right now, would hold out for the extension if he doesn't get it. I think the Cowboys are going to drop their pants and they're going to pay out in full. And he's going to end up at $45 million per year. And we're all going to be looking at this going, Jerry, what the hell was the point of that? I think that's what we're going to say on that side of it. But do it for me, please do hit that like button. I will be back away here for a couple days. We're going to try to get a wrap-up video here to you guys tonight if I can, and we'll be gone for a couple days after that point. But we'll be back on streaming up, if not Sunday, Monday here, and we'll get back on to you guys, kind of chopping up a little bit of this game, looking at maybe some of the all-22 from this game, talking a little bit about the PF scores and getting all into that. I thank you guys for just another amazing night. $200 drop donations, $100 drop donations, multiple people join up as members in addition to that to the channel here. Your guys' support to me in doing this for 6 years has been unfettered, unblinking, unwavering here at every step of this process. And I really thank you guys for doing that, for showing so much love to this channel on that. For all of the new subscribers that joined up as well, B. Skrilla, the latest in there who bumped up in there. Really appreciate that as well, as you guys are awesome for all that support, hanging with me here through the stream. We're going to be doing play-by-play throughout the course of this year. Every single game will be going live. Every single game we'll be chopping it up with a post-game discussion. You bet your bottom dollar. So rock and ride with me here throughout this season. We might just finally get to see our Seattle Seahawks break through. We might get to finally see our Seahawks turn into that contender that we have been waiting so patiently now for so many kind of years here to kind of come to full fruition. And I think we are right there on the precipice. I can smell it. I can taste it. We are almost there. So ride with me this upcoming season, and let's see the Seattle Seahawks team do some great things. But above all else, don't you ever forget, even amongst ties, even amongst old legendary coaches returning back to their own stomping grounds and starting quarterbacks returning back to their own stomping grounds, don't you forget, it may be a tie, but it's a win in my heart, and it's just the beginning of a first big, mighty step onto a great NFL season. So keep at the forefront of your mind this Seattle Seahawks about to do some really awesome things, and never forget, don't you do it, don't you dare do it. Go Hawks.